Chapter 383. Long Chen felt that, with Yang Danfeng's personality, as well as the expressions of the three great demon elders when they had left the demon palace, they would definitely not allow Long Chen to cultivate comfortably. Thus, he had hidden Wang Xing, just like this: I'll raise my cultivation level in the day, and cultivate the great demonic seed technique of Tao at night. With my current speed, I should be able to complete the second level of the great demonic seed technique of Tao and reach the 8th level of the heavenly river tier at the same time before the fight for the demon emperor sword. Long Chen was confident of all these. The sky was about to turn dark again. Long Chen, Xiao Lang, and Lingxi gathered together and began to cultivate the great demonic seed technique of Tao and heart. Time gradually passed, and very soon, midnight was about to arrive. At this time, Wang Xing had already fallen asleep from cultivating. All of a sudden, Long Chen's ears twitched. He instantly opened his eyes, and a black light shot towards the door of the courtyard. The door opened with a creak, and Long Chen focused his eyes. Standing at the door was the graceful Murongyu. She still had her face covered with a black veil, revealing only a pair of lively eyes that looked at Long Chen. From her eyes, Long Chen could see that one side was painful and conflicted, while the other side was resolute determination. And after opening the door to Long Chen's room, resolution had already won over the conflict. "What are you doing here?" Long Chen asked softly. He regarded Murongyu as a true friend, so he did not have any ill intentions. "I'm just here to tell you something." Murongyu raised her head, and said, "Long Chen, it seems that you have not visited your foster father for quite a few days." After saying this, Murongyu immediately turned and left. She walked very quickly, and instantly disappeared into the night. Foster father. Long Chen's gaze instantly turned cold. He was not a fool, and he knew that Murongyu was here to give him a signal. Long Chen realized that he had been negligent. He had only cared about protecting Wang Xing, but had forgotten about Dongfang Xianshao. He had subconsciously thought that Dongfang Xianshao was Zhao Qingyun's son-in-law, so the other party would not dare to make a move. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated the other party's ruthlessness. Long Chen was angry, but he did not panic. He knew that Murongyu was his friend, and since she had come to warn him, she would definitely give Long Chen enough time to get to Dongfang Xuanxiao's place. Thus, he did not hesitate and immediately rushed to the courtyard, shook Wang Xing awake, and roared, "Wang Xing, I'll give you a mission. No matter where my master is, you have to find him and get him to Dongfang Xuanxiao's place as soon as possible." After saying that, Long Chen did not care whether Wang Xing had woken up or not. He immediately roared at Xiao Lang, and his entire body shot out like an arrow. Behind him, Xiao Lang quickly transformed into his battle form. Xiao Lang's running speed was much faster than Long Chen's, so it did not take long for Xiao Lang to overtake Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen sat on his back, and the two of them turned into a black shadow as they rushed towards Dongfang Xuanxiao's place. As they moved forward, Long Chen's eyes gradually turned red. After 2 months, his killing intent had been aroused once again. Long Chen could tolerate anything, but he could not tolerate others attacking his family just because they could not defeat him. Every dragon had a reverse scale, and those who touched it were bound to die. Dongfang Xianshao was Long Chen's reverse scale. Although he was not his biological father, Dongfang Xianshao had given him a lot of things. It could be said that without Dongfang Xuanxiao's care, there would not be today's Long Chen. The killing intent gradually drowned Long Chen's will. "Yang Danfeng, 3 great demon elders, this time, you will definitely not be able to escape responsibility." At this moment, the small bamboo garden was still dotted with specks of light. This piece of land was filled with green bamboos. Xian Ku loved bamboo the most, so Zhao Qingyun built an elegant residence for her in this bamboo forest and named it the Small Bamboo Garden. Ever since Long Chen came to the Heavenly Demon Palace, he had stayed in the Small Bamboo Garden longer than he had in the Clear Cloud residence. At this moment, Xian Ku, who had a slightly bulging belly, had already fallen asleep peacefully. Being pregnant, she needed more rest. Moreover, ever since Dongfang Xianshao and Xian Ku returned to the heavenly demon palace, they had rarely cultivated. They had fallen behind by too much, and they could not make up for it even if they wanted to. Moreover, the heavenly demon palace was indeed a place that could cultivate one's mind and mind. Of course, the premise was that no one would disturb them. Dongfang Xianshao kissed Xian Ku's forehead lightly, then straightened his body and walked to the courtyard. Looking at the dazzling galaxy in the sky, he smiled weakly. When I was young, I had boundless ambitions and wanted to conquer this galaxy, but now, I just want to live happily with Xian Ku for the rest of my life. Xianshao, oh, Xianshao, you really are getting old. When he thought of Xian Ku, he smiled and thought to himself, if Ku likes this kind of life, then so do I. Being able to live like this for the rest of my life is more than enough. It takes 20 years to reach the peak of enlightenment, and that's not an easy thing to do. Take Chen for example. I wonder how long it'll take Miss Lingxi to have a life like mine. In Dongfang Xuanxiao's eyes, the current him was much happier than Long Chen. What Dongfang Xianshao couldn't see was that less than 300 meters away, there were two people approaching him. One of them was naturally Yang Danfeng, and the other was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair and a dirty face. His upper body was bare, and his body was riddled with scars. Beneath his disheveled hair, one could see his ferocious eyes that resembled those of a wild beast. He Tian turned around and said in a hoarse voice, Yang Danfeng, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Can you give me the Heaven River pills you promised me now? As long as you can complete this task, I, Yang Danfeng, will naturally keep my promise. Yang Danfeng couldn't be bothered to play any tricks with him. He directly tossed a universe sack to He Tian and said, take this. 200,000 Heaven River pills will be enough for you to reach the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Remember, kill Dongfang Xianshao and let Xian Ku see what you look like. After that, you can escape. The further the better. Don't blame me if Xiao Qingyun chases you down and kills you. I've taken someone's money to eliminate a calamity. I understand. You don't need to say anything more. He Tian checked the universe sack in his hand and found that there were indeed 200,000 Heaven River pills inside. He put it away with satisfaction and took out a blood-red saber from the universe sack. Blood Sea Saber, he said excitedly. Today, you finally have the chance to drink blood to your heart's content. What a piece of trash. To deal with a mere first level of the Heavenly River tier, you still need to take out a high-level Earth-grade battle saber? Yang Danfeng said disdainfully. Yang Danfeng, you don't know this, but when I kill people, I always use the Blood Sea Saber to cut them into pieces. Especially when dealing with Dongfang Xianshao. He actually dared to sleep with the woman I wanted. I'll only be satisfied after I dismember his body, He Tian said with a sinister expression. All right, hurry up and do it. Don't waste any more time, or else you'll be the one to die, Yang Danfeng said coldly. He Tian looked at him coldly and curled his lips. Then, like a whirlwind, he rushed in the direction of the bamboo garden. Wherever he went, the bamboos were cut in half. The cuts were even, and the bamboos fell to the ground one by one. Before he even arrived, Dongfang Xianshao had already sensed his berserk killing intent. He was originally immersed in happiness, but this sudden turn of events caused Dongfang Xuanxiao's face to turn pale with fright. He hurriedly roared, Jean, run. At this critical moment, the first thing he thought of was the pregnant Zhao Xuanqing. Dongfang Xianshao was at least at the Heavenly River tier, so his shout immediately woke Zhao Xianling up. However, her first reaction wasn't to run, but to rush over. She was panicking and her face was pale, but her eyes were filled with determination. Dongfang Xianshao knew that she would react like this. He sighed helplessly, then stood in front of Zhao Xuanqing and looked at the person who walked out of the bamboo forest with her. He was muscular, bare-chested, and wore a pair of tattered trousers. His hair was unkempt, and he held a blood-red battle saber that rested on his shoulder. His eyes were filled with malevolence as he walked toward Dongfang Xianshao and little. Two happy lovers, I wonder if you still remember me. He Tian sneered as he walked. He Tian. Even if he turned into ashes, Xian Ku would still remember him. This was because this guy had pursued her crazily when they were young, and when he came back, he killed his wife and son to win Xian Ku's heart. However, how could Xian Ku like such a madman? Thus, He Tian was directly expelled from the heavenly demon palace by Zhao Qingyun. Zhao Xuanqing had never thought that he would come back today. Back then, Zhao Qingyun had mercifully let him go, but today, he had clearly come back to kill him. Was he still not repentant? He Tian, my father let you go, but you still dare to come to the heavenly demon palace? Why are you holding a saber? Don't you know how to be grateful to my father? Xian Ku said anxiously. What a joke. What is gratitude? He's an idiot for not killing me. What does that have to do with me? He Tian laughed loudly. I'm about to leave the Cangyang nation. Today, I snuck into the heavenly demon palace to fulfill my last wish. Xian Ku, I've treated you sincerely for so many years, but you chose to follow a piece of trash, Xiao Bai. That won't do. I'm a famous person, so how could I lose to a piece of trash? Today, I'll take his life. If you're afraid of blood, then don't look. After I kill him, I'll reward you well. Oh, you're pregnant. This piece of trash's child is probably also trash. Trash doesn't have the right to stay in this world. Little, what should I do to kill this trash's child and not hurt you? Ha! Dongfang Xianshao sucked in a breath of cold air. He Tian was at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, while he was only at the 1st level of the Heavenly River tier. He Tian only needed one move to kill him. Under such circumstances, he had no chance of survival. Chapter 384. Because Dongfang Xianshao liked peace and quiet, the bamboo garden was far away from the other buildings in Heavenly Devil Palace. Therefore, he knew that no one would come to their rescue at this critical moment. Little Xian, I'm sorry. I'm useless. In the end, I couldn't escape this disaster. Maybe I'm not the right person for you, but I wasted so many years of your youth. I deserve to die. Xian Zhao's face was full of pain, which made people feel sorry for him. Big brother Xianshao, tears welled up in Xian Ku's eyes. She held Xuanxiao's hand tightly and looked at He Tian with a choked voice. After being trapped for 20 years, I'm already very satisfied to be able to meet you again and be with you for such a long time. Today, I'll die with you. I won't be humiliated. It's just a pity that this child will die before he's even born. Her words made Xuanxiao's heart ache even more. Don't, he definitely won't dare to touch you. I'll stop him even if it's just for a while. Dongfang Xuanxiao's eyes were cold. Although he was much weaker than He Tian, Dongfang Xuanxiao's aura was definitely not inferior to his. He Tian felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Dongfang Xuanxiao's fearless gaze. He spat on the ground and sneered, not bad, I'm indeed very touched. However, I've never believed in such things. You're just a piece of trash. Do you dare to fight me? Come and try. He Tian knew that time was of the essence. As he spoke, he walked toward Dongfang Xianshao. A heavy pressure was exerted on Dongfang Xuanxiao's body. The blade that was dripping with blood emitted a cold light that dazzled Dongfang Xianshao. An unstoppable killing intent approached Dongfang Xianshao step by step. Dongfang Xianshao clenched his teeth. He tried to think of a solution, but he knew that any solution would be useless in the face of such a huge gap in strength. No, I can't let die with me and our child. I can't let him die before he's even born. But God, what should I do? What do you want me to do? You've teased me for 20 years just to be with Don't tell me that I don't have any rights at all. Dongfang Xianshao breathed heavily as his eyes gradually turned bloodshot. Big brother Xianshao. Xian Ku's heart twitched at the sight of Dongfang Xianshao. Her fingernails were about to sink into his flesh. I'll only ask one thing of you in this lifetime. Can you agree to it? Dongfang Xianshao whispered in Xian Ku's ears. Don't say any more. I can promise you anything, but even if I die today, I will stand by your side and face this with you. I am selfish to my child, but I think he will forgive me. Zhao Xuanqi's eyes were filled with tears. Dongfang Xianshao was thoroughly disappointed by the stubborn Xian Ku and the approaching killing intent from He Tian. Strength. Everything was strength. Xian Ku had been trapped in Star Demon prison for 20 years because he didn't have strength. Now, because of his strength, they had to die in front of him. Ah! Dongfang Xianshao punched his own chest. At this moment, Dongfang Xianshao stared at He Tian and said in a low voice, "If there is a next life, I believe that my efforts will not be any less than Chen Er's." Chen Er, is that the Long Chen who rose to fame in Sky Demon Palace and caused an uproar in the Cangyang nation? He is indeed a talent. You are really lucky to have a godson like him. Unfortunately, he won't be able to save you tonight. He Tian laughed heartily as he raised the blood sea saber in his hand. In the next moment, he would be able to cut Dongfang Xianshao in half. At this moment, a cold voice sounded behind He Tian. You are wrong. I can save him tonight. This cold voice clearly came from the young man. Even though he was so close, He Tian still couldn't find any trace of him. This caused He Tian to be greatly shocked. He hurriedly turned his head back, his aura exploding out, his face filled with shock. When he turned around, he was shocked to see a tall and handsome young man with long black hair standing behind him. In his hand, there was a sword that contained faint starlight. Long Chen, why are you here? He Tian's eyes were filled with astonishment. Before coming here, Yang Danfeng had already assured him that no one would show up. So what was going on with Long Chen before him? Dongfang Xianshao and Xian Ku felt as if they were dreaming when they saw Long Chen. Xian Ku almost fainted. Fortunately, Dongfang Xianshao was there to support her. At this moment, both of their eyes were filled with tears. This time, they had walked past the gates of hell. Only the two of them knew how dangerous it was. They had waited for 20 years for this day. Just when everything was about to be destroyed, they didn't expect that Long Chen would appear. Dongfang Xianshao and Xian Ku had enough confidence in Long Chen. Therefore, they knew that they would definitely escape death this time. The excitement in their hearts was naturally indescribable. He Tian could even sense an aura from Long Chen that scared even himself. At this critical moment, he had already made up his mind. He would kill Dongfang Xianshao in the shortest time possible and then escape. He was at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, while Long Chen was only at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Of course, he also knew that Long Chen had defeated Yang Jun, otherwise, he wouldn't be so afraid of Long Chen. He Tian turned around again, preparing to kill Dongfang Xianshao with a single slash. However, he didn't expect that a huge wolf's face would appear in front of him. Then, raging flames surged towards him. He Tian was shocked and used all his strength to barely dodge the flames. Xiao Lang stood guard beside Dongfang Xianshao and Xian Ku, smacking his lips in disdain. If it weren't for Long Chen's instructions, he would have killed this guy just now. At this time, there was only one word in He Tian's mind, and that was to escape. After dodging Xiao Lang's flames, he leaped up from the ground and was about to leave quickly. However, what shocked him was that the figure of the youth suddenly appeared in front of him. Long Chen's eyes were a little red. He looked coldly at He Tian and the blood sea saber in his hand. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if it weren't for Murong Yu's reminder today that would make Long Chen regret his actions. Long Chen almost regretted it for the rest of his life. Although He Tian didn't succeed, the hatred in Long Chen's heart didn't lessen because of this. Since you're here, then don't leave. Long Chen's faint voice made He Tian especially uncomfortable. A crazed look gradually appeared in his eyes, and he roared, "Fine, since you don't want me to leave, then I'll kill you before I leave. I don't believe that I, a 7th level heavenly river tier, can't defeat a 6th level heavenly river tier like you. He Tian was driven to desperation. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. If it were any other time, I would still be in the mood to toy with you, but today, you'd better die first. At this moment, He Tian roared, and the blood sea saber in his hand slashed out a ferocious saber light, slashing towards Long Chen. Long Chen was directly cut in half. When the saber light slashed out, He Tian suddenly discovered that he had cut Long Chen in half. He was extremely excited, and thought to himself, as expected, your father is trash, and your son is also trash. He was just about to kill Dongfang Xianshao and escape, but he didn't expect that at this moment, he would suddenly hear such a voice. Who were you attacking just now? This voice practically rang out next to He Tian's ears, and He Tian's hair stood on end. At this critical moment, he was shocked, and just as he was about to turn around and attack, the tip of a sword suddenly pierced through his chest. The tip of the sword protruded out of his body for a full half a meter. At this moment, there was a drop of blood on the star sword, which was dotted with specks of starlight. Only then did He Tian discover that his heart had been pierced through. With a whoosh, Long Chen pulled out the star sword from He Tian's back. At this moment, He Tian wasn't completely dead. He turned around and looked at Long Chen in disbelief, and stammered, "Brat, didn't I kill you? Don't you know that the Sky Demon Palace has traceless specters?" Long Chen directly cut He Tian's throat with his sword. Only then did He Tian's eyes widen as he collapsed. Even in death, he didn't understand why he was so much stronger than Long Chen, but in front of Long Chen, he couldn't fight back at all. Dongfang Xianshao and Xian Ku stared blankly at this scene. After seeing He Tian's corpse stir up a lot of dust on the ground, they finally admitted that Long Chen's battle prowess had far surpassed He Tian, who was at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. Dongfang Xianshao was extremely excited to have escaped death, and he hurriedly said, "Chen, it's all thanks to you today. Today's matter isn't over yet." Before Dongfang Xianshao could finish, Long Chen suddenly interrupted him, and then disappeared before Dongfang Xuanxiao's eyes in the blink of an eye. Xiao Lang howled and quickly followed. Dongfang Xianshao and Xian Ku looked at each other, not understanding what Long Chen was doing. At this moment, they suddenly heard an earth-shattering shout from Long Chen. "Yang Danfeng, are you still trying to escape?" Dongfang Xianshao was stunned by Dongfang Xuanxiao's shout. Yang Danfeng. Big brother Xianshao, it must be Yang Danfeng. I was wondering why Heavenly Devil Palace was so heavily guarded, yet He Tian was able to come here. It must have been someone from Heavenly Devil Palace who let him in. A few days ago, Chen obtained the great magic of Dao Heart Demonic Seed. Yang Danfeng must be holding a grudge against him. It's very likely that He Tian was the one who let him in. Oh no, if Chen knows the truth, he'll definitely kill Yang Danfeng. Dongfang Xianshao, who was familiar with Long Chen's personality, instantly paled. Chapter 385. Originally, Long Chen's ability to learn the Heaven Tier battle skill in 20 days had already shocked Yang Danfeng. Back then, it had taken him 5 times the amount of time. He, Yang Danfeng, was naturally not an ordinary person. He was one of the top geniuses of the Demon Palace. For Long Chen to be able to do this, it could only be said that he was a genius among geniuses. However, when Long Chen used 3 days to complete the first layer of the Demon Seed of Ways, he could only be described as a monstrous genius. However, Yang Danfeng definitely refused to accept this. Impossible. He must have some other methods. Zhao Qingyun might have even secretly raised him a long time ago, allowing him to learn the Demon Seed of Ways and the Demon Seed of Ways. He only revealed it when Long Chen truly matured, Yang Danfeng explained inside. The two of them had already reached their strongest level. Good. Not bad indeed. But today, you've successfully infuriated me. As he spoke, Yang Danfeng put away the heavy sword in his hand. He was most proficient in finger techniques, so when Long Chen used the demon seed of ways, he truly felt threatened. As a result, he had no choice but to unleash his true battle prowess. The Netherworld Sky-Wrecking Finger is a supreme battle skill of the Demon Palace that's only second to the Demon Emperor Sword. It's basically an existence that stands at the very peak of Earth-tier battle skills. My master has even used the Netherworld Sky-Wrecking Finger to the acme of perfection. I may have only learned a little of it, but it's enough to deal with you. Long Chen, since you won't let me go, you can enjoy it, Yang Danfeng said viciously. Idiot, Long Chen spat out softly. What did you say? Yang Danfeng had always lived like a prince, standing high above everyone else. Other than the three demon elders and Zhao Qingyun, he truly did not fear anyone. The newcomer, Long Chen, was actually so arrogant. He had already crossed his bottom line. His mind heated up, and without another word, he immediately erupted with his most powerful true qi. He charged up a finger and charged towards Long Chen. Netherworld heaven-piercing finger, twisting the galaxy. This was the most powerful technique of the Netherworld heaven-piercing finger. Normally, only those at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier could use it, and it was already very impressive that Yang Danfeng could use this finger to this level. Instantly, rays of light from the fingertips whistled towards Long Chen. It was as if a sword had pierced into the void, twisting wildly, causing the stars in the Heavenly River to vibrate with great momentum. Trash's son, can you take this move? As he performed the move, Yang Danfeng let out a series of arrogant laughter. With the support of the great art of Dao Heart Demonic Seed, the power of his move kept rising. When it reached a spot not too far away from Long Chen, the thick energy transformed into a thick finger that stabbed towards Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen sneered and a sharp glint burst out from his eyes. Devouring Blood World, this was Long Chen's ultimate killing move. Under Long Chen's control, the blood-red fog instantly filled the surrounding space. For cultivators at the same level, the devouring ability of the Devouring Blood World would require Yang Danfeng to use at least half of his true energy to suppress the boiling blood. Otherwise, Yang Danfeng would definitely die from having his blood sucked. What the hell is this? This was the first time he had seen the Devouring Blood World, and Yang Danfeng was instantly horrified. The floating red fog in the surrounding swam and transformed into the shape of a divine dragon that stuck to Yang Danfeng's body. That crazy devouring ability caused Yang Danfeng's face to turn deathly pale. The blood in Yang Danfeng's body seemed to be boiling as it surged chaotically, causing Yang Danfeng's blood to boil. At this moment, he was using the greatest degree of his true energy to display his ultimate move. However, he had no choice but to withdraw a portion of his true energy. Otherwise, he would spurt out blood and die in this strange situation. And just when Yang Danfeng withdrew a portion of his true energy, causing the Netherworld heaven-piercing finger's final move to weaken, Long Chen knew that his chance had come. His quiet body, at this moment, instantly erupted, and Traceless Spectre was displayed. Long Chen rushed forward, the star sword in his hands suddenly waved, and then, he strangely disappeared. Afterimage Sword. This was the first time Long Chen had displayed Afterimage Sword. How could the sword technique taught by Lingxi be simple? Yang Danfeng suddenly felt a suffocating aura. He raised his head in shock, and at this moment, in coordination with Long Chen's Traceless Spectre, the afterimages of the sword's blade frantically appeared in front of Yang Danfeng. That concentrated attack made Yang Danfeng go crazy. At this moment, he was faced with a crisis of death. At this moment, Dongfang Xianshao rushed over from the rear with Xian Ku, staring blankly at this scene. In another direction, the three demon elders rushed over quickly and also saw this scene. No. They could not rescue Yang Danfeng from so far away, so they could only let out a deafening roar, but it was basically useless. Long Chen's eyes were cold, and the sword in his hand still cut across Yang Danfeng's neck without hesitation, and then instantly moved away. The moment the Devouring Blood World succeeded, Long Chen withdrew. At this time, Long Chen had already sensed the arrival of the three demon elders. He called out to Xiao Lang, and without saying a word, he stood in front of Dongfang Xianxiao. Dongfang Xianxiao stared blankly at the boy with a strong spine in front of him. In his hand, he was still holding the star sword. At this time, there was a lot of red blood slowly dripping from the star sword. At this time, the three demon elders had arrived. In front of them was Yang Danfeng, who was staring at them with his eyes wide open. They suddenly found that there was a line of blood on Yang Danfeng's neck. At this time, Yang Danfeng was looking at them with astonished eyes, motionless. Danfeng. The first demon elder's eyes almost cracked. He rushed to Yang Danfeng. When his hand touched Yang Danfeng's body, Yang Danfeng's head loosened, and then fell to the ground with a grunt, rolling several times, dragging a long line of blood. At this time, a large amount of blood spurted out from the neck of the headless body that the first demon elder was holding, and his whole body was sprayed with blood. 20 years of cultivation in exchange for this cold corpse in front of him. In fact, before coming here, Long Chen had already made preparations to kill Yang Danfeng. He had guessed that if Yang Danfeng was the one behind this, he would definitely be nearby. Then, everything came true. Although he killed Yang Danfeng, he was still calm. At this time, he was looking at the three demon elders coldly, with no intention of flinching. He had already arranged for Wang Xing to find Zhao Qingyun. In fact, before the fight between Long Chen and Yang Danfeng, Long Chen had already discovered Zhao Qingyun's arrival with the soul-devouring demon eyes. But Zhao Qingyun had not shown up before, watching in the dark. Long Chen knew that Zhao Qingyun was allowing him to do this, so he worked harder and directly killed Yang Danfeng before the three demon elders arrived. He directly beheaded him with the residual shadow sword. At this time, Zhao Qingyun was not far from the left side of Long Chen. And the three demon elders were in front of Long Chen. The first demon elder stared at the disciple in front of him, his eyes full of disbelief, regret, anger, and finally turned into killing intent in his eyes. He put Yang Danfeng's body and head into the Qinkuan bag, and his blood-red eyes looked at Long Chen. And the other two demon elders were full of sorrow. Yang Danfeng could be said to be the most outstanding disciple of the three demon elders. Because he was a man, he was valued even more than Murongyu. He was the greatest effort of the three demon elders. Now, this effort died in the hands of Long Chen. They originally wanted to kill Long Chen, how could they not do it now? The three demon elders looked at each other. The youngest demon elder stepped forward and said, "Big brother, let me do it." He killed Danfeng. Even if he is the disciple of the palace master, he can't escape the fate of death. Let me send him to the Western Paradise. Big brother, please. Don't let him die too quickly. The old first demon elder made a hoarse voice. From this voice, it could be heard how hard he was trying to restrain his emotions at this time. I know. The third demon elder's face was ferocious. He walked toward Long Chen and instantly swept in front of Long Chen. When he was about to make a move, a white-haired man who looked like a middle-aged man stood in front of him. It was Zhao Qingyun. Palace Master. The third demon elder was taken aback and quickly retreated to the side of the other two demon elders. He knew in his heart that he could easily kill Long Chen, but Zhao Qingyun was a person that the three of them could not defeat. There was a moment of silence in the scene. At this time, Zhao Qingyun's cold eyes met the blood-red eyes of the first demon elder. The old first demon elder was like a beast that had just woken up, bursting out a frightening hostility. Palace Master, the disciple that I have painstakingly cultivated for 20 years is gone just like this. If you don't give me an explanation, I am afraid that today's matter will not be good. The first demon elder was silent for a while and said in a hoarse voice. In other words, if they did not hand over Long Chen, the first demon elder would never give up. First demon elder, there are some things that I don't think I need to say. At this time, Zhao Qingyun suddenly said. In fact, not long after Long Chen came here, Zhao Qingyun had already arrived, so he knew a lot of things in his heart. Hearing Zhao Qingyun's words, the first demon elder was shocked. He knew that Zhao Qingyun was probably already aware of their plan. At this time, Long Chen said in a clear voice, "The three of you, it seems like you still don't know what happened. Yang Danfeng colluded with outsiders and had them sneak into Heavenly Demon Palace with the intention of taking my foster father's life. Such a heartless and unjust person actually dared to make a move against the palace lord's son-in-law. How audacious. Tell me, does he deserve to die? As my foster father's foster son, should I kill him? There is no proof." "Nonsense." The third demon elder sneered, "Whatever you say. Where is the evidence? Where are the witnesses? Dead men tell no tales. And Long Chen, even if Danfeng made a mistake, what right do you have to kill him? We should punish him. I think you have committed a big crime, and you deserve to die." Chapter 386. Someone wanted to harm my father, so I killed him. This is a matter of course. If you want to blame someone, blame it on a certain useless grandson. To think that he claimed to be the #1 disciple of the Heavenly Demon Palace. He's really not enough to kill, Long Chen said mockingly as he kept his star sword. Who are you calling a grandson? Third demon elder was anxious. Yang Danfeng was dead, so he must get back what he lost today. When he was about to speak, first demon elder stopped him. Third demon elder was stunned. He followed his senior brother's eyes and looked at Zhao Qingyun. At this time, Zhao Qingyun's eyes were unprecedentedly gloomy. He's angry. Third demon elder was surprised. Let's go. First demon elder said casually and then turned to leave. Second demon elder immediately followed him. Only third demon elder was stunned for a while. Then he gave Long Chen a fierce look and turned to leave. Brother, why did you let it go so easily? Third demon elder asked anxiously after walking for a while. First demon elder looked ahead coldly and said nothing. Only second demon elder explained to him, Third brother, didn't you hear what Zhao Qingyun said? I'm afraid he has already arrived at the scene. He has seen our plans with his own eyes. What's the use of quibbling? Quibbling will only make Zhao Qingyun despise us more. We openly went against him. If he didn't take the overall situation into consideration, we would have been killed long ago for the sake of our hard work to maintain Heavenly Devil Palace. Second demon elder's words enlightened third demon elder. Then his eyes darkened and he said, I'm not reconciled to Danfeng's death. I've trained him for 20 years to compete for the next palace master. Now he's gone. I'm really distressed. What's the use of distressed? Who knew that Long Chen was so evil? But I have a big question in my mind. How did Long Chen know that something would happen to Dongfang Xianshao? Second demon elder's face did not look so good. At this time, the first demon elder who was walking in front said, there must be a traitor among us. He must have told Long Chen. Traitor? Who? That night, there were only 6 of us. It's impossible for the 3 of us to be the traitor. Yang Jun hates Long Chen to the bone, and it's also impossible. As for Xiao Yu. Big brother, you mean Xiao Yu? Second demon elder had a bad feeling. Hearing first demon elder's words, his thoughts were verified. Second demon elder's face suddenly became extremely ugly. As her master, you should know what Xiao Yu is thinking. She has never liked Alchemy Mount. It seems that our forceful matchmaking has put her in a difficult position. The first demon elder stopped and looked up at the starry sky outside. It's little Yu. That bastard, how dare she frame her own people? She deserves to die. I'm going to kill her right now. The third demon elder's face was ferocious, and he was about to leave without saying anything. Stop. The first demon elder scolded and said, Third brother, can you use your brain? You're not young anymore. Now that Alchemy Mount is dead and Yang Jun is a good-for-nothing, Xiao Yu is our only trump card. Without her, the Demon Emperor's sword will inevitably fall into the hands of Long Chen. Not only can we not touch Xiao Yu, but we have to train her well. But, this is not fair to Alchemy Mount. The third demon elder was a little puzzled. Who said that I can't torture her if I want to train her? It seems that she has a good impression of Long Chen. Young girls are easily confused by those illusory dreams. It's time to teach Xiao Yu what is most important. Let's go back. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them continued talking and walked toward the direction of Samo City. Yang Danfeng's death was a huge blow to them, but it did not mean that they had stopped. On the contrary, they would be more aggressive. At this time, Long Chen, Zhao Qingyun, and the others had already followed Dongfang Xianxiao to the small bamboo garden. Zhao Qingyun did not want to make the matter public, so Long Chen took care of the bodies in front of the small bamboo garden. However, the damaged bamboos could not be restored in a short time. It's a pity that these bamboos are destroyed. Zhao Xianxiao shook his head. As long as he's fine, everything will be fine. I really thought that we wouldn't be able to survive tonight. It's all thanks to Chen, Dongfang Xianxiao looked at Long Chen with joy. It was all thanks to Long Chen that he was still able to stand here. Back at the Nine Demon Mountain, he had never imagined that this outsider brat would actually grow to such an extent. Even Zhao Qingyun was a little impressed that Long Chen was able to defeat Yang Danfeng. He said, "Looks like this is the strength you used to defeat Songzhong City. Very good. As long as you keep this up, your chances of obtaining the Demon Emperor's sword are very high." The purpose of coming to the Heaven Demon Palace was to obtain the 3 secret manuals and to cultivate to at least the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Now, he was only one step away from achieving these 2 things. After completing these 2 things, Long Chen already had the preliminary strength to fight his way back to Biyao Imperial City. They probably won't spread the news about what happened tonight, so try not to spread it either. As for Yang Danfeng, just let him disappear. To tell the truth, Zhao Qingyun was actually very angry today. If Long Chen hadn't killed Yang Danfeng, he would probably have made a move himself. In the Heavenly Devil Palace, Zhao Qingyun was like a lion. The little kittens and puppies in front of him were bouncing around, and no matter how much trouble they caused, he didn't care. But these little kittens and puppies actually had designs on his cub. How could Zhao Qingyun not be angry? If it were not for the overall situation of the Heaven Demon Palace, he would have even beaten up the 3 great demon elders today. Zhao Qingyun did not believe that the 3 great demon elders would not participate in such a ruthless plan. "Chen, I have no enmity with Yang Danfeng. Why did he attack us?" Dongfang Xianxiao asked. Long Chen laughed bitterly and said, "Foster father, I actually implicated you this time. I can be considered to have stolen the 2nd level of Yang Danfeng's great demon's seed art of Tao and heart. He can't touch me, so I'm afraid he wants to kill you to vent his anger." "It's not just that." Zhao Qingyun shook his head and said, "I think this should have been decided by the 3 great demon elders first. They should be worried about the Demon Emperor's sword, so they want to mess up Long Chen's mind before the fight for the Demon Emperor's sword. They want you to make mistakes and then lose to their juniors in the fight for the Demon Emperor's sword. After all, the Demon Emperor's sword is too important to the Heaven Demon Palace. Seeing that you have just arrived here, it is normal for them to treat you as an outsider. That should be the case. However, his methods are truly too despicable. Furthermore, he clearly doesn't have you in his eyes at all." Long Chen nodded his head. The reason why they are taking such a risk is probably because they want their disciple to become the next palace lord. Zhao Qingyun smiled helplessly. "The next palace lord? Aren't you still alive?" Long Chen said with a smile. "No matter how powerful a person is, they will grow old. Sooner or later, I will have to give up my position as palace lord to someone else. You should not know, but the rule of our Heaven Demon Palace is that whoever obtains the 3 great secret manuals, successfully cultivates them, and successfully controls the Demon Emperor's sword will become the next palace lord of Heaven Demon Palace. Long Chen, with the speed of your cultivation, you can naturally learn the Demon Emperor sword way. So now you only lack the Demon Emperor sword. This is the reason why others are afraid of you. Huh. Long Chen was stunned. To be honest, he had no intention of becoming the Palace Lord of Heaven Demon Palace. Of course, if you are unwilling, no one will force you. However, the Palace Lord of Heaven Demon Palace has power and status above millions of people. I directly control 3 counties of the Cangyang Kingdom. In the entire Cangyang Kingdom, the only one who has more power than the Palace Lord of Heaven Demon Palace is the king of the royal family. Palace Lord of Heaven Demon Palace, you have tens of thousands of Sky Demon disciples at your disposal, and no less than 100,000 outer sect disciples all over the Cangyang Kingdom. You directly control a small part of the Cangyang Kingdom, and one day, you can even lead the Palace Lord of Heaven Demon Palace to overthrow the rule of the royal family. Are you willing to take up such a position? Long Chen could see that Zhao Qingyun was actually trying to persuade Long Chen to be the next Palace Lord of Heaven Demon Palace. After all, Long Chen was now his disciple, and he was also a junior that he liked and even admired. That's right, Chen, you can take over from now on. With your protection, us husband and wife will live comfortably here. No one will bully us, right? Xian Ku said in a rare joke. Only Dongfang Xianxiao didn't say anything, because he understood Long Chen. As expected, Long Chen smiled and said, Master, I promise you that I will kill those who are ranked in the royal family, Sword Emperor, Sword Demon, and Lin Zichen. As for whether or not I can overthrow the royal family, it will depend on your subsequent attacks. As for the position of Palace Lord of Heaven Demon Palace, do you think I will be willing to stay here? Long Chen looked at Zhao Qingyun and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. I know that you are arrogant and don't care about this position. However, this is a good thing, so I won't force you. Zhao Qingyun suddenly smiled. Actually, he understood Long Chen. With Long Chen's current speed of rise, his future could only be described as limitless. A mere Palace Lord of Heaven Demon Palace was far from his end. All he needed was time. Dongfang Xianxiao also smiled because this was just as he had guessed. Today, let's not talk about our master and disciple relationship. The 3 of us are men, 1 old, 1 young, and 1 middle-aged. We don't have any blood relations, but we are able to sit here and call each other father and son. This is fate. In order to celebrate your survival, the 3 of us will drink to our heart's content. Prepare some wine. Father-in-law, I'm here. Is pregnant, so she should go rest, Dongfang Xianxiao said hurriedly. No, how can I miss such a happy occasion? Xian Ku smiled mischievously and winked at Dongfang Xianxiao. You're going to be a mother soon, but you're still pretending to be cute? How disrespectful, Dongfang Xianxiao joked. Scoundrel. Xian Ku punched Dongfang Xianxiao's shoulder a few times with a sweet expression on his face. Seeing this, Long Chen suddenly felt a little touched. He knew that this happiness was what he wanted to protect with his life. Thank you for your support. I've received more than 50 blessings for my wife's birthday. 20 chapters will be released on January 1st. I'll be writing like crazy in the next few days, so please look forward to it. Also, I'm going to the main website to participate in the Breaking Week event. Chapter 387. 3 Demons City. It was still dark outside. The buildings of Sanmo City were tall and sealed, so it was difficult for starlight to penetrate through, which made the place seem gloomy and terrifying. At this time, in the main hall of Sanmo City, the 3 great demon elders were sitting in their respective seats, looking down at a trembling girl below with cold eyes. Muro Mu's face was pale. She lowered her head. Under the gaze of the 3 demon elders, she felt her scalp tingling. She knew that what had happened tonight must have been exposed. Little Yu, Danfeng is dead. Do you know that? At this time, the voice of the 2nd demon elder suddenly sounded in Muro Mu's ears. Muro Mu was shocked and then found that the 2nd demon elder was standing next to her. His wrinkled face was only half a meter in front of her. Murongyu was tall, a head taller than the second demon elder. He is dead. This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Murongyu. Murongyu's purpose was to make Yang Danfeng fail. At that time, He Tian would be the one to die. How could it be Yang Danfeng? Palace Master killed him. Murongyu asked helplessly. So, you have admitted that you went to Longchen to disclose the plan. The second demon elder did not answer her but asked. Since Murongyu mentioned the Palace Master, it meant that she knew about it. Murongyu could only nod helplessly. In fact, she knew in her heart that something must have happened since the three great devil elders summoned her here in the middle of the night. And they were sure that she was the informant. Therefore, she knew that the more she quibbled, the smaller her chance of survival would be. Therefore, she chose to admit it directly. Why? The second demon elder asked with a pained expression. I think it's not appropriate. Besides, I don't want to marry Yang Danfeng. Murongyu said helplessly, unable to think of another answer. The second demon elder was stunned. Master, I really didn't know this would happen. I thought that Longchen would only kill He Tian. I didn't expect that Yang Danfeng would die. Murongyu explained with tears in her eyes. Actually, let me tell you one thing. Yang Danfeng was not killed by the Palace Master. It was Longchen. The second demon elder's voice was sharp. Longchen. Murongyu was stunned and blurted out, it can't be Longchen. He doesn't have such strength. It should be the demon wolf beside him. No, it is Longchen. No, it's Longchen. He already has the strength to defeat Danfeng. In other words, the current Longchen can also defeat you with his own true strength. If nothing goes wrong, the Demon Emperor's sword will definitely be his, and the next Palace Master of Sky Devil Palace will also be him. If he becomes Palace Master, all of the three Demon Elders will be finished. Little you will be our eternal sinner. Because of your selfishness, you have harmed all of us, including your junior brothers and junior sisters. Are you worthy of all the years of nurturing I have given you? The second Demon Elder's voice became louder and louder until it turned into a roar. The sharp accusation made Murongyu's heart twitch and tears burst out of her eyes. The second Demon Elder was right. Without her, there would be no Murongyu today. It could be said that the second Demon Elder was her second parent. With a plop, Murongyu knelt on the ground and kowtowed to her master and the other Demon Elders. She cried like a pear blossom, Master, I was wrong. I've let you down, I've let you all down. Little you deserves to die 10,000 times. Kill me and let me redeem myself. She felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if she could not even breathe in her chest. Little you, get up first. Although you have made a mistake, I don't want to kill you. The second Demon Elder's voice suddenly became gentle. She gently helped Murongyu up. But, Master, since I have made such a big mistake, I'm sorry, Alchemy Peak is dead. You are my favorite disciple. How can we let you die? If so, we, the three great Demon Elders, will have no descendants. Second Demon Elder persuaded him patiently. Then Master, what should I do? You'd better punish me. At this time, Murongyu was in a dilemma. If what the second Demon Elder said was true, that she had harmed all her brothers and the master who had cultivated her and made her feel the most intimate, she was indeed full of guilt. Forget about the punishment. But the three of us have discussed it and decided to give you a task. If you can complete it, we will naturally forgive you. The second Demon Elder's faint voice sounded in Murongyu's ears. Master, please tell me. I will complete the task. Murongyu nodded quickly. Don't worry, big brother. Show me the thing. The second Demon Elder turned his head and looked at the first Demon Elder. At this time, the first Demon Elder nodded and took out a cold blue bamboo from the universal sack. Murongyu stared at it and her pink lips slightly opened. She said in surprise, isn't this the Ice Soul Original Spirit? Why is there another one? We got this Ice Soul Original Spirit a long time ago. We planned that if you or Danfeng got the other Ice Soul Original Spirit, we would give it to the other so that both of you could enter the 9th level of the Sky River Realm. Then we would have 2 warriors at the 9th level of the Sky River Realm to suppress the royal family. Unfortunately, the Ice Soul Original Spirit was taken away by Long Chen and Danfeng was killed by Long Chen. The second demon elder sighed. Master, didn't I make a mistake? Why do you still want to give me the Ice Soul Original Spirit? Muromyu found it hard to believe. It's a great virtue to know your mistakes and correct them. As long as you can complete the task we give you, we will be happy to give you the Ice Soul Original Spirit. The second demon elder smiled gently. Her face was full of wrinkles, which made her smile a little scary. Master, what task do you want me to complete? Muromyu had begun to make up her mind that she must not let them down. It's very simple. In the coming fight for the Imperial Demon Sword, you must get it. At the same time, you must become the Palace Master of the Sky Devil Palace. Most importantly, in the fight for the Imperial Demon Sword, you must kill Long Chen to avenge Alchemy Peak and atone for your sins. In this way, you will be worthy of our training in our Ice Spirit Original Spirit. Second demon elder said word by word. Muromyu's face turned pale. She said hesitantly, Master, I will try my best to get the Demon Emperor Sword and the Palace Master of the Celestial Devil Palace. But do you have to kill Long Chen? Thinking of that young man, she was afraid that she could not do it. Yes, that's the most important thing. You have to kill him. The second demon elder reminded. At this time, the second demon elder walked in front of Muromyu and looked at Muromyu coldly. She asked, Little you have been soft-hearted to Long Chen several times. Tell me, have you fallen in love with him? No. How could it be? Muromyu was shocked and hurriedly tried to explain herself. At this moment, she was extremely flustered. When she thought of Long Chen, she also thought of Lingxi who was beside him. Muromyu knew that Long Chen was just a passerby in the end, and he would not have any interaction with her. That's enough. Since there is no affection, we are pure enemies. Do you agree? The second demon elder looked straight at Muromyu and asked. When she reached the 9th level of the Sky River Realm, she could indeed kill Long Chen. But Muromyu still could not say it. Looks like you're still hesitating. Little you, it seems that Master has never forced you to do anything in all these years. Today, in order for you to be a loyal and filial person, I must force you. Please don't blame Master, I have no choice. If Long Chen survives, the thousands of people in the 3 demon cities will not be able to survive. As he spoke, a black bug the size of a pinky finger suddenly appeared in the second demon elder's hand. The bug was made of flesh and looked harmless, but it emitted a frightening cold air. Wisps of dark green cold air were emitted from its body. Mysterious Yin-gu. Muromyu's face suddenly turned pale. She took a few steps back and looked at the second demon elder incredulously. She said, Master, are you going to use the mysterious Yin-gu to deal with it? Don't worry. As long as you complete the task seriously, the mysterious Yin-gu will not do anything to you. But if you disobey, you will be instantly killed by thousands of bugs. You are my disciple, so you know best what kind of nightmare the mysterious Yin-gu is. It is absolutely the most tragic torture. Little you, it is not that I am cruel. Little you, it's not that I'm cruel and merciless, but I have to think of your other brothers and sisters. I can't let you continue to be muddle-headed. Can you forgive me? Don't worry, after the fight for the Demon Emperor Sword, as long as you kill Long Chen, I will remove the mysterious Yin-gu from your body. Before that, you won't feel any discomfort. We, the 3 demon elders, really can't lose anymore. That's why I'm doing this. I hope you can understand. Muromyu's lips trembled. She shrank to the corner of the wall and looked at the mysterious Yin-gu in the second demon elder's hand in horror. At this time, the mysterious Gu turned over its fat body and remained motionless. But Murong-Yu knew how horrible it would be when it moved. Murong-Yu felt her stomach churning. If she had not been holding it back, she would have thrown up. Master, I'm begging you, don't go to the mysterious goblet. I promised to kill Long Chen, is that not enough? Murong-Yu's face was covered in tears as he weakly said these words. I can't joke about the lives and futures of so many people. So, little Yu, I'm really sorry. Under Murong-Yu's desperate eyes, the second demon elder implanted the mysterious Gu into Murong-Yu's body. Then she stood up and said earnestly, little Yu, the Ice Soul original spirit is yours. You have to work hard. We all pin our hopes on you. You can't die. Think about your parents in Willow Moon City. If you die, they will be killed in a few days. Family strife is always the most ruthless. Chapter 388. Life in the Heavenly Devil Palace became peaceful again, but under this tranquility, there was a turbulent undercurrent. After returning from Dongfang Xuanxiao's place, Long Chen was still thinking about what happened today. At this time, Lingxi suddenly said, Chen, Murong-Yu tipped you off, causing the three great demon elders' plan to fail. Do you think they will implicate her after they go back? She helped you out of kindness, so she should be innocent. From Lingxi's words, it could be seen that she was actually very worried. Lu Lan of the Lingwu family had some contact with Long Chen before, so Lingxi hated her very much. However, this Murong-Yu repeatedly helped Long Chen without asking for anything in return, so Lingxi had a good impression of her. Long Chen frowned. He thought for a moment and said, no, since she helped me, she can be regarded as the savior of my adoptive father. I can't abandon her. I'll go to Tri-Demon City now. After thinking of this, Long Chen was about to take action. Chen, are you going alone? Call your master, Lingxi reminded him. No need. After what happened just now, the three great demon elders won't dare to touch me. Moreover, with Xiao Lang here, they can't kill me even if they want to. Now that Long Chen had Zhao Qingyun's support, he was not afraid of the three great demon elders. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Chen called out to the wolf cub and quickly headed in the direction of Triple Demon City. At this time, the sky was gradually brightening and the rays of the morning sun began to shine on the Heavenly Demon Palace. In a corner of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Triple Demon City's position was particularly prominent. Soon, Long Chen approached Tri-Demon City. Tri-Demon City was actually a large courtyard with some independent bronze gates. At this time, there were many disciples guarding in front of the gates. When seeing Long Chen approaching, they suddenly became a little anxious because they already knew Long Chen, and several of them had seen Long Chen take out the refined flame essence equivalent to 2000 in the demonic palace. Long Chen, what are you doing in Tri-Demon City? Before Long Chen approached, one of the disciples plucked up his courage and raised his head to ask Long Chen bluntly. After all, Long Chen disgraced the three great demon elders. As the direct disciples of the three great demon elders, they naturally lost face because of this. I want to see Murong-Yu. Long Chen directly stood at the gate and said indifferently. Senior apprentice Sister Murong. Everyone was startled at first, then looked up and down at Long Chen. Their hearts suddenly became vigilant. Murong-Yu was the goddess of the Heavenly Devil Palace, and there was no one who didn't covet her. And when Long Chen came here to ask to see Murong-Yu, the meaning of his love was already very clear. As the saying goes, fertile water should not flow to outsiders. Moreover, Murong-Yu was not only fertile water, but also the goddess of Tri-Demon City. If she was won over by an outsider like Long Chen, no one would feel comfortable. Therefore, they immediately plucked up their courage and said, no, our senior apprentice Sister Murong won't see anyone, let alone you. Won't see anyone? You made this up. Long Chen raised his eyebrows and said coldly. Who said we made it up? Long Chen, could it be that you want to force your way in? I'll go tell the three great demon elders now. If you force your way into Tri-Demon City, Even if the palace master comes, you'll have to bear the consequences. That disciple shouted fiercely. As he shouted, he retreated. A few disciples huddled together and looked nervously at Long Chen. Oh, you mean that the three great demon elders' power is even greater than our heavenly devil palace masters? You can even say such disgraceful words. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'll give you two choices. First, go in and call Murongyu out. Second, lead the way. Long Chen walked towards those disciples as he walked. His current strength, even if he did not use the dragon's soul transformation, was still the peak of the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, surpassing Yang Jun from before. No one in Tri-Demon City was a match for one move from him, so at this moment, all of them retreated in fear. Long Chen, you're courting death. Yes, our master will kill you. While being frightened by Long Chen and retreating, they still did not forget to be stubborn. Long Chen did not bother to pay attention to them. Now he only wanted to go into Tri-Demon City by himself. As long as he saw that Murongyu was safe and sound, he could leave. Long Chen, that's enough. At this moment, a shout came. Long Chen looked up and saw the three great demon elders coming out. At this time, the first and second demon elders stopped where they were. Only the third demon elder came forward and looked at Long Chen with red eyes. He said bitterly, "Boy, don't blame me for not reminding you. What happened last night is not over yet. Although the palace master is here, we are still angry. If you push me too hard, don't blame me for losing control and killing you." His words were only said in a low voice close to Long Chen, so the other disciples could not hear him clearly. "I didn't come here to cause trouble. I just wanted to find Murongyu. Even if she's your disciple, it shouldn't be that I don't even have a chance to see her, right?" Long Chen said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "What if I don't let you see her?" The third demon elder sneered. "It's very simple. Even if I have to break in, I want to see her." Long Chen already had a bad feeling in his heart. Judging from the degree of their interception, Murongyu was really in trouble. Hearing Long Chen's words, the third demon elder suddenly raised his head and laughed. His laughter shook the field. After a while, he stopped and shouted in the direction of Sanmo City, "Little you, come out." As soon as the third demon elder's voice fell, the figure of Murongyu appeared in front of Long Chen. She walked out slowly. Long Chen quickly looked at her. Murongyu was still the same as before. She was tall, graceful, and had a great chest. But for some reason, Long Chen always felt that there seemed to be a kind of indifference in her that kept people thousands of miles away. "Little you, make it clear to this boy. Tell him to get out of here. We are watching from behind." After the third demon elder sneered, he stepped back and stood next to the first demon elder. He looked at Long Chen with a faint smile. At this time, Murongyu walked 2 meters in front of Long Chen and stood still. She looked at Long Chen with cold eyes. "Are you all right?" Seeing that Murongyu was not hurt, Long Chen was relieved. But he still felt that Murongyu seemed to be a little unnatural. At least compared with before, she seemed to be a lot more indifferent. "It's none of your business whether I'm fine or not." Murongyu suddenly raised her voice. There was hatred in her voice. Long Chen was a little stunned. But he saw that Murongyu seemed to be serious. "Hey, what's the matter with you? Those 3 old guys forced you. They did something shameful?" Long Chen asked in a low voice. He felt that Murongyu was a little unnatural. It should be because there were 3 people behind her. "You're overthinking things. Long Chen, let me tell you, Yang Danfeng and I were childhood sweethearts, but you killed him. My master and the others didn't spread this news, but I know it clearly. So, don't underestimate the hatred I have for you." At this time, Murongyu lowered her voice and said to Long Chen. The onlookers could not hear her words, but at least the 3 demon elders could hear it with their hearing. What was going on? Long Chen couldn't wrap his head around it for a while. The change in Murong Yu was too big. Before, even if Long Chen was a fool, he knew how much she abandoned Yang Danfeng. And now she said that they were childhood sweethearts. What kind of bullshit was this? Long Chen, listen. Before the fight for the Demon Emperor sword, I have 100% confidence that my strength can reach the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. You'd better be prepared. On that day, I will kill you to avenge Elixir Peak, Murong Yu said in a cold tone, ignoring Long Chen's reaction. You. Long Chen really didn't know what to say at this time, because Murong Yu's behavior was too strange. Long Chen knew that she must have her own difficulties to be like this. I won't say anything else. You and I are enemies now, so you'd better not come to me and ruin my reputation. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. After saying this, Murong Yu didn't give Long Chen any chance. She turned around and left directly. After Murong Yu left, the third demon elder smiled approvingly, then looked at Long Chen and said, "Boy, did you hear that? Don't be a toad lusting after swan meat. Get out of here. When the fight for the Demon Emperor sword comes, you will know what to write. Xiao Yu will become a genius warrior at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. In the future, she will definitely reach the reaching heaven state. How dare a clown like you show off here?" It was rare that Long Chen didn't quarrel with the third demon elder. At this time, his mind was full of what Murong Yu had just said. Normally, Murong Yu wouldn't act like this, so Long Chen was thinking hard. "Boy, you have nothing to say," the third demon elder said arrogantly. "I don't talk to animals." Long Chen smiled. Before the third demon elder could react, he turned around and left, his mind full of Murong Yu's strange behavior. "You called me an animal." The third demon elder suddenly felt like he had swallowed a fly. If he didn't torture Long Chen, he wouldn't be able to spit the fly out. "Don't make trouble and ruin our plan." The first demon elder scolded softly. The third demon elder was very satisfied with Murong Yu's performance today. After Long Chen left, they also left. After they left, the disciples looked at each other. One of them said, "I didn't hear it wrong, did I?" It seems that the third demon elder said that Xiao Yu is about to reach the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. From his tone, it seems that he is very sure. "What he is sure of must be right," another disciple said. "Gosh, doesn't he beat senior brother Yang Danfeng?" "Yes, but why didn't I see senior brother Yang Danfeng today?" "Maybe he is in closed-door training, preparing to break through to the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. But with senior sister Murong, the Demon Emperor sword will definitely belong to our third demon city." Chapter 389. On the way back, Long Chen racked his brain and finally got some clues. "Chen, why do you think Murong Yu is like this?" Lingxi didn't ask until Long Chen left 3 demon cities. "I'm not sure, but I guess the 3 great demon elders should know that Murong Yu told me." "I'm not sure, but I guess the 3 great demon elders must have known that Murong Yu told me. I thought they would punish or even kill Murong Yu directly, but now I know they won't. Yang Danfeng and Murong Yu are both their top disciples. Now that Yang Danfeng is dead, Murong Yu has become their biggest reliance. They won't punish her, and they will even give her more resources to greatly improve her strength. What does this have to do with Murong Yu's performance just now?" Lingxi still couldn't figure it out for a while. "Think about it, if you were the 3 great demon elders and you put all your hope on a disciple, would you use any means, whether threats or temptations, to firmly tie Murong Yu to your boat? Now Murong Yu is in such a situation. According to them, Murong Yu can soon reach the 9th tier of the Sky River realm. It seems that the 3 great demon elders are going to put in a lot of effort this time. Their means of controlling Murong Yu are also very clever. At least from today's situation, it seems that Murong Yu seems to have no will to resist. What should I do?" Lingxi tilted her head and thought for a while. Now, Murong Yu has become completely on the side of the 3 great demon elders. She is my biggest opponent in the fight for the Demon Emperor sword. If she reaches the 9th tier of the Sky River realm, she will be even more terrifying. I'm afraid the Demon Emperor's sword will fall into her hands. At that time, all my efforts will be in vain. Longchen paused and then continued, but there is one thing we don't have to worry about. As the last disciple of the 3 great demon elders, their ultimate goal is me. As long as Murongyu does not disobey their orders, Murongyu will be safe and sound. Today, they were going to see how Murongyu was. No matter what she was thinking now, as long as she had the reputation of the 9th tier of the Sky River realm of the younger generation in the Demon Palace, the 3 great demon elders would absolutely not dare to touch her. But I'm afraid Murongyu is also having a hard time. Lingxi was still worried. We can only wait and see when the time comes. Longchen shook his head helplessly. Soon, he returned to the Azure Cloud residence. He did a quick count. There were still about 20 days before the 3-month period mentioned by Zhao Qingyun. Longchen planned to use these 20 days for cultivation. He could still cultivate in peace, but the other 2 matters quietly spread in the Demon Palace. The first matter was naturally about Yang Danfeng's mysterious disappearance. There were even rumors that Longchen had killed Yang Danfeng. This caused a huge uproar in the Demon Palace. In the end, it was the great demon elder who personally said that Yang Danfeng did not go to train, and the others reluctantly believed it. However, the fight for the Demon Emperor's sword was imminent, so the explanation of Yang Danfeng going to train was indeed a bit far-fetched. Everyone was more willing to believe that Yang Danfeng had already been killed by Longchen, and the 3 great demon elders did not dare to make a move against Longchen due to the pressure from Zhao Qingyun. As for the battle between Murongyu and Longchen, it was also Murongyu's revenge. Murongyu's matter was the second matter. It had only been a few days since the news of Longchen in front of the 3 demon cities spread, and the 3 demon cities had already officially spread the news that Murongyu had successfully reached the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Once this news was released, it immediately shocked the entire Demon Palace. One had to know that among the younger generation, because there had never been a disciple who had reached the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, the Demon Palace was inferior to the imperial family. But now, with Murongyu, when Murongyu got the Demon Emperor's sword, she could become a peerless figure with peerless talent like Lin Zichen. As for Longchen, whose performance in the derived fire-earth vein was especially shocking, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight, and was completely drowned out by Murongyu's cries. The 9th level of the Heavenly River tier meant that he was only 1 step away from the Heaven Ascension tier, and it was very possible that he could become a super elite of the Heaven Ascension tier. He was already a figure on a different level from Longchen. But all this had nothing to do with Longchen. Longchen hid in the Azure Cloud residence all day and cultivated peacefully. Even if the sky outside was pierced through, it could not break him from entering the city. Longchen could guess who had spread the news of Yang Danfeng's death. Without a doubt, it was Yang Jun. Yang Jun knew the plan that day, so when Yang Danfeng did not return, he realized that something was wrong. After thinking about it from the side, he roughly guessed it. Shock and anger drowned his heart. At that time, he could do nothing about Longchen, and in the end, if it was not for the 3 great demon elders stopping him, he might have spread the news even more thoroughly. In the eyes of the disciples of the Demon Palace, the peerless prodigies Yang Danfeng and Murongyu had always been a match made in heaven. Now that Yang Danfeng had been killed, and Murongyu had reached the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, the biggest highlight of the fight for the Demon Emperor's sword would be the battle between Longchen and Murongyu. It was very likely that Murongyu would take advantage of this opportunity to take revenge. All of this was nothing to Longchen. Time gradually passed, and Longchen was already completely immersed in cultivation. The increase in his strength had brought him sufficient pleasure and excitement. He mainly had 2 tasks to complete. One was to increase his cultivation level, and the other was the 2nd level of the Great Demonic Seed technique of Tao and Heart. On this day, Longchen had just completed the cultivation of True Qi, and was just about to study the Great Demonic Seed technique of Tao and Heart with Xiao Lang when Wang Xing rushed into the courtyard. Brother Chen. Wang Xing's breathing was a little rushed, and his face was flushed. Now, he was already a true disciple of one of the elders under Zhao Qingyun's command, and was no longer a servant in the Clear Sky residence. However, with Long Chen here, he still came frequently. "It's you. What news are you bringing me today?" Long Chen asked with a smile. "It's not like that yet. However, it seems like there are only 10 days left until the contest for the Demon Emperor Sword. Now, everyone is discussing the matter between you and senior sister Muronyu. Now, it seems like everyone is saying. Wang Xing was a little hesitant. "Saying what?" Long Chen asked with a hint of a smile. "They are saying that senior brother Yang Danfeng was killed by you, so senior sister Muronyu hates you to the core. It is very likely that she will take your life in the process of the contest for the Demon Emperor Sword. I heard that the contest for the Demon Emperor Sword has been the most merciless since ancient times, completely disregarding the lives of individuals. Brother Chen, I heard that senior sister Muronyu has already reached the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. What do you think we should do?" Wang Xing asked a little nervously. So this little guy was concerned about this problem. Long Chen's eyes focused, and he said, "You don't have to worry. No matter what, I will not be defeated." "You won't be defeated even at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier? That's impossible. Now, many people are calculating the date of your death," Wang Xing said a little indignantly. In his eyes, Long Chen was an extremely good person. He, too, did not know why basically all the members of the Heavenly Demon Palace did not seem to like Long Chen very much. "Just watch and see when the time comes. Go back and cultivate well." Long Chen directly sent him away, and then turned around. As expected, Zhao Qingyun was standing there. Previously, Long Chen had already felt that he had grown up. "Master, what is it?" Long Chen saw that his expression was a little solemn. "What I wanted to say, that brat has already said it just now. Sai, I had originally thought that you would be able to obtain the Demon Emperor Sword very smoothly after defeating Yang Danfeng, but I did not think that something like this would actually happen." Zhao Qingyun smiled a little helplessly. "Master, do you know what exactly happened to Muronyu?" Zhao Qingyun had always been elusive, and it was not easy to find him. Thus, Long Chen anxiously asked this question. "Didn't you increase your strength by more than 1 level because of the Ice Soul Origin Spirit? I saw her once a few days ago, and as expected, she has already reached the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Presumably, the 3 great demon elders still have an Ice Soul Origin Spirit hidden. After you killed Yang Danfeng, they became desperate, and took out that precious Ice Soul Origin Spirit. So it's because of the Ice Soul Origin Spirit." Long Chen nodded. "Don't worry about that girl. You'd better think about yourself. Your present strength indeed has not reached the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, and you are not her match. Now, in the Heavenly Demon Palace, basically 99% of the people do not think highly of you," Zhao Qingyun said in a serious tone. "Don't worry." Long Chen smiled mysteriously. Seeing Long Chen's expression like a dead pig and not afraid of being scalded by happiness, Zhao Qingyun was a little speechless. He gave a few more instructions, and then left. After he left, Long Chen calculated for a moment again, and thought to himself, "With my current progress, 10 days is enough." The Ice Soul Origin Spirit from before had already made his strength very close to the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, and after more than 10 days of cultivation and consolidation, he had a premonition that he was almost about to enter the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. As expected, with his subsequent efforts, there were still about 5 days before the fight for the Demon Emperor Sword, and he finally successfully condensed the 8th pair of galaxies in his body, reaching the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. At the same time, Long Chen also completely cultivated the great demonic seed technique of Tao and Heart. 2 of the 3 great secret manuals of the Heavenly Demon Palace had already been completely grasped by Long Chen, and now he only had to wait for the 3rd and most powerful offensive battle technique, the Demon Emperor Sword Tao. Of course, there was also the heaven-level divine weapon, the Demon Emperor Sword. Long Chen could feel that his strength had once again skyrocketed. The current him was much stronger than when he had first entered the heavenly demon palace. If he had this kind of strength from the beginning, Long Chen would not have been in such a sorry state on that escape route. Little she, as long as we pass the trial of the Demon Emperor's sword, I will soon be able to bring you back to Biyao Imperial City. At that time, I will obtain the 9 heaven celestial fruit, and I will definitely avenge our grudge. Looking at the stars in the east, a cold glint appeared in Long Chen's eyes. After another 5 days of consolidation, the day of the fight for the Demon Emperor's sword finally arrived. Chapter 390. The battle for the Demon Emperor's sword, which was highly anticipated by the people of Sky Devil Palace, had finally begun. The battle for the Demon Emperor's sword could be said to be the battle for the next palace master. In the past, as long as one was a disciple of Sky Devil Palace, he or she had the right to compete for the Demon Emperor's sword. But now, it had become that only disciples who had obtained either the Traceless Spectre or the Devil's Seed in Taoist Heart could compete for the Demon Emperor's sword. Obtaining the Traceless Spectre meant that he or she had been recognized by the elders, and obtaining the Devil's Seed in Taoist Heart meant that he or she had extraordinary strength. Now, there were only 4 people who met the requirements: Yang Danfeng, Yang Jun, Murongyu, and Long Chen. But today, Yang Danfeng was obviously not present. At this time, the people of Sky Devil Palace had come to the other side of Mount Demon Emperor. This was the forbidden area of the back mountain of Sky Devil Palace. Ordinary people were not allowed to come here. This was the sword grave of Sky Devil Palace. This was a huge platform. At this time, people with some power and status in Sky Devil Palace could have a seat. Zhao Qingyun sat at the top, and below her were the 3 great demon elders. 30 meters in front of Zhao Qingyun, there was a black stone about 10 meters high. This black stone was thin and sharp, and it looked like the prototype of a sword. At this time, the surface of the black stone was lit up with twisting runes. The runes covered the whole stone, making it look strange and gloomy. The Demon Emperor's sword is hidden in this stone. When everyone thought of this, they all gulped. The Demon Emperor's sword was a heaven-grade divine weapon. If they could use the Demon Emperor's sword, even if they were trash, they would still be able to kill people who were several levels above them, let alone them. However, it was no easy task to subdue the Demon Emperor's sword. At the very least, most of them did not have the confidence to succeed. Just now, Yang Jun seemed to have forfeited, so the Demon Emperor's sword will be fought for by you and little you. Boy, you have to make me proud. Zhao Qingyun turned back and said to Long Chen with a smile. Long Chen nodded indifferently. He then raised his head and saw Murongyu standing behind the second demon elder. At this time, Murongyu had also changed. She looked more powerful, but also more indifferent. At this time, Murongyu was completely unapproachable, but even so, she attracted most of the attention. Especially the young male disciples. After seeing this goddess-like girl, their eyes all lit up, and they wanted to rub Murongyu into their eyes. Senior sister Murong has been wearing a veil for many years. I heard that she was very beautiful in the past, but now, just by looking at the shape of her face, I know that she has become even more enchanting. Added with the ability of the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, such a genius has actually appeared before my eyes, and I have seen it with my own eyes. In the past, the only one who could compare with senior sister Murong was senior brother Dan Feng. However, this time, senior brother Dan Feng really didn't even come to fight for the Demon Emperor sword. It must be as the rumors say. Shu, lower your voice. The 3 great demon elders have told us not to talk about this. A disciple next to him reminded. When they were talking about Murongyu, Murongyu turned her head and glanced at Long Chen. Her eyes contained coldness and determination. As for the familiar feeling from before, it was all gone. What's going on with Murongyu? What did the 3 great demon elders do to her to make her like this? Long Chen was puzzled. The current Murongyu felt like a completely different person. Just as Long Chen was feeling puzzled, the time was almost up. At this time, Zhao Qingyun waved his hand and said, in this fight for the Demon Emperor sword, there were originally 3 people. Now that Yang Jun has forfeited, only Murong and Long Chen are left. The final victory may belong to either of them, or it may not belong to them. After all, the Demon Emperor sword will not let those who are not strong enough wield it. Everyone was looking forward to who would obtain the Demon Emperor sword. According to the rumors, Long Chen had already killed Yang Danfeng, which was already very good, but Murong directly reached the unprecedented 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. With such terrifying strength, she once again suppressed Long Chen. If there are no accidents, the final winner of this fight for the Demon Emperor sword will be Senior Sister Murong. Do you want to make a bet with me? Who wants to bet with you? Isn't it obvious? If you have the guts, bet on Long Chen to win. Anyway, I think Murong must win. After all, how long has Long Chen cultivated the Traceless Demon Shadow and the Dao Heart Demon Seed? He's much weaker than Senior Sister Murong. Also, the huge gap in true Qi is very difficult to make up. The discussion gradually became louder. The 3 great demon elders stretched their ears to listen. Seeing that everyone thought that Murong would win, they were naturally very happy. Quiet down, Chen, and little you, follow me, Zhao Qingyun said in a low voice. Since the palace master had spoken, everyone immediately became silent. Zhao Qingyun stood up and walked towards the big black rock in front of her. Long Chen hurriedly followed, and then Murong also followed behind. As they walked, Long Chen glanced at Murong beside him, and said, "Hey, don't you have anything to say to me?" Murong seemed to have not heard his words, and continued to walk forward with her head down. Long Chen found himself bored. He rolled his eyes and ignored her. Under the gaze of the crowd, Long Chen and Murong stopped in front of the big black rock. This big rock was actually very ordinary, but the twisting runes on it from time to time showed that it was mysterious and terrifying. The Demon Emperor sword is hidden in this rock. You may not know, but the Demon Emperor sword is one with this rock. To be more precise, the rock on it grew out of the Demon Emperor sword. I haven't used the Demon Emperor sword for more than 5 years, and its surface is already covered with so many rocks. How can it be so magical? Long Chen had never heard that the surface of a sword would naturally form rocks after leaving it for a long time. Even the cold expression on Murong face revealed a look of surprise. The Demon Emperor sword has always been a mystical weapon. My guess is that although it's only an elementary heaven ranked weapon, it should be stronger than the majority of elementary heaven ranked divine weapons. Zhao Qingyun sighed. Master, what is the use of the Demon Emperor sword forming rocks on its surface? Seeing the runes, Long Chen felt that it was not as simple as it seemed. You guessed correctly. The Demon Emperor sword and the Emperor sword are 2 divine weapons. The Emperor sword is filled with the aura of the Emperor, and is the embodiment of justice and grandeur, while the Demon Emperor sword is filled with Yin energy, and is synonymous with evil and slaughter. So, when no one uses it, its surface will gradually form this kind of rock, and thus hide its murderous aura. You can't feel anything now, right? Zhao Qingyun smiled lightly. That was true. Long Chen was now standing beside the Demon Emperor sword, and he only felt that the rock in front of him, except for the runes, was very ordinary. I haven't used it for 5 years, and now the Demon Emperor sword is already in a masterless state. The murderous aura is very thick, and as long as you successfully control it and make it submit, you will be able to use and control its power, suppress its Yin energy to the lowest, and use an evil sword for justice. Zhao Qingyun looked at Long Chen, and spoke with some sincerity. When Zhao Qingyun said this, he completely ignored Murong, who was beside him. Murong was slightly startled, and thought, looks like Zhao Qingyun is very confident in Long Chen. He doesn't even take me, a 9th level Heavenly River tier, seriously. She carefully sized up Long Chen, and found that Long Chen was talking cheerfully with Zhao Qingyun, completely without the slightest hint of worry or fear. Alright, I will now explain the rules of the contest, Zhao Qingyun suddenly said. Suddenly, Zhao Qingyun said. His words attracted the gazes of the 2 people. Long Chen and Murong Yu listened obediently. In a while, your bodies will enter the Demon Emperor sword, which is inside this rock. There is a miniature small universe world in the Demon Emperor sword, and after entering this small universe world, you will encounter a mysterious opponent. As long as you defeat this opponent, it means that you have obtained the recognition of the Demon Emperor sword, and are qualified to possess the Demon Emperor sword. If all of you succeed, then the final victor will be decided through a battle between the two of you. Of course, we won't be able to see the process. We can only see the final result. After the black rock explodes, whoever holds the Demon Emperor sword will be the final winner. Do you understand what I said? Zhao Qingyun emphasized at the end. Master, who is this mysterious opponent? Long Chen was completely confused. When you enter, you will be able to see at a glance. Work hard, as this stage is not easy to pass. In history, there were many martial artists at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier who did not make it through, Zhao Qingyun said mysteriously. Murong Yu did not have any doubts. Long Chen guessed that the 3 great demon elders had probably already told her who the mysterious opponent was, and she guessed that she had also made preparations for the competition. Zhao Qingyun did not tell himself that it was not that he did not know how to be flexible, but that he believed in Long Chen. No matter what kind of opponent he encountered, Long Chen would be able to face it calmly. Do your best, kid. Remember these words of mine. If you want to obtain the recognition of the Demon Emperor sword, the most important thing you have to do is to defeat yourself. Zhao Qingyun patted Long Chen's shoulder, a hopeful look in his eyes. Defeat yourself. Long Chen was stunned for a moment, and then silently remembered it. I will send you guys in now. Zhao Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. Then, he grabbed both Long Chen and Murong Yu's arms, and suddenly exerted force. Long Chen instantly felt a huge force throw him out. This speed was about the same as when he used the blood escape, and in an instant, he collided with the black rock. Instead of being smashed into smithereens like they had imagined, Long Chen and Murong Yu sank into the rock in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 391. When Zhao Qingyun made her move, Long Chen was actually very at ease. So, even when he quickly smashed towards the black stone, he did not resist. As expected, when he touched the black stone, it was as if he had jumped into a lake. He easily sank into it. In an instant, the stars changed and the sky turned dark. When he suddenly regained consciousness, he found himself in an empty black room. It is indeed a small universe world. It is similar to the Heaven Martial Arts realm and the Ni Yang Celestial realm. But it is really small. Long Chen opened his eyes wide and carefully looked around. This room was a regular square, with a side length of about 50 meters. If it was considered a small universe world, it was naturally very small. But if it was considered a room, it was very big. This black room was empty. There was nothing in it. When Long Chen moved his feet lightly, there would be echoes of emptiness. Murong Yu is not here. After Long Chen looked around, he found that Murong Yu was not here. However, Long Chen could be sure that Murong Yu should be in another room. Her situation was basically similar to his. It seems that the first mysterious enemy that Master spoke of will appear here. Even Zhao Qingyun thought that it was a mysterious enemy. It was naturally not simple. Basically, if he defeated him, Long Chen would have the right to control the Demon Emperor sword. As for the final battle, it would be between him and Murong Yu. It had nothing to do with the Demon Emperor sword. In other words, this mysterious person was a method that the Demon Emperor sword used to select its successor. He could not be underestimated. Long Chen was on guard. He knew that the mysterious person would definitely appear in an instant. As for whether it was a sneak attack or an honorable appearance, he did not know. He only knew that he had to be careful. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps in front of him. Long Chen looked up and saw a person floating out of the black wall. Then, he stood in front of Long Chen, a faint smile on his face. This man wore a clean and bright black brocade robe. It was loose on the inside and tight on the outside. His hair was tied up with a good, flawless jade crown. His eyes were very beautiful, deep and blue like the sea in the night, and cold like the sea in the night. Why does this person look so familiar? Long Chen's first feeling was a little puzzled. At this time, Lingxi's voice suddenly sounded, "Long Chen, isn't this you?" Long Chen jumped in fright. After taking a closer look, he discovered that the man in front of him was of a similar age and appearance to him. He was simply exactly the same as him. He was taken aback. He rubbed his eyes and looked a few more times. Sure enough, he discovered that the man was exactly the same as him. This was really strange. There's no need to guess. I am you. You are Long Chen, and I am also Long Chen. The man looked at Long Chen impatiently and said. Long Chen was forced to accept this fact. This mysterious opponent that had appeared was actually the same as him. He had been guessing before, but he never would have thought that this mysterious disciple would be like this. At this time, Long Chen suddenly remembered something that Zhao Qingyun had said to him. That was, to obtain the Demon Emperor's sword, the first thing he needed to do was to defeat himself. And this mysterious opponent in front of him should be him. An ominous thought suddenly appeared in Long Chen's mind. He asked tentatively, "You know all the battle techniques that I know, as well as my realm?" The man nodded and said, "Of course. I already said that I am you, and you are me. I know all the techniques that you have successfully cultivated, the Divine Flame Clone, the Traceless Spectre, the Shadow Sword, and the great magic of Tao and Heart Demonic Seed. Moreover, whether it is in terms of Qi or battle techniques, they are all 10% stronger than your current foundation. You are unlucky. Because you have learned 2 levels of the great magic of Tao and Heart Demonic Seed, when your Qi expands to 4 times its original size, my Qi will expand to 4.5 times its original size." Long Chen was really frightened. Everything that he knew, the other party also knew, and the other party was even stronger than him. Wasn't this just looking for a beating? What was the point? From the looks of it, you're afraid. You're retreating, aren't you? What a useless coward, said the man mockingly. Long Chen was silent for a moment, then he looked up and smiled. You don't understand me. Not only will this not make me afraid or angry, it will only make me more excited. Defeating someone who is stronger than me will help me understand myself better, and I'll be able to improve even more. Isn't that a good thing? If that's the case, then accept the baptism of your own attacks. There was a cold gleam in the man's eyes, and then his body suddenly burst into flames. The flames burned fiercely, then burst into 125 blazing divine flame clones. I'll let you have a taste of divine flame doppelgangers. With a command, 125 divine flame doppelgangers attacked Long Chen from all directions. This was the first time that Long Chen had been surrounded like this. He felt like he had no room to retreat at all, and the only measure he could take was to clash head-on with the divine flame clones. With a whoosh, Long Chen took out the star sword. He didn't plan to use the divine flame clones to fight against the other party, because Long Chen could feel that the divine flame clones he unleashed were slightly stronger than Long Chen's. The divine flame clones were still very useful in battle, and Long Chen didn't want to waste the primordial fire seeds in this place. After all, it would take some time to condense the 125 primordial fire seeds. Traceless Spectre, activate. With the star sword in hand, Long Chen instantly activated Traceless Spectre. His entire body turned into a series of illusions, shuttling between the divine flame clones that surrounded him. From time to time, he would swing his sword and split the divine flame clones in front of him in half. However, there were still 125 divine flame clones. If he had to split them one by one, he didn't know how long it would take. When the time came, his spiritual chi would be lagging behind, and he wouldn't be a match for his other self. Traceless Spectre, huh? I think I can do it too. At this moment, a phantom suddenly flashed behind one of the divine flame clones, followed by a hard blue sword that suddenly chopped down at Long Chen's head. In a moment of panic, Long Chen raised the star sword to block. Instantly, a sharp sound of metal rubbing against metal exploded. That huge force directly caused Long Chen's legs to bend, and he almost knelt on the ground. At the last moment, Long Chen gritted his teeth, and only then did he not kneel. He roared, and used all the power in his body to shake the other party away. Only then was he able to retreat. However, at this moment, those densely packed divine flame clones once again surrounded him, fists that were filled with flames raining down on Long Chen. Long Chen could only wave the star sword in a somewhat disheveled manner to defend himself. However, at this moment, Long Chen didn't panic. Instead, he was very happy. That was because the other party's move just now had made him realize something very important. That's right. He used the Traceless Spectre just now and used all his strength to strike. It's indeed very strong, much stronger than an ordinary cultivator at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. It can be said that he isn't the real me. Just now, when Long Chen blocked the sword, he actually only used a quarter of his current strength. When he had absorbed the inherited blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, even if he didn't use the dragon's soul transformation state, the nature of the light red true qi on his body was about 4 times that of ordinary true qi. This 4 times was not simple, and was practically something that could only be achieved by using the Taoist heart demonic seed to the peak. Just now, he had used a quarter of his true qi, but still blocked the other party's sword. What did this mean? In other words, this mysterious opponent before me can only imitate my cultivation level, my divine fire clone, my Traceless Spectre, and the Taoist heart demonic seed. He even has my star sword. However, it's a pity that the Demon Emperor sword is only a heaven-level god weapon, and my ancestral dragon's inherited blood essence, as well as the mystical powers contained within, such as the devouring blood realm, the dragon's soul transformation, and so on. The Demon Emperor sword can't imitate them at all. Long Chen was still a little worried. If the other party could even devouring blood realm, he might really not be able to pass this time. Thus, he was lucky. Long Chen could use any one of the mystical powers of the ancient blood spiritual dragon to defeat him. Just now, he had suppressed his true qi to about a quarter of his usual level, just to test it out. After all, Long Chen himself knew that the Demon Emperor sword could not imitate those mystical powers of the dragon's soul transformation. As such, Long Chen laughed coldly. His speed suddenly increased by 4 times, and he flew towards his opponent, then slashed out with his sword. The guy had not expected Long Chen to suddenly be so fast. He used the Traceless Spectre and quickly changed his position to block the sword. Then he looked at Long Chen with some surprise and said, "You used the Taoist heart demonic seed so quickly and increased your strength by 4 times. I can do that too." In fact, he had guessed wrong. Long Chen was simply using his ordinary fighting strength. Waves of black smoke rose from his opponent's body, and soon, the black smoke covered the man's eyes. Long Chen could feel that his aura was rapidly increasing, and very soon, it reached the same level as his current cultivation level. In fact, it even surpassed it. This was the 2nd level of the great demonic seed technique of Tao and Heart. How is it? Can you feel it now? No matter what battle technique I use, I will be slightly stronger than you. The man who looked exactly like Long Chen laughed arrogantly. Idiot. Long Chen cursed indifferently. At this moment, black smoke also began to spread from his body. When all the black smoke covered his eyes, Long Chen's true qi had increased by 4 times, which was 16 times. Now, the standard of his true qi had reached the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, and it was definitely enough to deal with the guy in front of him. Chapter 392. What's going on? Didn't you use the great demonic seed technique of Tao once? Seeing Long Chen's strength skyrocket, the man who looked exactly like Long Chen immediately revealed a shocked expression. You think you understand me, but the secrets you know about me are too little. So, die. Long Chen laughed coldly. His body instantly turned into a phantom and appeared before him. Residual Shadow Sword. With a swoosh, the star sword suddenly shook and turned into streaks of broken sword shadows. It was impossible to tell which of them was real. In fact, all of them were real. The current Long Chen was too strong and too fast for him. So, he could only watch as Long Chen's residual shadow sword pierced his throat and ended his life. After killing this mysterious opponent, Long Chen realized that the scenery around him was slowly disappearing. I finally understand what's going on with the Demon Emperor Sword's test. The successor of the Demon Emperor Sword is actually someone like me, who has trump cards that surpass the level of the Demon Emperor Sword. I have many things that surpass the level of the Demon Emperor Sword that the Demon Emperor Sword can't imitate. However, it's different for others. For example, Murongyu. The Traceless Shadow Sword and the Great Demonic Seed technique of Tao that she cultivated were all used by the opponent, and were even stronger than her. So, this stage should be very difficult for Murongyu. As Long Chen's mind spun, the scenery around him also spun. Suddenly, he found himself standing in another room. The size of this room was exactly the same as before, but the only difference was that there was a huge altar in front of Long Chen. It was a black altar, and surrounding the altar were 4 pitch-black iron pillars. The iron pillars were wrapped with thick iron chains, and all the iron chains were wrapped around a sword in the middle of the 4 pillars. This was a sword shrouded in black mist. At this moment, it was bursting with a thick, murderous aura. Just by standing there, Long Chen could feel a gust of murderous aura rushing towards him. He opened his eyes and saw that the black sword was flashing with blood-red runes. The runes were twisting and looked like ferocious faces flashing on the sword. This is the Demon Emperor Sword. Long Chen's eyes suddenly shone with a fiery light. The shape of the Demon Emperor Sword was similar to the star sword in Long Chen's hand. They were both 3 feet long, and the blade was narrow and sharp. However, compared to the star sword, the Demon Emperor Sword was much more imposing, majestic, and also much more ruthless. The star sword was a dead object, but the Demon Emperor Sword seemed to have come to life. It was like a restless and ruthless beast, bound between the 4 pillars, and then let out a series of angry roars. A soul-stirring force swept towards Long Chen. Long Chen hurriedly steadied his mind to prevent himself from being affected by the Demon Emperor Sword. The ancient blood spiritual dragon has already made me more and more ruthless. One look and I know that this Demon Emperor Sword is not a kind thing. Looks like I need to put in more effort to cultivate my mind in the future. Long Chen thought to himself. The Demon Emperor Sword was right in front of him, but Long Chen was not in a hurry to retrieve it. This was because he realized that there was a faintly discernible barrier in front of the Demon Emperor Sword. Long Chen did not understand this place, so he did not dare to move recklessly. He had now exceeded everyone's expectations and completed the task at an extremely fast speed. However, there was another person who came in, and that was Murongyu. This barrier might seem harmless, but if I were to approach it, I wonder what would happen. Long Chen hesitated for a moment. He took a few steps back, then took out a piece of divine jade and threw it at the barrier in front of the Demon Emperor Sword. With a whoosh, the divine weapon hit the barrier and was instantly turned into dust. If I'm not wrong, the power that caused the divine jade to turn into dust should have come from the Demon Emperor Sword. I think this Demon Emperor Sword has already gained sentience, and after countless years of inheritance, it should have its own rules. Perhaps it was left behind by the person who forged it. I still do not have the right to touch the Demon Emperor Sword. I can only wait for Murongyu to come here successfully. Once I defeat her, I will be able to touch the Demon Emperor Sword. After thinking it through, Long Chen took a few steps back and stood there obediently, waiting for Murongyu to pass the first stage. Of course, if she could not pass the first stage, Long Chen could directly obtain the Demon Emperor Sword. Time passed slowly, but the barrier still had not disappeared. Just as Long Chen was about to try to break the barrier again, a cold, black light suddenly flashed in the room. Then, a slightly pale Murongyu appeared. At this moment, her clothes were a little disheveled, revealing a large patch of snow-white bosom. Her full breasts were heaving up and down as she breathed rapidly. It seemed that the battle between them had not been easy. Seeing that she was only slightly exhausted and not injured, Long Chen was a little surprised. However, he also admired Murongyu from the bottom of his heart. After all, without Long Chen's many trump cards, it would not have been easy to make it here. Long Chen was surprised to see Murongyu, but Murongyu was even more surprised to see Long Chen. Looking at Long Chen's condition, it was obvious that he had already arrived here. Moreover, his relaxed appearance showed that he had easily defeated his opponent. Compared to her own difficulty, Murongyu felt that it was very unbelievable. If the three great demon elders had not explained to her in detail what was inside the demon emperor's sword, and if she had not made precise preparations, she would not be standing here today. After all, she did not have the things that Long Chen had. Now that both of them were standing here, it was obvious that only the one who won could finally get the demon emperor's sword. However, Long Chen still had a lot of concerns about Murongyu's condition. Hey, is it convenient for you to tell me what happened during this period? Anyway, there is no one else here, and your masters and uncle masters can't threaten you. Long Chen asked after a moment of silence. Murongyu gritted her teeth with a difficult look on her face. In the end, she forced herself not to look at Long Chen's eyes and said in a cold tone, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm here to fight to the death with you. Let's see who's stronger." There was a deep indifference in Murongyu's words. Of course, Long Chen could tell that this indifference was forced out by herself. Why have you become like this? Don't tell me that I killed Yang Danfeng because you liked him. That's the nonsense of the people outside. Tell me, did the three great demon elders threaten you with dirty tricks? Murongyu had once given Long Chen a lot of help, which was why Long Chen was so worried about her. If it were someone else, Long Chen could not be bothered to talk nonsense. This time, Murongyu did not answer Long Chen. She exploded with the true qi of the 9th tier of the heavenly river tier and said in a cold voice, "The time for nonsense is over. Today, before the demon emperor's sword, either you die or I live. The winner will have the demon emperor's sword and rule the world, and the loser will die without a corpse." When Murongyu spoke, her true qi that belonged to the 9th tier of the heavenly river tier exploded wildly. This pressure gave Long Chen the feeling that it was almost comparable to what Lin Zichen had felt in the past. However, the current Long Chen was not the Long Chen of the past. Even if he did not use the secret blood sacrifice technique, he could still have strength that exceeded that of the past. Since that's the case, after I subdue you, I'll see if I can pry your words out. Long Chen saw that this was not the way to go. He believed that only by truly defeating Murongyu would he have the chance to find out what exactly had happened. To be honest, I was very surprised that you could pass the first stage before me and obtain the approval of the Demon Emperor's sword. However, Long Chen, you must have heard the news that I have reached the 9th tier of the Heavenly River tier, so just accept your fate. The more Murongyu spoke, the softer her voice became, and in the end, it was almost inaudible. However, Long Chen still keenly grasped the conflict in her heart. She must have been threatened by the three great demon elders, and that's why she has no choice but to go against me. Long Chen frowned. At this moment, Murongyu had already closed in on Long Chen. At this time, within her body, the 18 internal galaxies had already completely formed, forming a complete circular void. The power she possessed was much stronger than that of the 8th tier of the Heavenly River tier. Even before she got close, the whistling wind already made Long Chen's scalp tingle. He knew that he needed to be more cautious. Traceless Spectre. Murongyu obviously wanted to get rid of Long Chen as soon as possible, so from the start of the battle, she used a Heaven tier battle technique. In an instant, Murongyu turned into a series of phantoms in front of Long Chen's eyes. Countless attacks surged towards Long Chen, and it was difficult for Long Chen to determine which one was the real Murongyu. Traceless Spectre, I wonder how effective the spirit-devouring demonic eye is against it. Long Chen was very calm. He secretly used the spirit-devouring demonic eye, and instantly, everything in his field of vision disappeared. The only thing left was the soul, Murongyu's soul. Frankly speaking, the traceless specter was actually an effect that was difficult to distinguish through its high-speed movements and the use of some movement techniques. For Long Chen, as long as he used the spirit-devouring demonic eye, he would not be able to see those additional effects caused by the traceless specter. He only needed to determine the position of the opponent's soul, and he would be able to determine Murongyu's position. 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, so fast. At this time, the real Murongyu had already arrived behind Long Chen. Her palms were flying, and a black fog condensed into a palm print in front of her eyes. It was light as a feather, like a willow leaf brushing against the wind, and was aimed at Long Chen's back. It could be said that the momentum of this move was very small, but within that palm print, there was no doubt that it contained a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. If Long Chen was hit by it, he would definitely vomit blood and be sent flying. Unfortunately, Long Chen had long since discovered Murongyu's position. Her traceless specter had already reached the great accomplishment tier, but the spirit-devouring demonic eye was even more mysterious. Chapter 393. At this moment, Long Chen's body rapidly rolled on the ground. Then, using the momentum of his leap, he instantly charged forward 10 meters, just barely dodging Murongyu's attack. In this confrontation, it seemed as if Long Chen was in a very sorry state, but in truth, he had handled it with ease. He had not used anything, and had dodged his opponent's fatal attack. He actually dodged it just like that. Murongyu was extremely suppressed. It should be known that this was a very feminine move from her willow catkin soul-dispersing palm. Combined with the traceless ghost shadow, it was very difficult for ordinary people to detect this attack. However, not only had Long Chen sensed it, he had even dodged it easily. When Long Chen suddenly turned around, he saw that Murongyu was slightly stunned. She once again charged towards Long Chen. The speed of a 9th level of the Heavenly River tier was much faster than Long Chen's. At this time, Long Chen decided that it was better to use all his strength to defeat her first. As long as he obtained the Demon Emperor's sword and completed the final goal of his trip to the Heaven Demon Palace, the other problems could be slowly resolved as long as he had enough strength. True Chi of the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, are you the only one who can have it? Long Chen laughed coldly in his heart. He roared, and charged towards Murongyu. Then, as he advanced, the surface of his body began to be covered with blood-red dragon scales. Very soon, the dragon scales and bone spikes transformed him into a perfect battle form. Those savage bone spikes and sturdy dragon scales caused even Murongyu's heart to palpitate secretly. At this time, Long Chen was like an invincible god of war, possessing an indescribable intimidating power. When a blood-red shadow charged towards Murongyu, its speed instantly increased by almost 10 times. Murongyu only felt that the blood-red shadow had suddenly appeared in front of her just like that. Willow Catkin Soul Dispersing Palm, 10,000 souls extinguish. At the crucial moment, Murongyu exploded with all the true chi in her body. When Long Chen approached, she pushed out with her palm. Instantly, a strange palm print with an earth-shattering momentum instantly struck towards Long Chen. Black fog rapidly surged around Murongyu, and the incoming palm print also emitted thick black smoke, as if it were burning. What a terrifying attack! Long Chen was startled. He abruptly charged forward, and a halberd suddenly appeared in his hand. The halberd rapidly rose into the air, and under Long Chen's brandishing, it suddenly transformed into a gale. A red line of blood erupted from the halberd as it stabbed towards the center of the palm imprint, breaking through with a point. Swish, swish. With a few explosive sounds, Long Chen's mid-level Earth tier battle technique was completely unable to block his opponent. As a result, Long Chen was sent flying, but Murongyu also couldn't injure him. Although Long Chen was sent flying, he stood firmly on the ground, which was somewhat out of Murongyu's expectations. Impossible, how can his true chi be so dense? Could it be that he used the Great Tao Heart demonic seed technique, and it's 2 levels at that? At this moment, in Murongyu's mind, this was the only explanation she could come up with. As expected, he's a prodigy. If it weren't for the Ice Soul origin spirit that Master and the others bestowed upon me, I probably wouldn't be a match for him. Thankfully, Master gave me the Ice Soul origin spirit this time. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to deal with him. If he doesn't die, I'll definitely die, then my family. Murongyu's mind was conflicted over this question countless times. She had made up her mind many times to complete the mission and kill Long Chen, but when she saw Long Chen, her heart involuntarily softened. However, when faced with the life of her family and her life, she had no other choice. Once again, Murongyu gritted her teeth. Since you've used the Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed technique, I'll keep you company. Long Chen, I'll let you see how big the gap is between the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier and you after using the Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed technique. There was a cold glint in Murongyu's eyes. At this moment, thick black smoke began to emerge from every pore on her body. At this moment, the demonic seed had already spread throughout her body, and instantly occupied the galaxy inside her body, increasing the explosive power of her true qi by more than 2-fold. At this moment, in terms of true qi alone, Murongyu had already surpassed the vast majority of 9th-level Heavenly River tier cultivators. It's still the Tao Heart Demonic Seed technique. It could be seen that Murongyu was sufficiently cautious with herself. Not only had she used the Traceless Spectre, but she had also used the Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed technique. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Defeating you in your area of expertise is also a form of respect for you, Long Chen thought to himself. When Murongyu used the Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed technique to increase her true qi, the 2 demonic seeds in Long Chen's body also burst forth and fused into his true qi. The nature and quantity of his true qi began to increase wildly. The original Dragon Soul transformation was 10 times, and the Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed technique was 4 times, adding up to the original 40 times. This kind of true qi allowed the current Long Chen to stand at the peak of the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. As long as he obtained the Demon Emperor Sword and cultivated the Demon Emperor Sword path, Long Chen would become one of the top 5 elites in the entire Zhangyang country. Long Chen knew that he had to thank Zhao Qingyun for all of this. Everything that he had obtained from the Heaven Devil Palace was given by Zhao Qingyun, including the advancement of Xiao Lang's cultivation level. Zhao Qingyun could be said to be his greatest benefactor. Without Zhao Qingyun, there would be no current Long Chen. Even Long Chen himself did not realize that the current him was already a top elite. Given time, it would not be a problem for him to aspire to the top of the entire Zhangyang country. And Murongyu was destined to be inferior to Long Chen. When Long Chen truly used the great art of Tao Heart Demonic Seed, Murongyu already knew. She had originally thought that Long Chen had used the great art of Tao Heart Demonic Seed, which was why he was at such a level. Unexpectedly, she was completely wrong. When Long Chen completed the great art of Tao Heart Demonic Seed, the power of his true qi was a full 2 times that of Murongyu's. There had never been anyone who could be suppressed by Long Chen in terms of true qi, and still be able to defeat him. Why, how could it be like this? I don't believe it. Murongyu's face was filled with disbelief. She looked at Long Chen, her face already filled with despair. Nothing is impossible. I can kill Yang Danfeng, and I can also be stronger than you. Long Chen's cold and indifferent tone rang in Murongyu's ears. The outcome of the battle is still uncertain, don't be so boastful. Murongyu clenched her spotlessly white teeth and finally calmed herself down. Without saying anything further, she used an even more powerful true qi than before, and with twice the speed, she began to execute the Traceless Spectre. The blurry shadows became even harder to discern. World of devouring blood. Long Chen was not the slightest bit flustered. He smiled faintly. Then, under his display, a blood-red mist began to fill the room. A domain-type boundary soon appeared, wrapping Murongyu in it. Murongyu, who was still using the Traceless Spectre, soon felt the heavy pressure on her body. The extremely boiling blood made Murongyu have no choice but to stop in a hurry. She used true qi to suppress her boiling blood qi. Long Chen's true qi was now twice as much as hers. Of course, the world of devouring blood was difficult for her to resist. So Murongyu was completely stunned. At least half of her true qi was consumed to suppress the blood qi. The remaining true qi was simply not enough to fill the gaps between Long Chen's teeth. And at this time, Long Chen instantly appeared in front of her. Admit defeat? Long Chen did not make a move. He just asked indifferently. What is this thing? The world of devouring blood was very difficult for anyone to understand. So, at this moment, Murongyu was in a state of extreme shock. In her eyes, there was still a stubborn unwillingness to admit defeat. Long Chen shook his head. He estimated that if he did not defeat Murongyu, the barrier in front of the Demon Emperor's sword would not be removed no matter what. So, he suddenly rushed forward, and at an extremely fast speed, his palm cut the back of Murongyu's neck. That domineering force instantly caused Murongyu's eyelids to roll, and she fell softly into Long Chen's arms. Only then did Long Chen remove the world of devouring blood, and then put Murongyu on the ground. Long Chen did not injure her, but only made her faint. Although you have already reached the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, the gap between us is still not small. When I obtain the Demon Emperor's sword, this gap will be widened again. But to reach the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier at this age, you are already very good. Long Chen sighed. After ensuring that Murongyu was safe, he looked at the Demon Emperor's sword. That black long sword was inserted straight into the altar, exuding a terrifying demonic aura. At this moment, the Demon Emperor's sword trembled lightly, letting out a soft hum that made people's hair stand on end. Then, Long Chen could see that the barrier in front of the Demon Emperor's sword had gradually disappeared. The Demon Emperor's sword seemed to be able to sense that Long Chen had defeated Murongyu and become the final victor. The Demon Emperor's sword seemed to be able to sense it. The Demon Emperor's sword was the most important reason why Long Chen came to Sky Demon Palace. He did not think that it would appear in front of him like this. Long Chen was very glad that he was able to meet Xiao Qingyun. Otherwise, he did not know when he would be qualified to return to Biyao Imperial City for revenge. At least, it would take far more than 3 months. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. It is not long, but it is not short either. Chen, the level of this divine weapon is not just at the beginner level of the heaven rank. At this moment, Lingxi let out a pleasantly surprised voice. When the barrier was removed, she carefully examined it and came to this conclusion. What level is it? This unexpected surprise made Long Chen instantly excited. If I am not wrong, it should be at the middle level of the heaven rank. Moreover, it is one of the stronger ones among the middle level of the heaven rank. It is close to the high level of the heaven rank. Previously, when Lin Zichen held the Emperor's sword, I was still in the body of the mysterious Sky Jade Lotus, so I could not sense it clearly. However, I am sure that this is a middle level of the heaven rank. In a place like Sangyang Kingdom, there is actually a middle level of the heaven rank? I thought the national treasure would at most be at the beginner level of the heaven rank. Long Chen smiled. The higher the level of the Demon Emperor's sword, the more advantageous it would be to him. Chapter 394. There's no time to lose. Chen, the Demon Emperor's sword has clearly acknowledged you. You should take the Demon Emperor's sword now. Lingxi said excitedly. She knew that this was Long Chen's big goal. Now that it had been accomplished, she was extremely happy. Long Chen nodded. He stepped forward and carefully approached the Demon Emperor's sword. Soon, his body was less than a meter away from the Demon Emperor's sword. Sizing up the Demon Emperor's sword at such a close distance, he realized that there was indeed something different about the sword. The Demon Emperor's sword was completely black, and there were many pulsating red stripes on it. These red stripes were sometimes like runes, emitting a strange aura. Sometimes, they were like sinister ghost faces, emitting a terrifying aura. Long Chen could even feel that the Demon Emperor's sword was like alive. It was currently breathing heavily, and the faintly discernible gas around it was the gas it breathed. This was a true divine weapon. Compared to the blue dragon battle halberd, it was much, much stronger. Long Chen could feel a majestic aura from the Demon Emperor's sword. More importantly, the Demon Emperor's sword Dao existed within the Demon Emperor's sword. The Demon Emperor's sword Dao was a heaven-tier battle skill. Among the Sky Devil Palace's 3 great secret techniques, it was ranked first. It was said that only Zhao Qingyun knew how to use it, which showed how rare it was. The Demon Emperor's sword's test for Long Chen had already passed. Therefore, if he took the Demon Emperor's sword now, there shouldn't be any problems. However, Long Chen was still very careful. He was now in his strongest state, so he still carefully touched the Demon Emperor's sword's hilt. In the process of approaching, the black aura on the Demon Emperor's sword was like a snake that coiled around Long Chen's arm. Long Chen didn't feel any malicious intent. On the contrary, he could feel that the other party was emitting a friendly attitude. It seems that Zhao Qingyun hasn't used the Demon Emperor's sword for 5 years. The Demon Emperor's sword must have felt lonely, so after I passed its test and gained its recognition, it became so excited. Thinking of this, Long Chen was already relieved. However, he still couldn't let down his guard. His palms suddenly sped up. Long Chen used his qi to protect his palm before covering the Demon Emperor's sword's hilt. At that moment, Long Chen only felt a cold sensation. Without any hesitation, Long Chen used all his strength to directly pull the Demon Emperor's sword out of the altar. With a buzzing sound, the Demon Emperor's sword suddenly came out and was held in Long Chen's hand. At that moment, the Demon Emperor's sword was violently vibrating, as if it was a prisoner that had been imprisoned for a long time and had just obtained a new life. Its vibration also caused Long Chen's hand to vibrate. Long Chen could feel that the Demon Emperor's sword's turbulent black energy was continuously pouring into his body. After a complete cycle in his body, it returned to the Demon Emperor's sword. When it returned, the Demon Emperor's sword's energy had already been added to the brand in Long Chen's body, and it had become different. Not bad. The Demon Emperor's sword has detected your body's constitution, so you are completely qualified to use it. Therefore, it can be considered to have truly submitted to you. Logically speaking, a mid-heaven tier divine sword would be very difficult to gain its recognition if one didn't have a heaven ascension realm cultivation base. However, Chen, you are relatively young and have great potential. Moreover, your dragon spirit qi made the Demon Emperor's sword apprehensive, so you were able to gain its recognition. Lingxi said happily. At that moment, her eyes were narrowed into 2 slits. It seemed like she was really overjoyed. Long Chen could indeed feel that the Demon Emperor's sword and him seemed to have a blood connection. Just by holding the Demon Emperor's sword like this, Long Chen could feel every pulse on the sword and feel the flow of energy on the Demon Emperor's sword. Looking at the black sword in his hand, the style of this sword was somewhat similar to Lingxi's sword. However, the Demon Emperor's sword was majestic and vast. Although Lingxi's sword was also black, it was like an abandoned rusty iron sword. It couldn't be compared to the Demon Emperor's sword. Long Chen could feel the surging energy of the Demon Emperor's sword. With this Demon Emperor's sword, his strength would definitely increase by an abnormal margin. The moment he held the Demon Emperor's sword, Long Chen was already destined to become an expert of his generation in the Zhangyang country. Just at that moment, a stream of information flowed towards Long Chen. A lot of information immediately appeared in Long Chen's mind. He could faintly see that in his sea of consciousness, there was a figure madly dancing the sword in his hand, bursting with powerful killing moves. Those sword skills clearly appeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen hurriedly and carefully memorized every detail of the figure's sword dance, as well as the mnemonic chant that appeared in his mind. So this is the Demon Emperor sword art. As expected of a low-level heaven-level battle skill. It's a pity that it's only a low-level heaven-level battle skill and not a high-level one. When the stream of information completely disappeared, Long Chen already had a rough understanding of the Demon Emperor sword art. The Demon Emperor sword art consisted of 3 moves. One of them couldn't actually be considered the true Demon Emperor sword art, because that move only required the energy within the Demon Emperor sword to be combined with one's own chi. Long Chen could use it now, and he could play with many tricks. Long Chen was very familiar with the name of this move. It was the Demon Emperor sword chi. Lin Zichen had once used the Demon Emperor sword chi to force Long Chen into a dead end. The Demon Emperor sword and the Demon Emperor sword were indeed a pair. Even this move felt exactly the same. As for the other 2 moves, they required a lot of practice before they could be truly used. These 2 sword moves were earth-shattering sword moves. If Long Chen could successfully practice them, his strength would definitely rise to another level. So this is the Demon Emperor sword art. It's only so-so. It's not even better than mine. After seeing it, Lingxi rolled her eyes. However, she had to admit that this was the most suitable sword skill for Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to compare himself with Lingxi, who had an abnormal background. He was already very satisfied to be able to obtain a heaven-level battle skill in the Cangyang country. Now, he had 3 heaven-level battle skills: attack, movement, and divine ability. He also had the ancient blood spirit dragon's various super heaven-defying divine ability and the spirit-devouring demon pupil that Li Xuanji had imparted to him. With such a foundation, he had the strength and foundation to compete with the top experts in the Cangyang country. In terms of battle skills, body refinement, defense, and life battle skills were all things that could only be encountered and not sought. Therefore, Long Chen didn't think too much about it. He believed that as long as he had strength, he would have everything. Feeling the powerful power of the Demon Emperor sword in his hand, Long Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Lin Zichen, royal family, it's time for me, Long Chen, to return to Biyao Imperial City and give you the biggest surprise. Raging hatred rose in Long Chen's heart. Currently, they were still in the strange Qingkuan world of the Demon Emperor sword. Long Chen had received a message that if he used the Demon Emperor sword to split open this space, he would be able to leave with Murongyu. Xiaoxi, let's go out. As long as I successfully practice the Demon Emperor sword art, we will immediately return to Biyao Imperial City. I will definitely snatch the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit for you, Long Chen said confidently. Yes, yes. Chen is the best. Xiaoxi believes in you. Lingxi also laughed. However, the layer of worry in her heart was getting heavier and heavier. If Chen knew that if I recovered my physical body, it would mean that we were about to be separated. Would he still be so desperate to find the royal family and the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit? Lingxi's heart was in a mess. At that moment, Lingxi suddenly heard a shriek, which instantly woke her up from her contemplation. Long Chen naturally heard it too. The one who had shrieked was Murongyu. Long Chen was shocked. He hurriedly put away the Demon Emperor sword and rushed to Murongyu's side without saying a word. Murongyu had already woken up from her coma. However, even an outsider like Long Chen could see that she was currently in a state of extreme pain. Murongyu was curled up. Cold sweat kept pouring out of her body, soaking her clothes. Her face was extremely pale. It was obvious that she was enduring with all her might. However, the extreme pain still made her let out suppressed shrieks. Seeing such a girl suddenly rolling around at his feet, Long Chen was shocked. He hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" "Murongyu, what's going on with you?" What answered him was Murongyu's shrieks. Long Chen was completely flustered. He wanted to help Murongyu up but was pushed away. His actions would only deepen Murongyu's pain. How could this be? Long Chen felt his throat dry up. He had a feeling that Murongyu was in this state because of him. "Chen, let me take a look." At this time, Lingxi came out from Lingxi's sword. Seeing Long Chen's expression, she also couldn't hide it. Regarding Murongyu, she was closer to Long Chen. Moreover, it seemed that she was reluctant to part with Long Chen. This made Lingxi feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. However, she had to admit that Murongyu had indeed helped Long Chen a lot. Especially at that time, if it wasn't for Murongyu, Dongfang Xianxiao would have died. Lingxi had seen a lot of things. She used the power of her soul to investigate Murongyu's body. In an instant, she found something strange. Her face suddenly showed an angry expression. She said, "It's actually the profound Yin goblet. Who is so vicious to use the profound Yin goblet on her?" Profound Yin goblet. Little she, what can you do? Quickly save her. Long Chen also didn't know what the profound Yin goblet was, so at this time, he could only place his hopes on Lingxi. The profound Yin goblet is controlled by an ancient incantation. This incantation is actually the power of spiritual fluctuations. Let me see if I can simulate this incantation and draw the profound Yin goblet out. After saying this, Lingxi's small body quickly moved towards Murongyu's left chest. This was where the heart was. Long Chen quickly guessed that the reason Murongyu was in so much pain was very likely because the profound Yin goblet was gnawing at Murongyu's heart. 10,000 insects gnawing at the heart, this method was really vicious. Chapter 395. It could be said that Murongyu was Long Chen's adoptive father's savior and almost Long Chen's savior. Although he did not have such a deep relationship with Lingxi, in Long Chen's heart, no matter how cold Murongyu's attitude toward him was, he still regarded Murongyu as a very good friend. Long Chen's attitude toward friends had always been the principle of repaying a drop of kindness with a gushing spring. Moreover, Murongyu's kindness was more than just a drop of water. Now, Murongyu was actually being tortured like this. Long Chen's eyes instantly turned blood-red. He clenched his fists and breathed heavily. At this moment, when he saw Murongyu's painful face, he had already secretly vowed in his heart that if Murongyu died like this, he would definitely let the three great demon elders accompany her to the grave. This matter was clearly done by the three great demon elders. "Little she, how is it?" Long Chen asked anxiously. Lingxi did not answer. She was focused on casting spells, and her little face was full of a serious look. Long Chen did not dare to ask more. He could only look at the anxious faces of Lingxi and Murongyu. In his heart, it was like a big stone was pressing down, and he could not breathe. Finally, Lingxi's face revealed a relaxed look. Long Chen seemed to see the dawn of hope, and he hurriedly asked, "Little she." "I succeeded, but don't talk, Chen. Don't scare the mystic Yin Gu." Lingxi hurriedly assured Long Chen, and then focused on controlling the mystic Yin Gu. When Lingxi said these words, Murongyu's convulsing body had already stopped. It seemed that the profound Yin Gu had stopped biting her heart. She stopped screaming, but her complexion was still incomparably pale. She was covered in cold sweat and had a pitiful look on her face. Of course, Long Chen could only see the part above her eyes. Below her eyes, everything was blocked by Murongyu's veil. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Murongyu was now out of danger. The mystic Yin Gu did not bite her for a long time. As long as the mystic Yin Gu came out and let her take the best elixir to refine, the bitten parts should be able to grow again. Long Chen watched nervously. Lingxi slowly moved on Murongyu's body, from her left chest to the throat. When it finally reached the throat, Lingxi took a deep breath and did not relax at all. At this time, a black worm gradually crawled out of Murongyu's mouth. Such a big worm actually existed in the body. Long Chen felt a kind of creepy feeling when he saw it. Then, endless anger arose in his heart. They actually used such means to deal with Murongyu. The three great demon elders really deserved to die. Long Chen had never seen anyone treat their own disciple like this. For the three great demon elders, a strong killing intent arose in Long Chen's heart again. When the worm crawled out, Lingxi's small hand immediately burst out a sword qi, directly piercing the worm. Long Chen quickly pinched the worm out and put it under his feet. Only then did he fiercely turn it into minced meat. Son of a bitch, what a disgusting thing. After completely dealing with the mystic Yin-gu, Long Chen then helped Murong-yu up. In fact, Murong-yu was only vaguely conscious. Long Chen quickly took out a lot of elixirs from the cosmos sack. In fact, there were a lot of Earth-rank high-level healing elixirs he collected in the Heavenly Devil Palace, including White Lotus Core. You once used White Lotus Core to save my life, Long Chen. Today, I, Long Chen, will use this White Lotus Core to save your life, Murong-yu. Try to refine it. Long Chen whispered in her ear. Then, he crushed the White Lotus Core and put it in Murong-yu's mouth. The White Lotus Core turned into a clear stream and began to repair the bite wound on Murong-yu. The heart was a very fragile part of the human body, so it would take a lot of time for Murong-yu to refine the White Lotus Core with her weak consciousness. Looking at Murong-yu falling into Long Chen's arms, Lingxi pouted and felt a little unhappy. But when she thought that Murong-yu was basically unconscious and seriously injured, she didn't care anymore. Instead, she pouted and thought of the 3 great demon elders. She complained, those 3 old guys are really bad. They actually used such a vicious thing like the mystic Yin-gu on their disciple. They should have planted this mystic Yin-gu on Murong-yu a long time ago. Little she, what exactly is the mystic Yin-gu? Long Chen asked, suppressing the anger in his heart. This is a kind of poisonous insect, called a gu. It is raised by people. Some people can use special ancestral methods to hypnotize the mystic Yin-gu and control it. I guess one of the 3 great demon elders planted the mystic Yin-gu in Murong-yu's body and ordered Murong-yu to complete the task of obtaining the demon emperor sword or killing you. If she didn't complete the task, the mystic Yin-gu would take effect. I'm afraid that's why Murong-yu was so cold to you before. If she didn't kill you, she would die. Lingxi looked at Murong-yu with pity. Indeed, from her point of view, she was suffering and pitiful. Even Lingxi found that she was beginning to feel sorry for this girl. She's really quite pitiful to have such a master. This time, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid she would have died in endless torture. Long Chen gritted his teeth and said this. Thinking of the 3 great demon elders' despicable faces, Long Chen's heart was filled with murderous intent, and this murderous intent was soaring. Fortunately, she's fine. Otherwise, it would really be too pitiful. Lingxi said, shaking her head. At this time, Murong-yu had already begun to refine the medicinal power of the White Lotus Core. As long as this continued, she would gradually recover before long. This space, as long as he used the Demon Emperor sword to break it, he could leave. However, Long Chen was in no hurry to leave. Murong-yu's injuries were still the most important. The last time I went to Triple Demon City, her attitude towards me had changed. I guess at that time, she had already been planted in this mystic Yin-gu. It's all my fault. She helped me, but I didn't think of protecting her. Chen, you're also blaming yourself. Who would have thought that there would be a poisonous insect like the mystic Yin-gu here? And fortunately, she's fine now. Lingxi comforted him. It could be seen that Murong-yu's injuries were improving. When she truly woke up and saw Lingxi, she would probably have to explain a lot more. As a result, Lingxi returned to the Lingxi sword, and while Long Chen waited, he began to study the Demon Emperor sword. This newly obtained Heaven-tier battle skill had finally filled in the gaps of Long Chen's offensive battle skills. Previously, his strongest attack was the Blue Dragon Halberd. Recently, he had also learned the residual image sword that Lingxi had taught him. However, Long Chen knew that if he only used the residual image sword, he would probably not be able to deal with the people from Biyao Imperial City. Therefore, he had to study the Demon Emperor sword as soon as possible. Time gradually passed. Outside the Demon Emperor sword, there was another scene. At this time, it had already been around 6 hours since Long Chen and the others entered the Demon Emperor sword. This was almost half a day's time. Logically speaking, a total of 2 battles should not have taken so long. This situation made Zhao Qingyun feel somewhat uncertain. He was currently sitting in the seat of honor, his gaze calm as he looked at the black rock. As long as the rock exploded, the result would be revealed in an instant, but what was depressing was that the rock did not explode. Zhao Qingyun could wait, but the other disciples were obviously impatient, and at this moment, they all began to discuss. Another 2 hours have passed. Everyone, tell me, what exactly is going on? The victor should have been decided, right? I don't know, we don't know what the situation inside is, but 6 hours is really too long. Could it be that both of them met with an accident? That's impossible. Senior Sister Murong is at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. How could something happen to her? Even if something happened, it would be that Long Chen. I'm guessing that Senior Sister Murong has already obtained the Demon Emperor sword. Needless to say, the 9th level of the Sky River realm, that is the level of the 3 great demon elders, a super genius. Hearing these words, the 3 great demon elders were relieved, but the result had not yet been revealed, and there was still a lot of pressure in their hearts. Big brother, what do you think is going on? Logically speaking, with our guidance, Xiao Yu should be able to pass the first level, at least it will not take more than 2 hours, and it should be easier for her to defeat Long Chen. I don't know, either. Wait a little longer, there must be an accident somewhere. The great demon elder frowned deeply. At this time, the second demon elder, who was a woman, asked nervously, Big brother, do you think it is possible that the Xian Yin Gu will work? At this time, the second demon elder, who was a woman, asked nervously, although Xiao Yu is a little interested in Long Chen, she can't joke about the survival of her family. Moreover, she knows what the Xian Yin Gu is, so you have to trust her, second sister. But what if Long Chen is stronger than Xiao Yu? The second demon elder was still a little uneasy. After all, Murong Yu was her heart's blood. Second sister, you think too much. He is at the 9th level of the Sky River realm. You mean that little guy already has the strength to fight against us? The third demon elder sneered. Don't talk about it. When the result comes out, everything will be clear, the great demon elder said lightly. In this way, as everyone waited more and more anxiously, time went by little by little. It was noon, but Long Chen and Murong Yu had not appeared yet. Everyone could not wait any longer, and the 3 great demon elders also frowned. At this time, the great demon elder finally asked Zhao Qingyun, Palace Master, why haven't you come out yet? Is there something wrong? Zhao Qingyun actually did not know. He shook his head helplessly and said, we can only continue to wait. If you can't wait, go back. At this time, the black stone in front of him suddenly exploded. Chapter 396. Just when everyone was about to lose their patience, the black stone in front of them exploded with a loud bang. Suddenly, gravel flew in all directions. The flying gravel was very powerful. If one was hit in the head, he or she would be seriously injured. Therefore, everyone was cursing and dodging. It was a mess for a while. Zhao Qingyun rejoiced in his heart. He waved his sleeves and instantly, a huge force swept forward. A violent gust of wind blew away all the rocks that were flying in the air. The silhouette of the person that appeared in the midst of the rocks was also revealed at this moment. Everyone rubbed their eyes and took a closer look. It was indeed Long Chen and Murong Yu. At this time, everyone was concerned about the result, but the situation in front of them made them want to vomit blood. Because at this time, Long Chen appeared in front of everyone with his arm around Murong Yu's waist. Damn it, how dare he hug senior sister Murong. Long Chen, let go of him. Yes, a toad lusting after swan meat. Long Chen, you are not worthy of hugging senior sister Murong. For a moment, all the disciples had forgotten about the result of the Demon Emperor sword competition and focused on this problem. Even Zhao Qingyun and the 3 great demon elders could not wrap their heads around this situation, especially the 3 great demon elders. They knew that between Long Chen and Murong Yu, one would definitely die in the fight for the Demon Emperor sword. If Murong Yu did not kill Long Chen in the end, she would die under the bite of the mysterious Yin Gu. But why were the two of them still alive and well? The three great demon elders were stunned. At this time, Long Chen saw that everyone was talking about him hugging Murongyu. At this time, Murongyu should be able to barely stand. Only then did Long Chen let go of her and let her stand on her own. If it was in normal times, Long Chen might have taken advantage of a few more times. But after spending so much time with Lingxi, he only had Lingxi in his heart. In Lingxi's eyes, he still had to be more reserved. Moreover, when Long Chen saw the three great demon elders, the killing intent in his heart increased again. He stood in front of Murongyu and stared straight at the three great demon elders. In his eyes, there was already a bloodthirsty light. Until then, the crowd saw Long Chen's other hand gradually coming out from behind him. In his hand, there was a monstrous magic sword. It was the treasure of the Heavenly Demon Palace, the heaven-level magic weapon, the Demon Emperor Sword. The Demon Emperor Sword had actually been obtained by Long Chen. When they saw Long Chen's hand, how could they not know? But for them, it was a little unbelievable. In their view, Murongyu was already an expert at the level of the three great demon elders. Rumor had it that Long Chen killed Yang Danfeng, but he was not strong enough to defeat the three great demon elders. For a moment, everyone looked at the Demon Emperor Sword in Long Chen's hand with envy. They swallowed their saliva and began to discuss. Did I see it wrong? Long Chen really got the Demon Emperor Sword. If you saw it wrong, maybe we all saw it wrong. But the Demon Emperor Sword is indeed in his hand, and senior sister Murong's eyes are a little tired, and her face is pale. Obviously, she is injured. Damn beast, how dare he hurt senior sister Murong, watch me. What can you do? He is a young super expert of our Sky Devil Palace. Hearing the voices of the crowd, the three great demon elders felt very uncomfortable. They looked at each other in disbelief. They directly took out the Ice Spirit Original Spirit and gave it to Murongyu. They even told Murongyu everything about the Demon Emperor Sword. They wanted Murongyu to get the Demon Emperor Sword. Now, Murongyu did not get the Demon Emperor Sword, but she was not dead. What was going on? Could it be that Long Chen was behind all this? Big brother, how could this be? The eyes of the three great demon elders were red and their breathing became heavy. They really could not understand why the result was so unexpected. The great demon elder did not speak because he felt that Long Chen was looking at them with killing intent. Just when the great demon elder was alerted, Long Chen suddenly raised the Demon Emperor Sword and pointed it straight at the three great demon elders. His eyes were cold and provocative. You three, do you need me, Long Chen, to tell you the scandals you have done in public? Long Chen's cold voice reverberated in the air. Everyone was still talking about it, but when they saw Long Chen pointing his sword at the three great demon elders, they were completely shocked and looked on nervously. Zhao Qingyun, who was full of smiles, became silent at this time. Zhao Qingyun undoubtedly trusted Long Chen more. Seeing that Long Chen suddenly acted like this, he must have his own reasons. Therefore, Zhao Qingyun chose not to speak and watched quietly. Boy, what do you mean by this? On such an occasion, Long Chen did not care about his seniority and directly pointed the sword at him, which made the third demon elder feel greatly insulted. He stood up and looked at Long Chen gloomily, saying, Boy, put down the Demon Emperor Sword in your hand. Don't think that just because you have the Demon Emperor Sword, it is yours. How dare you show off in front of the three great demon elders? Do you know who you are? Three great demon elders, what is this? I think you are worse than a beast. Long Chen did not have the slightest intention of backing down. He smiled sarcastically. What did you say? The third demon elder was so angry that his beard curled up. At this time, he suddenly turned his head and said to Zhao Qingyun in a cold voice, Palace Master, Long Chen has no respect for his elders and insulted the three of us. Today, you must give us three great demon elders an explanation. The three of us have been in charge of the affairs of the Heavenly Devil Palace for decades. Today, we were insulted by a junior. If we do not punish him severely, the disciples will be disappointed and we will be laughed at by outsiders. Before Zhao Qingyun could speak, Long Chen suddenly rushed toward the third demon elder and shouted, "Old dog, don't give my master pressure. If you have the guts, fight me directly." Long Chen's sudden move was out of everyone's expectation. No one had expected that Long Chen would dare to attack one of the three great demon elders, whose status was second only to the palace master of the Heavenly Devil Palace at this time. The Demon Emperor's sword was absolutely a terrible weapon. With just a wave of Long Chen, the third demon elder's heart tightened. He quickly turned his head, his face full of rage. Long Chen was the first to attack. Even if the three great demon elders hurt Long Chen, Zhao Qingyun would not be able to say anything. Thinking of this, the third demon elder rushed toward Long Chen without saying a word. All the genuine qi in his body condensed in his right fist. The third demon elder suddenly burst into a rage. With a roar, he pushed out his fist. Suddenly, the whole ground trembled because of this attack. Heavenly Devil earth-shaking fist skill. The air exploded as a black fist imprint suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. In the eyes of the crowd, that ferocious attack could easily tear Long Chen into two halves. Insignificant skill. Long Chen sneered. The Demon Emperor's sword in his hands suddenly slashed forward. Suddenly, a jet-black sword qi rushed out and rushed toward the third demon elder's attack. The terrible sword qi was no weaker than Lin Zichen's Emperor sword qi. This black sword qi cut the third demon elder's attack in half in an instant and continued to move toward the third demon elder. Floating demon shield. The third demon elder was taken aback. At the critical moment, his fists turned into palms and spun crazily in front of his eyes. Finally, they condensed into a pitch-black shield, which barely blocked Long Chen's Demon Emperor sword qi. However, the mighty attack directly forced the third demon elder to take a few steps back. Wow! At this time, everyone could not believe their eyes and let out a cry of admiration. Hearing such a sound, the third demon elder was about to explode. However, he still underestimated Long Chen. After the first demon emperor sword qi failed, Long Chen rushed forward and slashed out another demon emperor sword qi. Under everyone's stunned eyes, the demon emperor's sword qi shattered the third demon elder's shield and sent him flying. Puff! The huge impact made the third demon elder spit out a mouthful of blood in midair. Then, he rolled on the ground like a ball. His embarrassing appearance made everyone's mind go blank for a while. No one could believe what they had just seen. The third demon elder, who was superior in their eyes, was directly injured by Long Chen's two casual strikes. They had no power to fight back at all. How could this be? Oh my God, I must be seeing things. The third demon elder at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier couldn't even withstand a single blow from his sword. Everyone was shocked. What shocked them was that Long Chen rushed over without saying a word. He stepped on the third demon elder's face and put the demon emperor sword on his neck. He was about to cut off the third demon elder's head. Chen, stop. At this time, Zhao Qingyun's calm voice sounded in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen stopped in time. In fact, he knew it was not a good time to kill the third demon elder. He just wanted to scare him and vent his anger. As expected, the third demon elder, who was about to die, was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He had regretted it thousands of times, but he didn't know what he regretted. At this time, the first demon elder and the second demon elder had come to Long Chen. If Long Chen took action, their attacks would fall on Long Chen without hesitation. After Zhao Qingyun stopped Long Chen, the two demon elders finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at this time, the third demon elder was still under Long Chen's feet. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other and their faces were completely dull. No matter how good their imagination was, they would never have thought that the third demon elder would have such a day. At this time, Long Chen was standing on the third demon elder, confronting the first demon elder and the second demon elder. Zhao Qingyun stood next to Long Chen. Long Chen knew that Zhao Qingyun would protect Long Chen no matter what he did. Long Chen wanted to kill the third demon elder, but it was not suitable to kill them here. Besides, they were right. The third demon elder was the pillar of the heavenly demon palace. If Long Chen killed them, it would increase the burden on Zhao Qingyun. Chapter 397. In the eyes of the crowd, Long Chen was confronting the three demon elders. He was stepping on the three demon elders. After making such a shocking move, Long Chen was not timid at all. At this time, he raised his head and looked at the other two great demon elders sternly. He had no intention of retreating at all. At his feet, the third demon elder was struggling with all his might. However, because Long Chen had overestimated his strength, the third demon elder's face was rubbed raw, but he still could not break free from Long Chen's feet. Chen, let go of your foot. Let go of your foot. At this time, Zhao Qingyun acted as a peacemaker. Long Chen did not give face to anyone, but he had to give face to Zhao Qingyun. Only then did he let go of his foot. Zhao Qingyun was secretly happy, but he pretended to feel sorry for the three demon elders. He helped the three demon elders up. The three demon elders were injured at this time, but he had suffered such a great humiliation. How could he be reconciled? When he got up, he was about to roar and kill Long Chen. But at this time, Zhao Qingyun went to help him. In the eyes of outsiders, he was helping the three demon elders, but in fact, he was restricting the three demon elders and directly pushed the three demon elders to the other two demon elders. Let me go. The three demon elders were caught by the first demon elder. At this time, his eyes were red, and his face and body were covered with mud. He looked at Long Chen as if he wanted to eat him alive. Calm down. Don't embarrass me again. Although the first demon elder looked older, he was not weak at all. His cold voice rang in the ears of the third demon elder. The third demon elder was thinking hard. With the restriction of the other two demon elders, he had to suppress his anger no matter how angry he was. At this time, the first demon elder looked at Zhao Qingyun. He wanted Zhao Qingyun to give him an explanation. Long Chen, tell us what the hell is going on. If you can't explain it, even if you are my personal disciple, you can't escape punishment. Zhao Qingyun pretended to be a little cold and said. Long Chen knew that Zhao Qingyun was doing this to give an explanation to the first demon elder and other influential people in Sky Devil Palace. Zhao Qingyun had absolutely no malice towards him. With Zhao Qingyun's question, Long Chen could naturally tell the story about Murongyu. Long Chen smiled coldly at the three great devil elders. Then, under everyone's gaze, he walked to Murongyu. At this time, Murongyu was lowering her head. She was flustered and did not dare to say anything. Everyone, may I ask if everyone knows what the mysterious Ingu is? Long Chen stood beside Murongyu and looked at Murongyu pitifully. Then, he raised his head and said in a clear voice. As soon as the three words, Xianin Gu, came out, the faces of the three great demonic elders changed. In the end, the first demonic elder calmed down and reacted first, preventing the other two great demonic elders from panicking. Xianin Gu. Zhao Qingyun glanced at the second demon elder. He knew that the second demon elder was good at playing with these poisonous insects. The elders who were familiar with the second demon elder also looked at him. Although the Xianin Gu was not common, it was still famous in Sky Devil Palace. A middle-aged elder nodded and said, I know about the Xianin Gu. It is a kind of poisonous insect that is raised by people. Some people have ancestral spells that can control the Xianin Gu. The Xianin Gu can be implanted into people's bodies to control them. If they don't do what they want, the Xianin Gu will attack and bite the person's heart until it is completely eaten. In our Sky Devil Palace, the second demon elder is a famous poisonous insect expert. But Long Chen, why do you ask? This elder was obviously on Zhao Qingyun's side. So, when Long Chen asked the question, he vaguely guessed something. Not only did he explain the horror of the Xianingu in detail, but he also directly said that the second demon elder was good at raising poisonous insects. Long Chen was overjoyed. This guy was so smart. With his explanation, Long Chen could save a lot of effort. So, Long Chen looked around and then looked at the three demon elders. He sneered and said, "I just attacked them because I was angry. If you listen to me, I'm afraid it won't be strange." When he was talking, Murongyu grabbed Long Chen's arm. Long Chen was stunned. He knew that Murongyu didn't want him to say it. But since Murongyu was willing to be tortured like this, Long Chen was not so easy to bully. He acted as if he didn't see it and continued, "In the space of the Demon Emperor sword, I defeated Murongyu and got the Demon Emperor sword. But I saw Murongyu lying on the ground, suffering from the Xianingu biting her heart. If I hadn't saved her, I'm afraid you wouldn't see Murongyu now. Because I was healing her, we stayed in there for such a long time." Everyone, the second demon elder raised poisonous insects, but Murongyu was raised by the Xianingu. You can figure out what's going on. They use such poisonous insects to deal with their own disciples. Do you think such a cruel and unscrupulous person should be killed? Long Chen's words set off an uproar. Everyone looked at the three demon elders incredulously. They couldn't believe that such a thing was done by the three demon elders. Yes, no wonder they came out so late. That's the only explanation. But the three demon elders have been working hard for the demon palace for many years. How could they do such a thing? There was a lot of discussion. Everyone, Long Chen's words are really absurd, and there is no rule at all. He said we put the Xianingu in you. What's our motive? Are we fools? We worked so hard to train our disciple, but we tortured her to death. At this time, the first demon elder calmed down and asked coldly. What he said made sense. Why did they want Murongyu to die when Long Chen won? There was no logic at all. The balance of the crowd was on the side of the three demon elders. In their view, it seemed that what Long Chen said just now was more and more like a fabrication. Long Chen had already known that they would do this. He smiled and said, "Maybe you don't know another thing. That is, how did Yang Danfeng die?" The three demon elders' faces changed in an instant when Long Chen brought up this matter. However, Long Chen would not stop because of the change in their expressions. He continued, "Back then, when I came out of the fire evolution earth vein, I consecutively obtained the first and second levels of the great method of Taoist heart demon seed, while the disciples of the three great demon elders got nothing. Therefore, they were afraid of me, jealous, and even resentful of me. Yang Danfeng came forward and invited my adoptive father's former rival in love, Elder He Tian, to kill my adoptive father and take revenge on me." Long Chen paused for a moment, then continued, "It was Murongyu who told me in advance, letting me know his scheme. That's why I was able to rush to the scene and kill Yang Danfeng, who was lying in ambush. Do you know why Yang Danfeng mysteriously disappeared and died at my hands? That's because they have a guilty conscience." Long Chen's words caused another uproar in the crowd. The image of the three demon elders in their minds was vilified again and again. However, looking at the faces of the three demon elders, Long Chen showed no mercy and continued, "Finally, I'll be frank. Whether you believe it or not, Murongyu and I should be good friends." So they planted the mysterious Yin-gu in Murongyu's body. If Murongyu did not kill me, she would be bitten to death. But they did not expect that I could defeat Murongyu in the 9th tier of the Sky River realm. In this way, the motive problem mentioned by the three demon elders was all explained. Obviously, killing Long Chen was the motive of the three demon elders. Long Chen said so many things. If he made it up, it could not be so complete. If he could even fabricate these things, it could only be said that Long Chen's imagination was too good. After Long Chen finished speaking, there was a dead silence. Everyone looked at the three great devil elders in disbelief, including the elders and the protectors. In their eyes, the three great devil elders had always been upright and just. They had been conscientious all their lives, only for the sake of the heavenly devil palace. They had never thought that they would be so ruthless and vile. In fact, he even used vicious methods to kill his own disciple. In the hearts of the people, the reputation of the three demon elders plummeted. The distrust and even disdain in the eyes made the three demon elders feel ashamed. Second demon elder and third demon elder were exposed and speechless by Long Chen. But the first demon elder looked calm at this time. He looked Long Chen up and down. In the eyes of the crowd, he said lightly, "Long Chen, right? Your imagination is really good. It is really seamless. Even I have to say that I admire you. But you are still too young. Even if you tell a lie, it is difficult to take into account the whole. How on earth do you want to quibble?" asked Long Chen. "What I said is the truth, not sophistry. Long Chen, let me ask you a question. Since you know that the mysterious Yin Gu is controlled by a specialized expert using an ancestral incantation, may I ask how you saved little Yu when she was suffering from the pain of being bitten? Could it be that you also know how to raise poisonous insects?" Long Chen had forgotten about this. The first demon elder was really smart. He could even find out this point for Long Chen. But he said it so that Long Chen could not answer at all. The existence of Lingxi was a secret to him. He could not say it in public like this. "I naturally have my own way to kill the Xianin Gu. Everyone has their own secrets. You can't think that I am lying just because I do not want to reveal my secret, first demon elder. Justice is in everyone's heart. I believe everyone knows whether you are lying or not. Xiaoyu, why are you still there? Come with us." At this time, the first demon elder finally turned the tables. He quickly put pressure on Murongyu. Today, Long Chen came aggressively. The three of them were not prepared and it was difficult to resist. Chapter 398. If Murongyu was allowed to return with them, he reckoned that he would be subjected to a lot of torture. Even if he wasn't physically tortured, he reckoned that he would be tormented mentally. At this moment, Long Chen stood in front of Murongyu and said coldly, "If I go back with you, will I be implanted with the profound Yin Gu again? The profound Yin Gu is a terrifying thing. If the people of the Heavenly Demon Palace were all implanted with your profound Yin Gu, wouldn't the Heavenly Demon Palace be ruled by you three demon elders?" Long Chen's words were sharp, and he raised the issue of the mysterious Yin Gu to the rule of Celestial Devil Palace. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They thought of that scene and suddenly felt their blood run cold. It was very troublesome to control the mysterious Yin Gu, and the three great demon elders probably did not have much. Otherwise, such a thing might really happen. Who would want to have a bug in their body, ready to torture them to death at any time? As for whether what Long Chen said was true or false, some people did not believe it. They were the loyal followers of the three great demon elders, and Long Chen had not told them how he killed the mysterious Yin Gu. But the other part believed it. The balance in their hearts was tilted toward Long Chen, or it could be said, toward Zhao Qingyun. Zhao Qingyun looked at Long Chen with some helplessness. This kid is like a wild horse today. I can't pull him back no matter what. After today's trouble, it seems that I will not be able to rest in peace in the future. Zhao Qingyun had been lazy, which was why he had handed over the authority of Heavenly Demon Palace to the three great demon elders. But now, the prestige of the three great demon elders had already been severely damaged by Long Chen. In the future, when they had to command Heavenly Demon Palace, it was estimated that they would not be able to do it as easily as before. And he, Zhao Qingyun, would have to put in more effort to manage. Little you, don't be bewitched by Long Chen anymore. Go back to Sanmo City with me. I'll take good care of your injury. Second demon elder came to himself and looked at Murongyu kindly. Murongyu still kept her head down. On one hand, her great master, and on the other hand, Long Chen. She really didn't know how to choose. In the past, she would definitely choose second demon elder. However, Things were different after second demon elder planted the Xianin Gu in her. This time, without Long Chen, she would definitely die miserably. Long Chen looked at her and said, "It's best if you don't go back. Have some peace by yourself. It won't be too late to go back to Triple Demon City in the future." Murongyu really needed some peace. If she went back to the three demon elders, she would definitely not have peace. Therefore, she gritted her teeth and said, "Master, I want to have some peace for a while. I will go back to Sanmo City after a while." "That's right." Long Chen clapped his hands and said with a smile, "And I have Palace Master here. She is seriously injured. Palace Master should be able to give her better healing elixirs. Am I right, Master?" "Of course." Zhao Qingyun smiled helplessly. Sometimes he really felt speechless about Long Chen. Murongyu's choice once again verified Long Chen's words. Everyone understood. Seeing the questioning eyes, the three demon elders were angry. They directly turned around and chose to escape. This time, they really lost face. Not only did their reputation decline, but their image was also tarnished. Even the three demon elders were severely beaten by Long Chen, the young disciple. For the three demon elders, this was a huge blow. After the three great demon elders left, Zhao Qingyun said to the crowd, "Everyone, it's best not to talk about what happened today. Disperse now. Everyone has done something wrong. Everyone, please don't blame them. Our heavenly demon palace is of one mind. We are united against external enemies. This is the way of the king." Zhao Qingyun laughed as he said this. The three demon elders had never given Zhao Qingyun face. This time, Long Chen gave them a huge slap in the face, which made Zhao Qingyun feel really good. Most importantly, Long Chen was Zhao Qingyun's son. Now Long Chen defeated Yang Danfeng, Murongyu, and trampled the three demon elders under his feet in 2 moves. At this time, there would be people who said that Zhao Qingyun did not know how to teach disciples. After everyone had left, Zhao Qingyun looked at Long Chen and Murongyu. He shook his head and said, "Long Chen, you're forcing me to have a falling out with the three great demon elders. To be honest, they have indeed made a lot of contributions to the heavenly demon palace. Without them, the heavenly demon palace would definitely be in chaos. You've already slapped them a few times today and made them sober up a little. Otherwise, don't be so arrogant and despotic anymore." "Got it, Master." Long Chen smiled faintly. In fact, he knew in his heart that the three great demon elders had been spoiled by Zhao Qingyun. If he wanted them to restrain themselves, it was probably impossible. The more people were spoiled, the more guts they would have. The three great demon elders already had guts to the point of bursting. Only then did Zhao Qingyun cast her gaze towards Murongyu. With some pity, she said, "Little you, it's been hard on you this time. From now on, you should stay in the Clear Sky residence. I can see that your trusted aide is still injured and has yet to recover from his serious injuries. What you need to do next is to recuperate. I can take care of you in the Clear Sky residence." Little you thanks the palace master. Murongyu nodded and said softly. To be honest, she did hate the three demon elders. That was why she stayed by Long Chen's side and indirectly admitted the evil deeds of the three demon elders. However, they were the people who cultivated her, so she felt very uncomfortable. At this time, Zhao Qingyun's gaze shifted to the demon emperor sword in Long Chen's hand. He stroked his long beard and nodded repeatedly, saying, not bad at all. The demon emperor sword seems to have acknowledged you. Looks like I found a suitable master for it." Zhao Qingyun's eyes were filled with praise. "Of course, who do you think I, Long Chen, am?" Long Chen finally achieved all his goals and felt a little proud. "What do you plan to do next?" Zhao Qingyun suddenly asked. 3 months had passed. What should be done had been done. Zhao Qingyun knew that it was time to say goodbye. "Let's talk about it after I've mastered the Demon Emperor Sword principle," Long Chen said after some thought. According to the rules of Sky Demon Palace, as long as one obtained the Demon Emperor's sword, he would basically be the next palace master of Sky Demon Palace. However, Long Chen and Zhao Qingyun both knew that Sky Demon Palace was just one of the stops for Long Chen. He was like a soaring rock, and it was impossible for him to stay in this place. After that, Long Chen returned to the Clear Sky residence amidst the crowd's anticipation. He did not make any noise and chose to cultivate in peace. Murongyu, on the other hand, began to meditate in the room next to his. The storm that day was first made known to everyone in Sky Demon Palace. Basically, everyone knew the ugly faces of the three demon elders, and Long Chen's nature-defying abilities were deeply engraved in everyone's minds. No one would have thought that the kid at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier in the Demon Palace would grow to such an extent in a short 3 months. This process was not difficult, but it was definitely not easy either. As time passed, Long Chen's cultivation of the Demon Emperor's sword also made great progress. He had an outstanding comprehension ability, and Lingxi, a great swordsman, assisted him. The Demon Emperor's sword, ranked first in Sky Demon Palace, was being nibbled away by Long Chen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Coupled with continuous practice, it was estimated that after a period of time, Long Chen would completely master it. During this period of time, the commotion caused by the fight for the Demon Emperor's sword gradually died down. However, the reputation of the three great demon elders had fallen, and this could not be made up for. Zhao Qingyun took the opportunity to take over many matters of the Heavenly Demon Palace during this period of time, and began to officially manage the Heavenly Demon Palace, exercising the authority of the Palace Master. For a time, the strongest Heavenly Demon Palace Master, Zhao Qingyun, and his extremely powerful disciple, Long Chen, became the talk of the Heavenly Demon Palace. As long as Zhao Qingyun knew that the day Long Chen completed the Demon Emperor's sword would be the day he left Sky Demon Palace. At this time, Long Chen was in the middle of cultivation, while Xiao Lang was studying the great demonic seed technique of Dao and Heart nearby. When Long Chen completed the 2nd level, with Long Chen's help, he was more or less done with his cultivation. Moreover, he had also gone through a lot of practice, and the results were very good. The current Xiao Lang could basically kill an ordinary cultivator in the 9th level of Heavenly River tier, not to mention Long Chen. With the Demon Emperor sword, a cultivator in the 9th level of Heavenly River tier was no match for him at all. A day of cultivation was completed. Every time this happened, Lingxi would come out of the Lingxi sword for a breath of fresh air. Little Shi, we are about to return to Biyao Imperial City for revenge, and you are about to have a body to accompany me and Xiao Lang to explore the world. Why do I feel that you don't seem very happy? Long Chen suddenly felt this. Is that so? Lingxi hurriedly put on a smile. Long Chen knew that he would definitely not be wrong. Little Shi, tell me. You don't want me to return to the Imperial City, are you afraid that I will be injured, or even die? Long Chen did not know the real reason, and asked with a frown. Lingxi nodded. She was actually not worried about this matter. On the contrary, she was very confident in Long Chen's ability. However, what Long Chen did not know was that as long as Lingxi used the 9 heavens immortal spiritual fruit to restore her body, the members of her family would be able to sense her presence. At that time, everything would no longer be up to Lingxi and Long Chen's wishes. However, Lingxi really did not dare to say it. Every time she saw the blazing light in Long Chen's eyes, she could not bear to tell him that Long Chen had wholeheartedly wanted to use the 9 heavens immortal spiritual fruit to restore her body. This could be considered as his goal for a long time. If Lingxi were to tell him that this was simply impossible, Lingxi did not know how big of a blow it would be to him. So, although she still pretended to be laughing and joking, her heart was very painful. Little Shi, what do you think I, Long Chen, am? Haven't I gone through many storms? Why would I be afraid of a small Biyao Imperial City? You can rest assured. The 9 heavens immortal spiritual fruit is definitely yours. Furthermore, I still want to restore your body and properly kiss you. Long Chen patted his chest and said confidently. Then you have to protect yourself. Even if I am not by your side, you have to live well no matter what. As Lingxi said this, her voice suddenly became a little choked with emotion. P.S. January 1st at midnight, 20 chapters will be released. Brothers, remember to subscribe early. Also, my brother's new book, Young Sword Emperor, will be released on the same day. 50 chapters will be released. Chapter 399. As he familiarized himself with the Demon Emperor Sword Way, there was not much time left for Long Chen to leave the Heavenly Demon Palace. On this day, Long Chen was sitting in a pavilion in the courtyard. Murongyu, who had almost finished recuperating, walked up to Long Chen and asked, I heard from the palace lord that you are going to leave. Yes. Long Chen nodded. He was going to leave sooner or later, so he was not worried about others knowing. Is it to go to the imperial city for revenge? Murongyu guessed for a moment and said. Her guess was very accurate. Long Chen smiled and said, I think you know that I was hunted down. It was a narrow escape. Today, I finally have a chance to turn the tables. Why not? Murongyu sat down beside Long Chen. Her face was still covered by a black veil. Speaking of which, Long Chen still did not know what she looked like. Actually, I really want to hear your story, yours and that girl's. Murongyu was silent for a moment, then suddenly said. Lingxi. Long Chen was stunned, then smiled and said, Actually, it's very melodramatic. I knew her for more than a year, and then my strength slowly grew. I went to Biyao Imperial City, and then the 9th prince took a fancy to her. I killed him, and then we escaped here. Long Chen summarized the story and told it. You really have guts. Back then, you only had that little strength, and you actually dared to go against the imperial family. Murongyu said with some admiration. Life and death are fated. It's better to be crazy than to give my woman to someone else, Long Chen said lightly. This sentence made Murongyu a little stunned. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. To be honest, I really envy that girl named Lingxi. She has you to spoil her. Long Chen did not know how to reply. If it was in his previous state in Biyao town, he would have said, I can spoil you too. Now that he thought of Lingxi, he could not say anything. So he laughed a few times. Murongyu knew that it was awkward, so she changed the subject. Now that you have the Demon Emperor sword, and you want to take it away, I think the 3 demon elders may find trouble with you. The Demon Emperor sword is the treasure of the Heavenly Demon Palace, they will not let you take it. Those 3 old guys, if one comes, I will kill one. If 2 come, I will kill a pair, Long Chen said. His tone was very arrogant, but considering that Long Chen could really trample the 3 demon elders under his feet with 2 sword moves, Murongyu really believed him. When Long Chen also practiced the Demon Emperor sword, it was very likely that in the Heavenly Demon Palace, except for Zhao Qingyun, who was in the reaching heaven state, no one would be a match for him. Long Chen, for the sake of us being friends, can you promise me one thing? Murongyu said with some urgency. Say it. Long Chen raised his eyebrows. Speaking of which, you are going to leave the Heavenly Demon Palace anyway. I also know that you still have a lot of hatred for the 3 demon elders, and they may still find trouble with you. So I hope that you can be magnanimous and not argue with them. If they attack you, I hope you can let them live, Murongyu said in a pleading tone. Why? They are the people who want to kill you viciously. Long Chen asked anxiously. But they also raised me, taught me, and made me who I am today. How can I bear to see them die? Murongyu asked. Okay, I promise you. Long Chen smiled. Who said that the Heavenly Demon Palace was full of demons? A good girl like Murongyu, who was grateful and loyal, was not in the Heavenly Demon Palace. Thank you. Murongyu's eyes were full of gratitude. Long Chen looked at Murongyu's veil and suddenly said, Hey, you said that we are good friends, right? Since we are good friends, you still haven't let me admire your beauty. Long Chen's sudden question made Murong a little evasive. Under Long Chen's fiery gaze, Murong lowered her head, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Forget it. I am very ugly. Compared to your Miss Lingxi, I am thousands of miles away. I am afraid of scaring you." Long Chen was a little surprised. He looked at the shape of Murong face under the veil. An oval face, a jade-like nose, and a fair complexion. Her eyes and forehead were also very beautiful. Such a girl should be considered a peerless beauty. Moreover, the people of the Heavenly Demon Palace also regarded her as a goddess. Why did she say that she was ugly? Seeing the doubt on Long Chen's face, Murong thought for a moment, and finally said decisively, "Long Chen, do you really want to see my appearance?" It was as if she had made a very difficult decision. "Chen, you said you wanted to see." At this moment, Lingxi reminded him. Long Chen originally thought that Lingxi would be jealous, but her words did not seem to have that intention. Let me see." Lingxi knew a lot. Towards this kind of sudden reminder from her, Long Chen usually chose to believe 100%. Seeing Long Chen make such a request, Murong was also helpless. She stood up and said, "Let's go to the room first." As she said that, she took a step forward, and Long Chen followed behind. Murong figure was tall and exquisite. Just based on her figure alone, it was enough to turn the world upside down. She actually said that he was ugly. Long Chen really did not believe it. After entering the room, Long Chen closed the door. When he turned his head back, the veil on Murong face had already been removed. What reflected in Long Chen's eyes was not an ugly girl, but a rare peerless beauty. It was not much different from what Long Chen had estimated before. Such a beauty, in the entire Heavenly Demon Palace, with a face as fair as jade and a pair of alluring eyes, could really be considered a goddess. "Are you crazy? How can this be considered ugly?" Long Chen said a little gloomily. When he saw this appearance just now, he was a little surprised. Murong smiled helplessly and said, "Actually, the appearance you see now, in the Heavenly Demon Palace, there are actually many people who have seen it. However, so they all think that I am very beautiful. Even Yang Danfeng is kept in the dark. But in fact, this is not my true appearance." "What do you mean?" Long Chen asked. "You will know when you see it." After saying that, Murong stretched out her white and slender fingers, and touched the chin of her face for a while. Not long after, what shocked Long Chen was that she actually pulled out her own skin, but strangely, there was no blood. With a whoosh, the skin on her face was completely pulled out by Murong, and what surprised Long Chen was that what appeared was not a bloody mess, but another face. According to Murong words before, Long Chen could tell that the face that Murong had just now was actually fake. And at this time, the face in front of Long Chen was actually not much different from before. The only difference was that on her left cheek, there was an ugly red mark, as if she had been scalded when she was young. This made her entire person look very terrifying. She said that she was very ugly, and it was not wrong at all. This time, Long Chen did not know what to say. He felt that it was actually a little wrong of him to force the other party to show this side of her, so he said sorry. "Please don't mind me. You also never thought that I would actually be so ugly, right?" Murong expression was a little gloomy. It could be seen that because of this big red mark, she had felt inferior for countless years. This should be a burn when you were young, but there are so many medicines in the demonic palace, they should be able to cure you easily. Long Chen suddenly thought of this and asked doubtfully. "I also don't know, the only person who knows about my appearance is actually my master. She has found many medicines for me, but it seems like there is no way. So, I have long since accepted my fate," Murong said with a gloomy expression. At this time, Ling Shi's voice suddenly rang out, "Big Brother Chen, I know. This is the fire poison curse, a natural restriction formed by the heavens and the earth. She most likely accidentally touched it, which is why she was cursed. Ordinary medicine would naturally not be able to remove it. Only then did Long Chen think that Lingxi must have felt that she was cursed by the fire poison curse before, so she told Long Chen to let Murongyu show her true appearance. Long Chen hurriedly asked excitedly, "Little she, you said that you are an expert in restrictions, which means that you can remove this fire poison curse." "I have 80% confidence," Lingxi said with some pride. 80% was already a great success. Long Chen thought for a moment. Murongyu was now considered a good friend, so he didn't have to worry about Lingxi's matter being known by her, so he suddenly smiled and said, "Let me show you a super big surprise, do you want it?" Because of the matter of appearance, the atmosphere was a little quiet, but when Long Chen suddenly said such a sentence, it scared Murongyu. She had not yet put back her veil, but she subconsciously nodded. And at this time, the ear stud on Long Chen's left ear suddenly emitted a burst of white smoke, and a small beautiful person came out from Lingxi's sword, stopping in front of Murongyu. That small person slowly raised her head, revealing a devastatingly beautiful face. Ah! Murongyu was so scared that she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "Don't be afraid, you've met her before, her name is Lingxi, you know." Long Chen put Lingxi on his palm and said with a smile. Murongyu calmed her emotions, looking at the smiling Lingxi. Her heart was full of questions. She said with some disbelief, "You said that Miss Lingxi is in a safe place. Are you referring to your ear stud? How did she become like this?" "What she looks like is not important. I will restore her to her original appearance. But Murongyu, let me tell you a good news. My little she said that she has 80% confidence that she can remove the scar on your face." "What?" This news, for Murongyu, came too unexpectedly. "There's no time to lose, Miss Little You should lie on the bed. I have some research on this, I believe it will succeed," Lingxi said sincerely. Murongyu could only nod, she was completely unable to react. She was sent to the bed by Lingxi. Chapter 400. Only Zhao Qingyun, Murongyu, and Dongfang Xianshao and his wife knew that Long Chen was leaving the demon palace. Long Chen did not tell anyone else. After all, he had taken the demon sovereign's sword from the demon palace and Long Chen was afraid of causing trouble. At this moment, at the foot of Demon Emperor Mountain, Long Chen and Xiao Lang were bidding farewell to Zhao Qingyun and the others. "Chen, I won't say anything else. Just be careful. In about 5 months, Chen will give birth. You can't miss it then." Dongfang Xianshao patted his shoulder and said with a faint smile. "I know, Godfather. I will definitely protect my life and come to support you when the time comes," Long Chen said with a smile. "Remember, Chen, no matter what the situation is, you must protect your life first. As long as you are alive, there will be hope," Xian Ku also reminded him. As for Zhao Qingyun and Murongyu, they had already said what they needed to say. Long Chen nodded and said, "Even if you accompany a gentleman for 1,000 miles, you still have to say goodbye. You can go back now." "No, you go first. We'll keep an eye on you. When we can't see you anymore, we'll naturally return." Zhao Qingyun smiled and waved her hand at Long Chen, indicating for him to leave. "In that case, goodbye." Long Chen was not a procrastinator. At this moment, he laughed heartily and called out to Xiao Lang. The man and the wolf turned around and ran into the distance without looking back. In the process of running, Xiao Lang's body suddenly enlarged and he instantly turned into a strong sun-devouring demonic wolf. As he ran in the desolate wilderness, Long Chen climbed onto Xiao Lang's broad and warm back and rode on Xiao Lang's back. Xiao Lang's speed was many times faster than before. As he ran in the wilderness, he looked like a black shadow passing by. Ordinary people wouldn't even know of his existence. However, if Long Chen transformed into his dragon soul, his speed would be even faster than Xiao Lang's. However, the demonic beast's advantage was its endurance. Long Chen's true qi would be used up very soon if he ran at full speed. Therefore, he had to rely on Xiao Lang to hurry along. A man and a demonic beast, full of heroic spirit, left Mount Demon Emperor and flew in the direction of Biyao Imperial City. When they were fleeing, their hearts were heavy, but now they were full of fighting spirit because they were many times stronger than before. This time, Long Chen not only wanted to take revenge for himself and Lingxi, but more importantly, he wanted to take revenge for Xiao Lang's family. Of course, the most important thing was to get the 9 heaven celestial fruit to help Lingxi recover. Long Chen thought that after these things were done, he could bring Lingxi and Xiao Lang to the ends of the world and live a carefree life. Very soon, they left the boundary of Mount Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor sword behind them had already turned into a black blade. As for Zhao Qingyun and the others, it was about time for them to go back. Looking back at the place where he had lived for 3 months, Long Chen felt a little emotional. It was because of these 3 months of cultivation and climbing that he could reach the realm he had today. Sky Devil Palace and Zhao Qingyun had helped him a lot. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen came to a valley. As long as he passed through this valley, he would be able to come to a vast plain. After walking through this plain, Long Chen would be able to reach Clearwater City, the place where he had killed the people in Pine Central City. 3 months had passed. Thinking of what happened at that time, he actually had a feeling that things remained the same, but people had changed. With an excited mood, Long Chen rushed into this valley. Suddenly, Lingxi sent him a hint in the sword. Long Chen was shocked and instantly opened the soul-devouring demon pupil. The surrounding scenery completely disappeared. In front of Long Chen were many small animals in the valley. There were also many demonic beasts, but they were generally not strong. They were all very ordinary life forms. However, above the valley, there were 3 very powerful souls. Long Chen thought for a while and knew who they were. The 3 great demon elders actually intercepted me here. Long Chen's voice was full of surprise. The news that he was going to leave Heavenly Devil Palace was only known by those who sent him there. Why did the 3 great demon elders know and intercept him here? Long Chen called out to the wolf cub, and the man and the wolf stopped. They raised their heads and looked ahead. The wolf cub also sensed their presence and let out a low growl, shaking the nearby rocks and causing them to slide down. In this way, the 3 great demon elders knew that they had been discovered. They looked at each other and came down from the top of the mountain. The 3 of them blocked in front of Long Chen and looked at Long Chen coldly. How did you know that I was going to leave? Long Chen raised his eyebrows and asked coldly, without any fear or bitterness in his heart. It was little you who told us. How does it feel to be betrayed by your own people? The most talkative 3rd demon elder laughed and looked carefully at Long Chen. Murong you. Long Chen naturally did not believe it. However, it was impossible for Zhao Qingyun and the other 2 to leak the news. It seemed that only Murong Yu could do it. However, Long Chen believed that even if she did leak it, it was unintentional. Besides, even if it was leaked, so what? You let the 3 great demon elders serve you together. Long Chen, you really have a big face. There is no disciple like you in the history of our Heavenly Devil Palace. The 3rd demon elder said with a mocking face. Yes, there has never been a disciple who could trample on the high and mighty 3rd demon elder. Long Chen laughed and his face was full of sarcasm. Thinking of his miserable situation that day, the 3rd demon elder's face seemed to be on fire. He suddenly showed a fierce look and scolded, Long Chen, you refused a toast only to drink a forfeit. Today, we wanted to take back the Demon Emperor sword and let you live, but you asked for it. Don't blame us, brothers. Take the Demon Emperor sword. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. Don't be so naive. I'm no longer the person I used to be. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If they're still standing in my way after 3 breaths, I'll start a massacre. I recognize you, but the Demon Emperor sword in my hand doesn't. What? Long Chen's arrogance made the 3rd demon elder's nose crooked. He had never seen such an arrogant person. At this time, he ruthlessly said, Boy, do you think you're invincible just because you defeated me once? You're too stupid. Back then, if I wasn't careless, how could I have lost to you? Big brother, second sister, this guy is clearly a thick-headed guy. No matter how much we talk, he won't give it to us. I think it's better to take action directly, lest a long night brings trouble. The first demon elder and the second demon elder had been paying attention to their conversation. When Long Chen saw the three of them, he was not timid at all. The third demon elder thought that Long Chen was arrogant, but the first demon elder and the second demon elder had a bad feeling. They vaguely felt that Long Chen must have enough confidence to be so calm. Did he learn the Demon Emperor sword? The third demon elder had a bad feeling. They looked at each other and signaled to each other. At this time, the first demon elder roared, "Let's go together." At this time, they did not care about the problem of identity. Long Chen's performance was becoming more and more amazing, which made them feel a great sense of crisis. Therefore, at this time, the three strongest people under the palace master of Celestial Devil Palace gathered together and launched an attack on Long Chen. "Xiao Lang, let me try it myself." Long Chen was not afraid at all. He sneered and suddenly took out the horrible Demon Emperor sword from the Qingquan bag. During this process, Long Chen had already transformed into the dragon soul. The nature of his genuine qi instantly increased by 10 times, reaching the level of the third demon elder. In Long Chen's opinion, the combination of the dragon soul transformation and the Demon Emperor sword was enough to deal with the three demon elders. If he added the great skill of Taoist Heart Demon Seed, there was no need to say anything. Why do I feel that this beast soul transformation has increased his genuine qi by several times? At this time, the three demon elders had some scruples in their hearts. They looked at each other and shouted in unison, "Let's use the second level of the great skill of Taoist Heart Demon Seed together." They had been in the Celestial Devil Palace for decades. They had long been very proficient in the second level of the great skill of Taoist Heart Demon Seed. At this time, when they used it, the genuine qi in the forehead of the three of them kept soaring, and soon it reached 4 times the original. Because of the great skill of Taoist Heart Demon Seed, their combat effectiveness increased rapidly, and their speed soared a lot. In an instant, they appeared in front of Long Chen. The three of them launched an attack toward Long Chen. The vast attack was a lot stronger than that of Murongyu. Back then, Murongyu could only use the first level of the great skill of Taoist Heart Demon Seed, but they had already used the second level. Traceless Phantom. With the support of the genuine qi, Long Chen sneered and instantly changed his figure. He had been very proficient in the use of Traceless Phantom. Basically, there was not much difference between him and a veteran who had practiced for many years. With the use of Traceless Phantom, Long Chen escaped from the attack range of the three demon elders and rushed to the back of the second demon elder, which was the weakest part of their defense. Then, he suddenly slashed with his sword, and a vast Demon Emperor sword qi rumbled toward the back of the second demon elder. "Watch out!" The first demon elder cried out in alarm and stood behind the second demon elder. Long Chen clenched his fist and punched the Demon Emperor sword, causing the energy of the Demon Emperor sword to dissipate. The huge Demon Emperor sword qi was directly shattered by him. However, Long Chen's qi and blood were just shaken by the attack. "You want to escape like this?" The surging qi and blood was really nothing to Long Chen. He forcibly suppressed it, and then another more powerful Demon Emperor sword qi rushed toward the second demon elder. Long Chen grabbed the second demon elder and beat him like crazy, so the other two demon elders could only keep trying to help. After all, the power of the Demon Emperor sword qi was too great. Chapter 401. Sky Demon Flurry Fist. Just then, the third demon elder, who was good at punching, blocked in front of the second demon elder from the side. Long Chen's attack was unexpectedly fierce. As he entangled the second demon elder, the other two demon elders could only help each other, including the third demon elder. At this time, the third demon elder punched Long Chen from the side. The magnificent fist momentum was like a dance. Several fist prints scattered in several directions, attacking Long Chen from the side. "You are the one I've been waiting for." Long Chen sneered in his heart. He had been attacking the third demon elder, but his real target was the third demon elder. Among the three of them, the third demon elder was the one that Long Chen hated the most. At this time, they blocked the way of Long Chen. Long Chen would not let them go easily. Great skill of Taoist heart demon seed. In the process of rushing forward, Long Chen suddenly used the heaven-level magic. Suddenly, his genuine qi soared crazily. At first, he was a little weaker than the third demon elder, but at this moment, Long Chen rushed to the same level as the third demon elder. Whoosh! Long Chen swept his sword, forcing the first demon elder and the second demon elder away. At this time, the third demon elder attacked Long Chen. Soon, he was alone. Whoa! Raging flames appeared on Long Chen's body. The 125 divine fire doppelgangers appeared in an instant and rushed at the first demon elder and the second demon elder. No matter how strong they were, it was difficult for them to break through so many divine fire doppelgangers in a short time. At this time, Long Chen sneered and waved the demon emperor sword in his hand. A demon emperor sword qi suddenly chopped at the third demon elder. Wherever it went, a deep gully was plowed on the ground, and the dust swept toward the third demon elder. Your target is me. The third demon elder exclaimed. When the demon emperor sword qi attacked him, he crazily used Traceless Phantom and finally dodged the demon emperor sword qi. Then, like a whirlwind, he crazily attacked Long Chen. You can use Traceless Phantom, but I can use it more powerful than you. Traceless Phantom with my strongest punch, let's have a try. The third demon elder despised him the most. Moreover, Long Chen had once stepped on him. The hatred in his heart could not be described with words. He roared and rushed toward Long Chen. Traceless Phantom was displayed. Suddenly, a series of demon shadows attacked Long Chen. A vast momentum spread from the demon elder. Long Chen. Behind the third demon elder, a terrifying demon shadow appeared. Long. Demon shadow. Elder pun. Demon. Demon at. Long, demon emperor. The demon. Demon swallows the universe. For a moment, the earth and mountains shook. It showed the power of the third demon elder's punch. Even with Traceless Phantom, Long Chen could not find where the punch was coming from. However, it was not a problem for Long Chen. You never thought I would have spirit-devouring demon eyes. Long Chen sneered in his heart. He used spirit-devouring demon eyes and found the third demon elder instantly. It's time to end your life. Long Chen thought. At this time, the other two demon elders were about to break through the encirclement of Long Chen's divine fire doppelganger. Long Chen made up his mind. He also used Traceless Phantom. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the third demon elder in an instant. The demon emperor sword in his hand was swinging crazily. Residual shadow sword. With a whistling sound, the residual shadow sword swept over the third demon elder's attack and even smashed it. With the powerful help of the demon emperor sword, the residual shadow sword pushed forward crazily. Until Long Chen stabbed the demon emperor sword into the third demon elder's heart. At that moment, time seemed to stop. Everything stopped. The third demon elder looked at Long Chen in front of him and then at the demon emperor sword in his heart. At this time, the demon emperor sword had pierced through him and completely shattered his heart. What? You don't believe that you will die in my hands? Long Chen sneered. He suddenly pulled out the demon emperor sword and kicked the third demon elder away. He used Traceless Phantom to retreat quickly. At the same time, he summoned all his remaining divine fire doppelganger. At this time, the other two demon elders arrived. However, the condition of the third demon elder shocked them. The first demon elder caught him immediately. When he saw the bloodstain on the third demon elder's chest, he was completely stunned. At this time, the third demon elder's body had gradually become cold. His eyes were still wide open. He died with everlasting regret. Third brother is dead. The first demon elder and the second demon elder could not react for a moment. They looked at Long Chen's eyes with their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Especially the first demon elder. His proudest disciple died under the sword of Long Chen in his arms. Now, the third brother, who had spent decades with him, also died in the hands of Long Chen. When Long Chen saw the crazed expressions on their faces, he wasn't afraid at all. He calmly said, "When I was in the Heavenly Devil Palace, I promised Murongyu that I wouldn't kill you. Furthermore, you are very useful to the Heavenly Devil Palace. For my foster father's sake, I don't want to kill you. Now that I've killed him, it's just a warning to you. I want to tell you that the current Long Chen isn't someone you can afford to offend. If you all want to end up like him, then go ahead. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two. Long Chen, you are too arrogant." The second demon elder's old face was twitching. "I am not arrogant. I'm not being arrogant. It's just that you guys don't recognize reality. In my eyes, age doesn't matter. There are only the strong and the weak. Although I'm your junior, I have enough strength to kill each and every one of you. That makes us equal. I don't want to continue fighting today, but I'm not afraid of you fighting me. Of course, that is if you guys are certain that you can resist my Demon Emperor sword path." Long Chen's last sentence was the most powerful. He had killed the third demon elder without even using the Demon Emperor sword principle. If he used the Demon Emperor sword principle, they, who were not much stronger than the third demon elder, could not fight against him. Long Chen was right. Now he was no longer a junior, but an expert at the same level or even stronger than them. "Big brother, what should we do?" Holding the body of the third demon elder, the second demon elder hesitated. The first demon elder looked at Long Chen coldly and said nothing. "To be honest, I feel that you are quite responsible for Celestial Devil Palace. And because of the relationship between Murongyu and my master, I have decided to spare your lives. I hope you will cherish it." Long Chen said sincerely. Then, without looking at them, he called Xiao Lang, bypassed them, and walked out of the valley. During this time, the first demon elder and the second demon elder stared at Long Chen's figure, but did not move. When Long Chen was completely gone, the first demon elder said dejectedly, "Second sister, we met a peerless genius this time. We were completely defeated. Now I roughly understand why Zhao Qingyun would let him take away the Demon Emperor sword." "Why?" The second demon elder was still puzzled. "Because Zhao Qingyun trusted him. From the beginning, Zhao Qingyun was much smarter than us. He cultivated Long Chen so much. One day, he will receive an unexpected return. Zhao Qingyun is much better at judging people than us. We claimed that we had countless disciples and could beat Zhao Qingyun. I didn't expect that he would find a random Long Chen and kill us all." The first demon elder sighed. "Then we are bound to lose." The second demon elder looked dejected. "No, it is also possible that we will win." The first demon elder suddenly said. "What do you mean?" "Look at Long Chen. He's already at such a level at such a young age. He'll definitely reach the reaching heaven state before he's even 20 years old. Such a genius would be considered a genius even in the Divine Item Dynasty. He'll stay in a small place like the Sky Demon Palace, and after he leaves, the strongest disciple of the Sky Demon Palace will still be Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu is your disciple after all. In the future, the position of Sky Demon Palace Master will still fall to Xiao Yu." The second demon elder finally understood. It's a pity that third brother can't witness this. The second demon elder was a little regretful. This is the mistake of being impulsive. He has lived for so many years, but he didn't know how to control his temper. He deserves to die. The first demon elder nodded helplessly. "Let's go back and apologize to Zhao Qingyun. We can't afford to offend Long Chen. With the 3 secret books and the Emperor Demon Sword, Long Chen is invincible under the Reaching Heaven realm. I believe he can definitely compete with Lin Zichen." The two strongest people of the young generation will meet, and the battle between the Emperor Demon's sword and the Emperor Sword. Who will win? In fact, many people wanted to know what the first demon elder wanted to know. Just like that, after the final interlude, Longchen finally left Mount Emperor Demon and headed towards the direction of Biyao Imperial City. The matter of Sky Demon Palace was finally over. What awaited Longchen was an even more terrifying storm. The future was like a storm that would sweep him to a place that he had never thought of. Time passed gradually while they were on the way. When they were close to Biyao Imperial City, Longchen put on the human skin mask given by Muronyu. He instantly turned into a mature and cold young man of about 25, who seemed to have experienced a lot of hardships. As for the wolf cub, it became infinitely smaller until it turned into a small black dog. Longchen directly placed it in his lapel. Although the wolf cub was a little dissatisfied, for the sake of revenge, it was willing to throw caution to the wind. It must be known that the wolf cub was the easiest to be exposed. In this world, he was the only sun-devouring demon wolf left. After dressing up, Longchen asked, "Shao Shi, who can recognize me like this?" I can see through your eyes with a single glance," said Ling Shi with a soft smile. "What if I dig out my eyes? I can still recognize you. I can recognize your soul and your aura. Even if you were to turn to ash, I would still recognize you. You are my big brother Chen." Ling Xi's voice contained a hint of worry. "Well, let's go forward and kill." The 4th chapter is over. There will be 20 chapters tomorrow at midnight. Please look forward to it. Longchen was about to return to the Imperial City. The crazy killing and the climax were about to begin. Get ready, everyone. I'm so awesome, everyone is awesome, too. Chapter 402. Biyao Imperial City. After more than 100 days, Longchen once again saw Biyao Imperial City. This magnificent jade-colored city hadn't changed in the slightest because of the passage of time. On the city walls, on the city towers, on the buildings, those jade-colored jadeite emitted a dreamlike radiance under the illumination of the sunlight, turning Biyao Imperial City into a city in a fairyland. Longchen stood more than 1,000 meters away from Biyao Imperial City and looked at the endless stream of people at the city gate. This time, he must break into this city, but before that, he still needed to go to another place. "Let's go, little Shi. I'll go to Yang Immortal Realm now and take out the 9 heaven celestial fruit. After you recover your physical body, I can focus on dealing with the Imperial family." After Longchen finished speaking, he left Biyao Imperial City and headed in the direction of Yang Immortal Realm. "Chen, do you really want the 9 heaven celestial fruit?" Lingxi asked a little nervously. "Hey, what do you mean? We came to Biyao Imperial City from Yuanling's city and experienced so many hardships. Don't we want to get the 9 heaven celestial fruit?" Longchen was startled and asked a little strangely. "It's nothing. I'm just afraid that you'll get hurt." Lingxi concealed her emotions and somewhat dodged the question. Longchen didn't notice this. "Don't worry. Here, the only person who can suppress me is the Sword Emperor of Ascension Realm. Even if it's him, I might be able to keep my life. Moreover, the Sword Emperor is in Biyao Imperial City. If I make a scene in Yang Immortal Realm, he won't be able to rush over," Longchen said with a smile. Lingxi didn't say anything. Actually, she wasn't worried about Longchen's safety, but whether she should use the 9 heaven celestial fruit. Forget it. I'll let Chen get the 9 heaven celestial fruit first and understand his wish. Then, I'll decide whether to use it or not. When I get the 9 heaven celestial fruit, I'll confess to Chen. I hope he won't blame me." Lingxi felt a little bitter. So, Longchen chatted with Lingxi as he walked in the direction of Yang City. He had only been to Yang City once, but he was still very familiar with the route in his mind. Last time, he had followed behind the members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang. But this time, Long Chen had undergone a tremendous change. After walking for about half the distance, the sound of fighting suddenly came from ahead. Long Chen lay low and quietly approached the call in front of him. He looked down from above and saw that there were actually two groups of people fighting. One group of people was dressed like the guards of the imperial palace. Every one of them had great cultivation. There was a total of 6 or 7 guards who were protecting a young man in luxurious clothes who was about 25 years old. This young man's appearance was somewhat similar to that of the 9th prince. At this time, Long Chen faintly heard the 3 words "First Prince." From this, he was able to determine the identity of this group of people. "Xiao Lang, does this first prince have any enmity with you?" Long Chen's eyes darkened as he asked in a low voice. Long Chen remembered that Xiao Lang had once said that among those who had enmity with him, the Sword Emperor was naturally the one who gave the orders, while the Sword Demon and Lin Zichen were the ones who carried out the orders. That was why he had asked this question. Xiao Lang, who was in Ling Han's arms, shook his head. "None of the members of the imperial family are good people. I will kill him today as an appetizer. However, it seems that he is almost no match for the other party." Long Chen thought. Then, he looked at the other group of people. This group was all dressed in black, and their faces were covered with black cloth. It looked like they were very professional assassins. At this moment, under the leadership of a sturdy middle-aged man, they were breaking through to the middle. This guy was actually at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. It would not be long before he would be able to kill the first prince with a single palm strike. There are actually people assassinating the first prince. Looks like they are the same kind of people. Long Chen thought. If there were people who wanted to kill him, he would be too lazy to do it. At this moment, the first prince roared furiously, "You're all sent by Lin Zichen, aren't you? That guy really has the heart of a snake and scorpion. Father only said that he wanted to choose the crown prince and he actually sent people to kill me. Does he think that father is an idiot? First prince, you are right. We are indeed His Imperial Highness's men. However, the idiot is not His Imperial Highness, but you. His Imperial Highness has always been swift and decisive. This is what His Imperial Highness values. As long as he kills you, with his strength, who would dare to say anything in the imperial court?" The group of people dressed in black was certain that they had the first prince in their hands, and at this moment, they directly admitted it. Lin Zichen is only a martial artist, he knows nothing about governing a country. I, Lin Batian, have led troops to war for many years, defended the borders, and eliminated evil people. I am also familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as the way to govern a country. I am the one who is truly suitable to be the crown prince. Lin Zichen should just go and cultivate. If he is allowed to govern the country, the people of the Cangyang country will definitely not be able to make a living. Lin Baishan's face was filled with anger. Sorry, our mission today is to kill you. As for the rest, you can go to hell and talk to the ghost soldiers, huh? The man in the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier instantly killed the 2 guards in the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier in front of Lin Batian. At this moment, he was throwing a punch at Lin Batian. Blue Dragon Sword Chi. At this moment, Lin Baishan's eyes turned cold. The blue treasured sword in his hand suddenly swung out, and instantly, a wave of sword chi shot towards the assassin in black, forcing him back. As expected, a sword cultivator has some skill. However, in front of a cultivator in the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, he still has to die. First Prince, goodbye. After being forced back, the cultivator in black was instantly enraged. His speed increased explosively, and the other guards could not stop him. He was almost in front of the 9th prince. He suddenly struck out with his palm, directly knocking the first prince's sword away. Then, he clenched his other hand into a fist and punched towards Lin Baishan's chest. If this punch landed, Lin Batian would definitely die on the spot. First Prince. Seeing that Lin Batian was about to die, the eyes of the guards almost popped out of their sockets. If the first prince died, they would definitely be killed to keep their mouths shut. Of course, none of them would be able to save him in time. Just when everyone was in despair, the cultivator in black's fist did not land. He lifted Lin Batian with one hand, and his other hand was just about to hit Lin Batian. It was only 10 centimeters away from Lin Batian's lower abdomen, but it suddenly stopped. What's going on? Everyone was shocked, and they hurriedly looked over. They were all standing behind the cultivator in black, and when they looked over, the first thing they saw was that there was actually a sword sticking out of the cultivator's back. At this moment, there was actually blood flowing from the tip of the sword. A cultivator at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier had actually been stabbed through the heart without a sound. Everyone was stunned. Lin Batian had originally thought that he was definitely going to die, but in his moment of despair, his opponent actually did not make a move. He suddenly opened his eyes, and only then did he see that there was actually a sword piercing through his armpit, directly into the cultivator in black's heart. At this moment, the cultivator in black also lowered his head to look at the sword sticking out of his chest, and his face was filled with disbelief. However, at this moment, his life completely dissipated. Even when he died, he still wanted to move Lin Batian's body to see who was behind him. Unfortunately, it was a pity that he no longer had the strength to do so. Poochie. Lin Batian retracted the sword point and the corpse of the black-robed martial artist slowly fell to the ground. At this moment, Lin Batian felt a gust of wind behind him. Then, he saw a black figure in front of him, shuttling back and forth amongst the remaining black-robed martial artists. Screams rang out one after another, and in just a few breaths of time, all the black-robed martial artists had fallen to the ground. As for the rapidly changing figure, he finally stopped. It was Long Chen. Long Chen put away the star sword in his hand, and finally looked at the eldest prince, who was staring at him in a daze. There was a reason why he had saved the eldest prince, of course. After listening to their previous conversation, Long Chen had a general understanding of the current situation of the royal family. In the demonic palace, it was time for the fight for the throne, and he did not expect that the royal family would also be putting on such a good show. One side was the martial arts genius Lin Zichen, and the other side was the outstanding military talent Lin Batian, who was able to govern the country. On the path of martial arts, Lin Batian could not be compared to Lin Zichen, but in other aspects, Lin Zichen could not be compared to him either. What Long Chen thought was that only if Lin Batian had a strong cultivator to protect him, he might have a chance. Long Chen's goal was to completely eliminate the few strong cultivators of the royal family, and it might be a good choice to first cause chaos. Thank you for saving my life, mister. May I know your name? Lin Batian finally came to his senses, and his heart was in turmoil, but he was calm, and at this moment, he forcibly suppressed his emotions, and began to entertain and win over Long Chen. I'll pass on the name. It's my style to lend a helping hand when I see injustice. I can't stand Lin Zichen doing as he pleases just because he's powerful. That's why I helped him. You don't have to worry about it. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Goodbye, Long Chen said as he prepared to leave. Mister, since you can't stand Lin Zichen, can you stay and help me? Lin Zichen only knows how to practice martial arts, and he does not know how to govern the country. If he ascends to the throne in the future, he will definitely bring disaster to the people. I hope that Mr. will think of the people of the world. Lin Batian cupped his hands and said sincerely. The affairs of the world are not my business, and I do not want to interfere. You don't have to say anything, we will meet again if fate allows it. Long Chen said coldly. Please help me, mister. After this is done, if you want anything, as long as the royal family has it, I will definitely find it for you. At this moment, Lin Batian knelt on the ground, and begged with a hopeful look. Since the people of the world could not tempt Long Chen, he would use benefits to tempt him. Based on Long Chen's ability to kill a cultivator at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen was definitely an expert. If such an expert were to slip away just like that, Lin Batian would definitely be devastated. Chapter 403. Under Lin Baishan's warm invitation, Long Chen pretended to think for a while, then said, "How about this, let me think for a while. When I have made a decision, I will return to the Red Sun restaurant in the Jade Yang Imperial City. Pay attention to the Red Sun restaurant. If I appear there, it will be considered a promise." After saying this, Long Chen did not give Lin Batian a chance to speak again. With a few flashes, he disappeared from Lin Baishan's sight. Lin Batian raised his head and looked at Long Chen in shock. In his mind, there were only the words Red Sun Restaurant. "Chen Xiong, come here." Lin Batian took a deep breath, then called over the guard with the highest cultivation level nearby. "Your Highness, what is it?" The young man named Chen Xiong hurriedly came over. "Do you know that in Artsanyang Nation, there is a young man in the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier at such a young age? The cultivation level of that young man just now is very high, but why have I never heard of him?" Lin Batian asked. "Your Highness, in the Tsanyang Nation, the only person who can reach the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier before the age of 25 is the 4th Prince. In the Heaven Demon Palace, there seems to be a person in the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier called Yang Danfeng. However, his current appearance is different from the Yang Danfeng described in the rumors. I don't think it is that Yang Danfeng, and why would Yang Danfeng dare to come here? This person's identity is very mysterious, but his cultivation level is not just for show. Chen Xiong, do you think he will help me?" Lin Batian asked with a frown. "Your Highness, it is very likely. If he does not want to help you, there is no need to mention the Red Sun restaurant. He can just leave," Chen Xiong said excitedly. "That's good. Isn't the 4th Prince proud of his cultivation level? Apart from his cultivation level, he has no other good points. If I have someone who can fight him, I want to see how far he can go. The situation outside is dangerous, let's hurry back to the palace." Lin Batian called out. "Your Highness, how should we deal with these people? Should we use them to defeat the 4th Prince in front of His Majesty?" Chen Xiong asked in a low voice. "It's not that easy to kill me, Lin Batian. We can't be too ostentatious. I'm not strong enough and my status in Father's eyes is not as high as Lin Zichen's. If I'm too ostentatious, he might be disgusted. Keeping a low profile and biding my time is the way to go. If I can wait for that Mr. just now, I'll have a bigger bargaining chip in my hands," Lin Batian said calmly after thinking for a while. From this, it could be seen that he was not a fool. "Your Highness is wise, this lowly one admires you. Chen, are you going to rely on the 1st Prince to sneak into the palace?" Lingxi asked. "I haven't decided yet, I'm just leaving a backup plan. I now have a completely different identity, so I can do whatever I want as long as I don't get exposed. However, I still have to see if I can get the 9 heaven celestial fruit in Ni Yang's Wonderland. Although I have enough confidence in my own strength, I still have to be careful." As they were talking, Long Chen had already arrived in front of the Black Ni Yang City. Ni Yang City looked the same as before, with a large number of Ni Yang soldiers guarding it. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to sneak in. I've already revealed myself in front of Lin Batian. This time, in Ni Yang City, if I want to find the 9 heaven celestial fruit, I'll have to reveal myself. If I want to stay in Biyao Imperial City, I can't let them know that I've been to Ni Yang's Wonderland. As he thought about this, Long Chen took out a black cloth from his cosmos sack and covered his face. This black cloth was taken from the group of black-robed men who had tried to assassinate Lin Batian. Next, Long Chen changed his attire. "Xiao Lang, this time, you don't have to go in. Moreover, you don't have to wait for me here. If anything happens, I can use a secret technique to escape. My speed is extraordinary. Head in this direction and advance for 5 miles. Wait for me there. Is that all right?" Long Chen pointed in a direction and said to Xiao Lang. If he really encountered a danger that he couldn't avoid, Long Chen could use the blood escape technique, but Xiao Lang couldn't. In this case, letting Xiao Lang hide far away was indeed a more comprehensive plan. Xiao Lang naturally nodded his head. Without saying anything, he turned around and disappeared from Long Chen's sight. Only then did Long Chen look in the direction of Niyang City. Xiao Shi, it's time to go. This time, I must get the 9 heaven celestial fruit that I didn't get the last time. Long Chen's eyes were filled with determination. Yes. Lingxi nodded her head heavily. She was inside Lingxi's sword. So, it was difficult for Long Chen to see the entanglement and anxiety in her eyes. The 9 heaven celestial fruit used to be the thing that Lingxi liked the most. However, it had now become the thing that she was most worried about. Long Chen took a deep breath and approached Niyang City. Of course, he couldn't enter from the main gate of Niyang City. Instead, he would enter from the side. He was preparing to use the Traceless Spectre. To be precise, it was a combination of the Traceless Spectre and the Spirit-Devouring Demon Pupil. The Spirit-Devouring Demon Pupil could allow Long Chen to see an entrance with the least number of people. Moreover, the Traceless Spectre had the word Traceless. With Long Chen's current strength, it would be very difficult for ordinary people to see his traces. Whoosh! Long Chen found a section of the wall that basically had no people. He immediately used the Traceless Spectre to jump into Niyang City. Then, he quickly rushed into one of the rooms. When he came out, Long Chen already had the Immortal Realm Divine Guard plate hanging on his waist. Long Chen had always kept the Immortal Realm Divine Guard plate. Long Chen's name was written on it. However, there were many Immortal Realm Divine Guards in Niyang City. Therefore, no one would come to check Long Chen just because he looked unfamiliar. Long Chen followed his usual routine. He shuttled through the crowd of Niyang army and arrived at the Moon Compassion Lake. Without saying anything, Long Chen jumped into the Moon Compassion Lake. In the Moon Compassion Lake, there were passageways leading to the beginner domain, middle-level domain, and high-level domain. Among them, the high-level domain was guarded by people. Before entering, there would be people who would check the identity plate. Long Chen did not dare to approach it. Instead, he chose to go to the 18th region and directly entered Niyang's Immortal's realm through the crystal stone. The tumbling water shrouded Long Chen and surged forward. When Long Chen opened his eyes, he was already in the Niyang's Immortal's realm that was surrounded by clouds and mist. Suddenly, a fragrant scent of spiritual medicines hit him in the face. Long Chen opened his eyes and looked around. The mess caused by the previous immortal beast tide had been swept clean. Those low-level spiritual medicines had grown in succession. Yellow-level spiritual medicines were everywhere. There were even profound spiritual medicines within a few steps. As for the earth-level spiritual medicines, they were still under the protection of the Immortal Realm Divine Guards. Once again coming to Niyang's Immortal's realm, Long Chen's identity was completely different. Beginner Domain. This was the place where he killed Song Yifeng. It was also the beginning of his escape. Long Chen did not have time to stay here. Just as he steadied himself here, he displayed his speed and used the spirit-devouring demon pupils to avoid the Immortal Realm Divine Guards. Then, he approached the direction of the high-level domain. Only the things that were useful to Long Chen. The more Long Chen thought about it, the more he realized how useful the spirit-devouring demon pupil was. The third level of the spirit-devouring demon pupil, Profound Insight, allowed Long Chen to see any living being within a 1-mile radius around him. Basically, any opponent would not be able to hide from the spirit-devouring demon pupil. With the spirit-devouring demon pupil, Long Chen could advance towards the advanced domain without encountering anyone. However, the closer he got to the high-level domain, Long Chen suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if something was trembling. As for what it was, he could not feel it. The closer he got to the high-level domain, the stronger the trembling feeling became. What exactly is it? Long Chen stopped and carefully examined his body. However, he could not find anything. It seems that there must be something strange in the high-level domain. What exactly is it? Could it be the 9 heavens immortal fruit? Thinking about it, it seemed possible. Little Shi, do you feel anything strange? Long Chen suddenly asked. No, isn't it normal? Lingxi asked doubtfully. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Long Chen shook his head helplessly and continued to advance towards the high-level domain. Soon, he arrived at the middle-level domain. As he went deeper, a river appeared in front of him. The river was actually very narrow, but strangely, there was a huge membrane of light extending from the river, blocking Long Chen's way. It's a restriction. It seems that the high-level domain is enveloped by this restriction. When Lingxi saw the restriction, it was as if Xiao Lang had encountered a fire refiner. She was extremely excited. How do I break it? Long Chen asked directly. With Lingxi around, any restriction would be useless. This restriction is actually very simple. With your strength, as long as you have the Demon Emperor's sword, you will be able to completely break it. However, it will definitely cause a huge commotion, which will attract the attention of others. Therefore, I need to get you in without breaking the restriction. Will it work? Long Chen frowned slightly. In the Moon Compassion Lake, there were people guarding the entrance to the high-level domain. Here, there was this membrane of light. If Long Chen did not have Lingxi, he would not be able to enter the high-level domain without causing a commotion. Of course it will work. Just stand there and wait for me for a while. As Lingxi spoke, she came out of Lingxi's sword. Soon, she was busy working on the membrane of light above the river. She was very serious. After about a quarter of an hour, Lingxi said, "It's done." Then, Long Chen saw that the membrane of light had actually broken a gap of more than a meter in diameter. Without saying anything, Long Chen rushed into the gap and entered the high-level domain. At this time, the gap slowly closed. Impressive, right? Lingxi swayed back and forth in front of Long Chen. As expected of my Lingxi, you are indeed very impressive. Once you recover, I, your big brother, will serve you well, haha. As he spoke, Long Chen laughed. You're so annoying. Lingxi's face turned red from his words. Chapter 404. After joking with Lingxi for a while, Long Chen looked at the high-grade domain. The spiritual energy in the high-grade domain was much denser than that of the middle-grade domain. The clouds in the sky were much denser, and even the ground was covered with white mist. It looked like the legendary fairyland. However, unlike the intermediate domain, which was filled with elixirs, there weren't many elixirs in the advanced domain. Even if there were, they would generally be mid-grade earth rank elixirs and above, with the majority being high-grade earth rank elixirs. After arriving at the advanced region, Long Chen suddenly sensed that the trembling feeling had become even more intense. He felt as if there was really something in the advanced region that was attracting him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. I don't care about this. My purpose of coming here is the 9 heavens celestial spiritual fruit. Let's find it first. Thinking of this, Long Chen threw the thought out of his mind and used his devouring demon pupil to walk around the vast high-grade domain. In the high-grade domain, there were no guards for mid-grade earth-grade elixirs. Long Chen came across several high-grade earth-grade elixirs, but because there were guards, he didn't go and join in the fun. Anyway, elixirs weren't that important to him. Of course, if it was a heaven-grade elixir, then it would be different. In the Cangyang Kingdom, anything that was related to the heaven grade was a precious treasure. Little Shi, what grade is the 9 heavens celestial spiritual fruit? Long Chen suddenly asked. Primary heaven grade. Lingxi replied. In that case, there should be more experts guarding it. Long Chen nodded. Primary heaven grade was about the same as his estimation. Only a heaven grade elixir could restore Lingxi's body. With a goal in mind, Long Chen deliberately went to the place where there were more guards at the celestial realm. At this time, he was already relatively deep in the high-grade domain. Under the devouring demon pupil, no life could be hidden. Long Chen walked around and suddenly saw a lot of people about 500 meters to the south. There are actually 2 in the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, and there are also over a dozen in the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. Looks like the power of the imperial family is much stronger than I imagined. Those so-called 3 great clans are merely in name. Compared to the true imperial family, they are practically ants. In the Ni-Yang celestial realm, the strongest 9th level of the Heavenly River tier had been killed by the Sword Demon and Lin Zichen, so it was rare for them to appear. 2 8th level Heavenly River tier martial artists to guard it was already a very powerful lineup. Maybe there was a primary heaven grade 9 heaven celestial spiritual fruit. Long Chen had previously seen a high-grade earth-level spirit medicine, and it had very good healing effects. However, there were only a few cultivators in the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier guarding it. Thus, he approached in that direction. I smell it. It's not a 9 heaven celestial spiritual fruit, but it is indeed a primary heaven-grade elixir, Lingxi suddenly said when he was about 200 meters away. What is that? It's not a 9 heaven celestial spiritual fruit. Long Chen was a little depressed. However, even if it was some other elixir, it must be something good. Forbidden Blood Red Lotus. This is a kind of elixir that can greatly increase blood qi and strengthen the physique after taking it. Although it does not strengthen the physical body, it has a more majestic blood qi that can nourish the 5 organs. If you take it, your blood qi will greatly increase, and your physique will be strengthened again. You will probably be as strong as the blood qi of demonic beasts, Lingxi explained in detail. Looks like it's a good thing, Long Chen said in a low voice. Indeed, the Forbidden Blood Red Lotus can strengthen your physique and even increase your explosive power to a large extent. With the Forbidden Blood Red Lotus, if you cultivate a body-refining battle technique, you will definitely achieve extraordinary results. Of course, the Forbidden Blood Red Lotus must be accompanied by a heaven-grade body-refining battle technique. We don't know if there are any heaven-grade battle techniques in the Cangyang Kingdom, Lingxi said. Little Shi, how long before this Forbidden Blood Red Lotus matures? Long Chen was more concerned about this question. Actually, this heaven tier elixir has already matured. However, this heaven tier elixir has the greatest effect if it is eaten immediately after being picked. As time passes, the medicinal effect will also decrease. If it is eaten after a few years, the effect will be reduced by at least half. The royal family treats the Ni-Yang immortal realm as their backyard, so they have nothing to fear. That's why they left the Forbidden Blood Red Lotus here. It's not just the Forbidden Blood Red Lotus, it's very likely that the other heaven tier elixirs you see have already matured, including the 9 heavens immortal fruit. Lingxi said. In other words, I can pick it. Long Chen's eyes lit up. Chen, you've decided to pick it. Aren't you afraid of causing a commotion? Lingxi asked. Long Chen thought for a moment. Yes, I'll wait until I find the 9 heavens immortal fruit, then I'll look at the Forbidden Blood Red Lotus. Let's continue. Lingxi knew that Long Chen still wanted the Forbidden Blood Red Lotus. However, for the sake of the 9 heavens immortal fruit, he chose to give it up for now. This made Lingxi feel even more touched. However, what should she do after getting the 9 heavens immortal fruit? Lingxi's heart was filled with confusion. Never to meet again. This was the ending that Lingxi was most afraid of. While she was lost, Long Chen had already continued on his way. He remembered the location of the Forbidden Blood Red Lotus, then he decided which direction to go. It's that direction. There seems to be something attracting me. I hope it's the 9 heavens immortal fruit. Long Chen thought to himself. For some reason, he went in that direction. The direction he was walking in was actually the center of the high-level domain. With the spirit-devouring demonic eye, Long Chen basically didn't have to worry about being discovered by others. Along the way, he saw many earth-level high-level spirit herbs. As for heaven-level spirit herbs, he didn't see any more. It looked like there were definitely no more than 5 heaven-level spirit herbs in Ni-Yang's immortal realm. The closer he got to the center of Ni-Yang's immortal realm, the stronger the strange feeling Long Chen had. He kept feeling that there was something strange about his body, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Little Shi, you really don't feel anything wrong? Long Chen was really confused this time, and asked seriously. I really don't. Chen, could it be that you feel something? Tell me. I'm not sure. It's just a head. Let's continue. As he spoke, Long Chen continued on his way. After about 15 minutes, he once again used his spirit-devouring demonic eye to see that there were actually quite a few celestial-level divine guards in front of him, guarding another spirit medicine. This time, there were no 7th-level Heavenly River tier cultivators, but there were a total of 3 8th-level Heavenly River tier cultivators here. 3 8th-level Heavenly River tier martial artists, guarding a heaven-level spirit herb, and it's very likely to be the 9 heavens immortal fruit. Long Chen was excited, and hurriedly continued forward. The temptation of the 9 heavens immortal fruit had already made Long Chen forget that strange feeling. When there were about 200 meters left, Long Chen hurriedly asked anxiously, Little Shi, do you feel it? Is it the 9 heavens immortal fruit? Lingxi frowned, and after a while, she said, it's still not the 9 heavens immortal fruit, but it's another heaven-level spirit herb called the 8 Desolation Fire Dragon Fruit. According to legend, this 8 Desolation Fire Dragon Fruit is the resting place of the ancient divine dragon, the 8 Desolation Fire Dragon, and it grows from absorbing the essence of the 8 Desolation Fire Dragon. Not only does it contain the essence of the divine dragon, it can strengthen one's physique and comprehension, and the fire-type energy within it can instantly allow one to possess a very powerful fire-type ability. However, for Xiao Lang, this 8 Desolation Fire Dragon Fruit can at least allow him to reach Earth Level 9. Another good thing, and it's also very beneficial for Xiao Lang. Unfortunately, it's still difficult for me to obtain it before I obtain it. Long Chen sighed. When he discovered that it was the 8 Desolation Fire Dragon Fruit and not the 9 Heavens Immortal Fruit, Long Chen felt a little depressed. At this moment, he felt an incomparably strong feeling in his heart, as if there was a very strong force pressing down on his head. He hurriedly raised his head and saw that in the sky above him, the thick white clouds were actually dispersing rapidly. In just a few breaths, a vast empty sky had already appeared. What's going on? Long Chen had just asked, and then he saw a huge transparent rune appear in the empty sky. The appearance of this rune was really too strange. When Long Chen focused his eyes on it, he saw that this huge transparent rune was actually flickering with a white light. The rune danced rapidly, and not long after, it actually revealed the appearance of a divine dragon. Immediately after, an earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly rang out. The rune danced rapidly, and not long after, it completely transformed into a huge transparent primordial divine dragon. The appearance of this primordial divine dragon wasn't very different from that of the primordial blood spiritual dragon, but Long Chen could tell that they were two completely different kinds of dragons. The primordial blood spiritual dragon was cruel and bloodthirsty, but this divine dragon actually gave off a strange and illusory feeling. When he saw this transparent divine dragon, Long Chen's mind shook. Little Shi, did you realize that the dragon's shadow in the sky is actually exactly the same as the dragon-shaped rune in the stone talisman I obtained last time? Long Chen was shocked to discover that he finally understood why he had felt as if something on his body was trembling. It turned out that it wasn't his body that was trembling, but the mysterious stone talisman in his Qianquan bag. To be more precise, it was the mysterious stone talisman in his Qianquan bag that was trembling. That seems to be the case. Ling Shi was also stunned at this moment and said in a daze. While Long Chen was still in shock, the transparent dragon's shadow dancing rapidly in the sky suddenly looked at Long Chen. Two illusory rays of light erupted from the eyes of the divine dragon and shot into Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen suddenly felt a jolt in his mind. At that moment, the mysterious dragon jade in his sea of consciousness actually trembled. Chapter 405. Even the dragon jade had moved, which meant that the dragon's shadow in the sky was definitely not simple. When the ray of light from the eyes of that dancing divine dragon was projected into Long Chen's eyes, Long Chen actually felt as if the whole world did not exist anymore. He looked around in shock, and discovered that he was in the middle of a huge river. The river was not flowing with river water, but with those strange formless ripples. These huge formless ripples were like gusts of violent wind that surged past Long Chen's body, and did not return. And when these ripples flowed past his body, Long Chen felt his body rapidly aging. Wrinkles gradually appeared on his skin, and his figure also began to hunch over. His white hair gradually turned white, and the power in his body also disappeared along with these changes. This was a completely irresistible power. In this river, Long Chen was like a bystander, and could only allow himself to age rapidly. The river flowed quickly, and Long Chen very quickly aged beyond recognition. His body very quickly weakened, and only when the last shred of vitality left his body did he discover that he had already died. Ah! Long Chen woke up with a start. He looked around in shock, and discovered that he had once again returned to the Ni Yang's immortals realm. The strange river around him had completely disappeared. Long Chen hurriedly checked his own body, and very quickly discovered that there was actually no change to his body at all. It was still fine, and he had not aged at all. Those were all just illusions. However, even if they were illusions, it was still quite terrifying. At this moment, Long Chen discovered that the formless divine dragon in the sky was no longer looking at Long Chen, but was instead flying around above Long Chen's head. Its huge body enveloped Long Chen, and it was at this moment that because of the divine dragon, the 3 guards at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier who were guarding the 8 desolate fire dragon fruit all discovered Long Chen's existence. This earth-shattering anomaly was very likely related to Long Chen. They immediately rushed forward, and one of them looked coldly at Long Chen, and shouted, "Who are you? Take out your jade token." If these 3 guys were not killed, they would definitely cause a huge commotion. Long Chen used his spirit-devouring demonic eye to look, and discovered that there was no one within a mile of him. He very quickly made up his mind. Now that this divine dragon had mysteriously appeared, he had already been exposed, and the only thing he could do now was to silence them. Without another word, Long Chen directly drew the Demon Emperor sword. His body suddenly exploded, and his extraordinary speed instantly closed in on one of the martial artists at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier. At this moment, even without using the dragon's soul transformation or the great demonic seed technique of heart, the true energy on his body was still about 4 times that of the martial artists, so his explosive speed far surpassed that of the other party. Demon Emperor Sword Chi. Close at hand, Long Chen's eyes were cold, and he struck out with his sword in a frenzy. The celestial-level divine guard in the lead was instantly shocked, and he hurriedly blocked, but what could he do? The Demon Emperor Sword Chi was really not something he could withstand. His Earth-level medium-level defensive battle technique was instantly broken by Long Chen, and the Demon Emperor Sword Chi directly blasted on his body, cutting a small part of his body. Instantly killed. Demon Emperor Sword, you are from the Heaven Demon Palace. Brother Zhang. The 2 martial artists at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier both exclaimed in shock. At this moment, they were very well coordinated. One of them used all his skills, charging towards Long Chen, while the other took out the bugle horn at his waist, preparing to blow it. Long Chen was unwilling to take out his jade token, and he was also masked, obviously not a member of the imperial family. Residual Shadow Sword. Long Chen did not give them the chance. He used the traceless demon shadow, and his body instantly transformed into millions of shadows. The 2 martial artists at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier were completely unable to block Long Chen's ruthless and storm-like attacks. He resisted Long Chen, who was at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier, and was easily killed by Long Chen with a few strikes. Meanwhile, the other person was just picking up the bugle horn when a black shadow suddenly flashed past his eyes. He was inconsolable, and threw out a punch to block, but it was already too late. Long Chen's Demon Emperor sword directly shattered his bugle horn, pierced through his throat, and pierced through his neck. 3 elites at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier did not even have the chance to sound the bugle horn, and just like that, they died at the hands of Long Chen. Long Chen did not say another word, and first went over to pluck the 8 desolate fire dragon fruit. With this 8 desolate fire dragon fruit, Xiao Lang will definitely be able to reach the 9th level of the Earth tier. At that time, even if us 2 brothers directly barge into the Imperial Palace, it would be nothing. Long Chen carefully placed the scorching and fiery red fruit in his hand into a jade box, and then placed it into the cosmos sack. Just as he opened the cosmos sack, a ray of light flew past Long Chen's eyes. Just now, he had only been concerned with killing those 3 great martial artists, and had actually forgotten about the divine dragon in the sky. At this moment, Long Chen had just taken out the cosmos sack, and a ray of light shot out from his cosmos sack towards the image of the divine dragon in the sky. Roar! The transparent and formless divine dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. Its huge body rapidly wrapped around the mysterious stone talisman, spinning rapidly, and gradually turning into a shadow that Long Chen could not see. At this moment, Long Chen actually felt that the transparent divine dragon and the mysterious stone talisman actually came from the same source. Chen, I know what's going on. I previously said that the stone talisman had lost its symbol spirit, and was useless. Now I understand that the dragon symbol just now was actually the symbol spirit of the stone talisman. They were separated by some kind of power, and now they have reunited and are fusing together. As long as the fusion is successful, perhaps you, Chen, will be able to obtain a precious treasure, Lingxi said excitedly. What you said is true. Long Chen was also very pleasantly surprised. However, he was also worried. He had caused such a huge ruckus, but he had yet to find the 9 heaven celestial fruit. Although he had the stone talisman, for Long Chen, no precious treasure could be more useful than the 9 heaven celestial fruit. Alright, since I have caused such a ruckus, I might as well cause a ruckus. In any case, no one in this Ni Yang's immortal realm is a match for me. I will cause a ruckus and sweep over everyone. I don't believe that I can't obtain the 9 heaven celestial fruit. I even want that forbidden blood-red lotus. As he thought of this, Long Chen decided not to cower anymore. The fusion of the stone talisman and the dragon-shaped rune was beyond Long Chen's expectations. Long Chen would never have thought that such a situation would happen. Lingxi said that it was a precious treasure, and the mysterious dragon jade in his sea of consciousness was still moving. This mysterious dragon jade was the most mysterious and shocking thing that Long Chen had. It could even suppress the ancestral dragon's blood essence. One could only imagine how mysterious it was. Long Chen felt that this was the most heaven-defying gift that Long Qinglan had left for him. Of course, in order to cause a ruckus, he still had to ensure that his identity would not be exposed under the premise that he used his strength. This required Long Chen to go on a killing spree. Anyone who recognized his identity would be killed without exception. For the people of the imperial family, Long Chen did not have the slightest intention of showing mercy. During that period of escape, if he had not been lucky, he did not know how many times he would have died. This time, he came back to take revenge on the people of the imperial family. This revenge would start from the imperial family's sword demon who guarded the Ni Yang Immortal's realm. Just when Long Chen thought of sword demon, a figure rapidly broke through the range of 1 mile and rushed in the direction of Long Chen. Long Chen understood that the person who could have such a speed must be sword demon. Long Chen wanted to kill him, but he came to him instead. Naturally, Long Chen could not ask for more. In the time of a few breaths, the sword demon that he had met in the Iron Tower previously appeared in front of Long Chen. His eyes were like sharp swords, and he first looked at the unclear situation in the sky. Then, he immediately turned to Long Chen, and asked, filled with killing intent, "Brat, who exactly are you?" "A person who has come to take your life." Long Chen smiled coldly. After he finished speaking, he actually did not say another word, and charged towards Sword Demon. A mere 8th level of the Heavenly River tier actually dares to be arrogant in front of me? What exactly is wrong with this world? Sword Demon laughed coldly. His arms shook, and instantly, the cosmos sack opened. Multiple black sword shadows flew out, and under the control of Sword Demon, they steadily stopped in front of Sword Demon. Long Chen looked over, and discovered that there was a total of 9 black battle swords. Shocked, right? This is my, Sword Demon's, most exclusive technique, the 9th Heaven Battle Sword. I can control a total of 9 battle swords to attack you. What can you do to me? Sword Demon kept laughing coldly. At this moment, he was holding a battle sword in each hand, and the other battle techniques stopped in front of his body, and even floated in front of him. This method of controlling battle swords in the air was truly extraordinary. It seemed that this Sword Demon's skill in true Qi was not good, but under the control of the sword, it was indeed extraordinary. He could actually use true Qi to control swords in the air. Since this guy was called a demon, he naturally had his demonic aspects. After Long Chen killed the 3 great martial artists of the Heavenly River tier, he put away the Demon Emperor sword. He did not take out the Demon Emperor sword for the time being, but instead took out the Star Sword. He wanted to try and see if he could kill Sword Demon without exposing his identity. If his identity was exposed, then he had to kill Sword Demon. With your advanced Earth-level sword, you want to fight against my 9 advanced Earth-level battle swords? Let me tell you, my 9th Heaven Battle Sword is the #1 divine sword under the Emperor Sword of the Zhangyang Kingdom. Other than the Emperor Sword, other divine swords are nothing in front of the 9th Heaven Battle Sword. Whether it's nothing or not, we'll know once we try. Long Chen laughed coldly. By now, it was estimated that the entire Niyang's fairyland knew what had happened here. However, it was impossible for the people of the low-level and middle-level domains to rush over, so there was no one within a mile of Long Chen. What Long Chen needed to do was to kill Sword Demon as much as possible in this short period of time and interrogate him about the 9 Heaven Celestial Fruit. Therefore, the most important thing was still time. Thinking of this, Long Chen did not waste any more time. He waved the Star Sword and suddenly attacked Sword Demon. Chapter 406. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing that Long Chen really dared to provoke him recklessly, and even killed 3 celestial-level divine guards at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, the Sword Demon was truly enraged. However, there was still a very important question in his mind, and that was, who exactly was Long Chen? I don't dare to ask who you are. As long as I kill you, I won't be able to recognize your identity from the marks on your body. At this thought, the Sword Demon no longer held back. And at this moment, Long Chen was already close to him. The Star Sword in his hand gradually rose, and instantly transformed. The Star Sword instantly turned into multiple afterimages, instantly slashing towards the other party. Those afterimages shrouded the top of the Sword Demon's head, and for a moment, there was a whistling sound of wind. Insignificant skill. The Sword Demon laughed coldly. His eyes moved, and suddenly, the 9 battle swords danced loudly under his control, emitting waves of sharp sounds. The 9 battle swords formed a circle, and blocked in front of the Sword Demon. I'll let you experience this move first. However, you can guarantee that you won't die. The Sword Demon laughed maniacally. His true Qi at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier exploded, and instantly, streams of air extended from his body, connected with the 9 battle swords, and suddenly spun. 9 Heavens Toxic Dragon Drill. True Qi exploded, and the 9 battle swords suddenly spun madly, exploding with waves of loud wind. In front of Long Chen, the 9 battle swords suddenly spun, actually twisting into a giant cone, piercing towards Long Chen. A total of 9 battle swords carried a fierce attack, and instantly acted on Long Chen's Star Sword. Dang, dang, dang. Sounds of weapons clashing rang out crazily. Long Chen could feel that the almost irresistible power directly shattered the Star Sword in his hand, turning it into a sky full of blades that shot in all directions. Die. All of this was within the Sword Demon's expectations. A high-grade Earth Tier sword combined with the strength of the 8th level of the Heavenly River Tier should have been shattered by his 9 consecutive battle swords. Then, he only needed to pierce the 9 battle swords forward, and he would be able to take Long Chen's life. However, he had underestimated Long Chen. After losing a Xingjian, Long Chen understood that if he did not pay the price of exposing his identity, it would be impossible for him to be a match for the sword demon. Right now, the Xingjian was gone, and if Long Chen wished to survive, he had no choice but to expose his identity. After exposing his identity, he would have to get rid of the sword demon completely within a very short period of time. Seeing that the 9 swords were about to pierce his body, Long Chen's eyes were not filled with despair. Instead, he was smiling. His body suddenly shook, and he instantly evaded the attack of the 9th Heaven Battle Sword. He rushed behind Sword Demon. During this process, Long Chen's body rapidly changed. The red dragon scales quickly covered his entire body. In a short time, his body had soared to the peak of its combat state. Beast Soul Transformation, Blood Red Dragon Scales. Sword Demon was very surprised that Long Chen could suddenly evade his attack. He seemed to have seen Long Chen's identity before. At this moment, he was quickly searching for the memory in his mind. When he turned his head, he saw such a shocking scene. Although Sword Demon was stationed in Nanyang City, he still knew about what had happened 3 months ago. More importantly, he had seen Long Chen at that time. Long Chen had killed people in Nanyang's Wonderland and escaped. After Sword Demon heard about the complete reversal of Long Chen's situation, he was also quite shocked. He only knew that Long Chen had been rescued by the Heavenly Devil Palace. Today, he had actually returned. Sword Demon actually dared to feel a trace of fear towards this young man. You are Long Chen. What you used just now should be one of the 3 great secret techniques of the heaven realm of the Heavenly Devil Palace, the Traceless Devil Shadow, right? Sword Demon was extremely shocked. At this moment, he looked at the blood-red Long Chen and asked sternly. Long Chen did not answer him. Instead, after using the Dragon's Soul Transformation, he immediately used the Great Demonic Seed technique of Dao Heart. His true chi soared again until it surpassed the level of Sword Demon. Demonic Seed technique of Dao Heart. At this moment, Sword Demon was truly shocked. It had only been 3 months since Long Chen escaped to the Heavenly Devil Palace, and he had actually learned 2 great secret techniques of the Heavenly Devil Palace in succession. In such a short time, he had completed such terrifying content. How much training had Long Chen received? Long Chen, you came back to the Biyao Imperial City this time to take revenge, right? Unfortunately, you encountered me first. Even if you know the Traceless Devil Shadow, even if you know the Demonic Seed technique of Dao Heart, your attack is only at the level of the 8th level of the Heavenly River Tier. Now that your identity has been exposed in the Nanyang Immortals realm, you are destined to die without a burial place. Sword Demon laughed crazily. Is that so? There is still something that will surprise you even more. And at this moment, Long Chen opened his eyes that were shrouded in black mist. At this moment, his true chi had already soared to the level of this Sword Demon. Even more surprise. Sword Demon was taken aback. Then he saw Long Chen stretch out his hand and gradually pull out a divine sword surrounded by demonic chi from the cosmos sack. When that sword was completely revealed in front of Sword Demon's mind went blank. He stupidly spat out 3 words, Emperor. Demon. Sword. When Long Chen took out the Emperor Sword, Sword Demon's heart fell from heaven to hell. The Heavenly Devil Palace had 3 great secret techniques and the most precious Emperor Sword. Now, besides the Demon Emperor Sword way, Long Chen had revealed everything. He already had the Emperor Sword, and Sword Demon did not believe that Long Chen did not have the Demon Emperor Sword way. In other words, Long Chen had obtained the most complete inheritance of the Heavenly Devil Palace. He only needed to raise his tier to the Heavenly Completion realm, and he would be another Heavenly Devil Palace Lord, Zhao Qingyun. In terms of temperament, Long Chen was undoubtedly superior, which was why he was able to complete the life and death battle. Now, when this terrifying guy had enough resources and power, Sword Demon really could not predict what would happen. He stared blankly at the terrifying Emperor Sword, speechless for a moment. After Long Chen took out the Emperor Sword, he was prepared to take Sword Demon's life. You just destroyed my star sword. I used that sword for a period of time, and you actually destroyed it, so. At this point, Long Chen suddenly activated the Traceless Spectre. Instantly, his entire body turned into a million, and it was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. His attack instantly descended on Sword Demon's head. Impossible. Sword Demon was still in disbelief, but this did not affect his frantic attempt to survive. At this moment, he suddenly brandished the 9th Heaven Battle Sword, exploding with the true chi of the 9th tier of the Heavenly River tier. Sword chi whistled, and a total of 9 battle swords exploded with a terrifying sharpness, stabbing towards Long Chen. 9th Heaven Battle Sword, tear heaven and earth. Sword chi whistled, and the 9 battle swords came one after another, exploding with a fierce attack, like a huge claw, pouncing towards Long Chen. If Long Chen was hit, he would definitely be divided into several pieces. What a fierce attack. I don't know if the Great Demon Elder can withstand this move. Long Chen secretly admired. Although there were only 2 people in the 9th tier of the Heavenly River tier in the royal family, both of them were extraordinary. Sword Demon's strength alone was estimated to be similar to that of the Great Demon Elder. The Great Demon Elder won in the Great Demon Seed method of Taoist Heart, and Sword Demon was obviously good at attacking. However, now Long Chen completely overwhelmed Sword Demon in all aspects. Emperor Sword Chi. After approaching Sword Demon's attack, Long Chen suddenly slashed with his sword. Suddenly, a black sword chi whistled out, suddenly colliding with the 9th Heaven Battle Sword. The huge power even caused an explosion. Dang, dang, dang. This time, the situation was completely opposite from the last time. Last time, Long Chen's star sword was shaken into pieces, but this time, Sword Demon had a total of 4 battle swords, which were smashed into pieces by Long Chen's Emperor Sword. If Sword Demon had not hurriedly taken back the remaining 5 battle swords in a panic, perhaps all of them would have been destroyed by Long Chen. God, Long Chen, these 9 battle swords are even more important than my life, and you actually destroyed them. Sword Demon was obviously the kind of person who loved swords as much as his life. When Long Chen destroyed his 4 battle swords, he let out an earth-shattering roar. At this time, he no longer thought about why Long Chen was so strong. He only had killing intent for Long Chen, only hatred. Go die. At this time, Sword Devil's eyes turned blood red. He held all 5 swords in his hands. His true chi surged violently, and under his control, the 5 swords unexpectedly fused together. In just a few breaths of time, the 5 swords unexpectedly fused into one. When these 9 swords fuse together, they can become an elementary heaven tier sword. Long Chen, it's all your fault. You've made me lose my heaven tier sword. Pay with your life. I'll let you taste the heaven tier battle skill of my Imperial clan. Sword Demon produced a vicious roar. When the 5 swords in his hand had fused into one, he shot toward Long Chen like a cannonball. He suddenly swung the sword in his hand, and immediately, an earth-shattering sword chi slashed toward Long Chen. The vast attack was at least 10 times more powerful than his previous attack. This attack was definitely Sword Demon's most powerful move. Die, Emperor's Sword of Heaven and Earth. The domineering sword chi basically tore the world apart. Long Chen could already feel that the entire Ni Yang's wonderland was shaking from this attack. You only know a heaven tier battle skill. Long Chen sneered. He took a few steps back, and as he did so, strands of black mist began to surge rapidly on the Demon Emperor sword. It gradually turned into a long snake, coiling around the Demon Emperor sword. Long Chen's expression was indifferent at this moment. His aura suddenly exploded, and with a loud sound, Long Chen suddenly slashed out. Immediately, the sky changed color, and the stars flowed in reverse. Demon Emperor Sword. Supreme Sword of Emperor's Way. With this attack, an even more terrifying sword chi immediately erupted, shooting toward the Emperor's Sword of Heaven and Earth. This Supreme Sword of Emperor's Way was the first attack of the Demon Emperor Sword. With Long Chen's true chi that was now infinitely close to the completion heaven realm, its power could be imagined. Chapter 407. When Long Chen used the Emperor's Way Supreme Sword, a trace of despair flashed in the sword demon's eyes. However, it was quickly overshadowed by his madness. He let out a furious roar and madly poured out his true chi. Even if he couldn't defeat Long Chen, he would still perish together with Long Chen. This brat is only at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. How can he explode with such a powerful sword? The aura of the Emperor's Way Supreme Sword is even more terrifying than my Heaven and Earth Sovereign Sword. As this thought reverberated in the sword demon's mind, the Heaven and Earth Sovereign Sword and the Emperor's Way Supreme Sword began to clash at their peak. The collision caused the entire Anai Yang Immortal's realm to tremble violently. For a moment, the Heaven and Earth lost color. In the sky, the thick white fog was dispersed with a loud bang. All the spirit herbs in the surroundings were instantly turned into powder. Break! At this time, Long Chen let out an explosive roar. The black sword chi from the Emperor's Way Supreme Sword struck the Heaven and Earth Sovereign Sword with lightning speed. With a loud clang, the sword in the sword demon's hand was shattered into pieces. All of them were struck by Long Chen's attack, causing his body to become a bloody mess. Then, the Emperor's Way Supreme Sword's attack completely landed on the sword demon's body, causing him to be sent flying. Although Long Chen stopped at the last moment and didn't immediately kill the sword demon, the aftermath of the Emperor's Way Supreme Sword still severely injured the sword demon and left him on the verge of death. This was the gap between them. In a real battle of strength, the sword demon was definitely not a match for Long Chen. Long Chen completely suppressed the sword demon in every aspect. The wind gradually dispersed, Long Chen's body quickly moved, grabbed the flying sword demon, and then pressed him to the ground. At this time, sword demon's consciousness was already very fuzzy, his whole body was burning with pain. At this time, his 5 internal organs were almost broken. There was not a single bone in his body that was intact. Those broken swords had pierced his body until it was badly mutilated. There was not a single part of his body that was intact. Long Chen. At this moment, the only intact I was looking at Long Chen in confusion. The sword demon never thought that one day he would die at the hands of such a young man. Now that he saw the cold expression on the young man's face, he finally understood how terrifying he was. Killing Song Yefeng, killing the 9th prince, killing the 6 great commanders, and even killing the city of Pine Middle. Long Chen was like a legend. When this legend returned with enough strength, what kind of storm would the imperial city cause? The sword demon vaguely felt that he was only the first. In the future, this young man would kill even more people. With Long Chen's current strength, he could completely fight against Lin Zichen, who was even more powerful than the sword demon. Long Chen was indeed very powerful, but what he had, Lin Zichen also had. In the end, who was more powerful, this was unknown. The only thing that the sword demon didn't understand was why Long Chen didn't kill him immediately. At this moment, Long Chen pressed him down and moved closer to him, saying, "Tell me, where is the 9 heavens immortal fruit? Don't even think about it." Although he didn't know what Long Chen wanted the 9 heavens immortal fruit for, the sword demon absolutely couldn't give him what he wanted. The word, "don't even think about it," meant that there was definitely a 9 heavens immortal fruit here. Otherwise, the sword demon wouldn't have said, "Don't even think about it. Think about it carefully and tell me the location of the 9 heavens immortal fruit. Otherwise, I will take away all the heaven level elixirs here and kill all the experts here until I find the 9 heavens immortal fruit. No matter what, I will find it. It's all up to you." Long Chen threatened. The Sword Demon's lifelong responsibility was to protect the Young Wonderland of the imperial family. If Longchen really did this, then the Young Wonderland would definitely be destroyed. Therefore, the Sword Demon weighed the pros and cons for a while before he died, and said helplessly, "It's useless even if I tell you. The 9 Heavens immortal fruit is something that my imperial brother wants. You really came at the wrong time. He took the 9 Heavens immortal fruit a month ago." "What?" Long Chen's face turned sluggish. "I've already said it. If you don't believe me, then continue to look for it. After I discovered the strange phenomenon in the Young Wonderland, I sent a message to my imperial brother. If you have the guts, then carefully look for it in this Young Wonderland." After saying this, the Sword Demon didn't give Long Chen any chance. He was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. Under his control, he would soon die. Damn it. Long Chen stood up. If it was the Sword Demon, then it was better to be safe than sorry. If the Sword Emperor really rushed over here, then Long Chen would really be finished. He didn't want to die at this time. "Chen, look at the sky. They have already fused. Quickly go and take that stone talisman. It's very likely to be a great treasure." After Long Chen killed the Sword Demon, Lingxi dared to disturb Long Chen. This was an urgent moment. Every moment was very important. Long Chen remembered that during the fight just now, Lingxi knew that Long Chen would certainly be able to defeat the Sword Demon. So, her attention had been focused on the stone talisman. Now that Long Chen had killed the Sword Demon, she quickly told Long Chen about it. Long Chen raised his head and saw that the stone talisman had already changed into an ordinary appearance. It was floating in the air. Long Chen didn't have the slightest hesitation. He kicked both of his legs and his whole body shot up into the air. He put the mysterious stone talisman into his cosmos sack. At that moment, he only had time to discover that the stone talisman seemed to have a life of its own. However, Long Chen had held it for a period of time. So, it didn't reject Long Chen's actions. Long Chen planned to study this thing after he left. Now, the best thing to do was to find the 9 Heavens celestial spirit fruit as soon as possible. He had already decided that if he couldn't find the 9 Heavens celestial spirit fruit in 15 minutes, he would believe the Sword Demon and leave the Yang celestial realm. At this thought, Long Chen burst forth with his strongest speed and headed in the direction of the forbidden blood-red lotus. With the spirit-devouring demonic pupil, everything was much easier. At this moment, Long Chen displayed his fastest speed. From here to the forbidden blood-red lotus, he didn't spend much time at all. Moreover, at this moment, more than half of the celestial realm divine guards guarding the forbidden blood-red lotus were already heading towards the place where Long Chen and the Sword Demon had fought. Long Chen used the spirit-devouring demonic pupil to precisely bypass them and arrive at the forbidden blood-red lotus. A cultivator at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier and a few cultivators at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier weren't enough for Long Chen to kill it all. Long Chen's red shadow swept through the crowd of enemies, and the Demon Emperor's sword in his hand instantly took away all their lives. Forbidden blood-red lotus, obtained. Long Chen placed the forbidden blood-red lotus into a jade box, and then quickly placed it into his cosmos sack. "Little Shi, we have less than 15 minutes left. We'll work together from now on. If we still can't find the 9 Heavens celestial spirit fruit, we'll leave first. Chen, let's forget about the 9 Heavens celestial spirit fruit. It wouldn't be good if that Sword Emperor came." Lingxi was still a little conflicted about the 9 Heavens celestial spirit fruit, so she wasn't as excited as she had been at the beginning. "No, I have to try again," Long Chen said decisively. Then, he quickly strode forward. His spirit-devouring demonic eye could cover a distance of 1 mile, so Long Chen was prepared to start a carpet search. He estimated that when something strange happened in the Yang Immortals realm, the Sword Demon would send a signal to the Sword Emperor, and the Sword Emperor would need about 15 minutes to receive the signal. With his abilities at the Heaven Ascension tier, his speed to reach Anyang City was estimated to be a few times faster than Long Chen's. He estimated that it would still take 15 minutes. Long Chen didn't even need 15 minutes to kill the sword demon, so 15 minutes was the limit that Long Chen could use. Speed up, continuously speed up. As long as he discovered an elite's location, Long Chen would quickly approach, just like with the forbidden blood red lotus. Even if such a huge change had happened in the Anyang Immortals realm, the heaven-level spirit medicine would still be guarded by at least someone at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier. In the process of a carpet search, time gradually passed. Long Chen discovered quite a few people at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier, but they weren't guarding the heaven-level spirit medicine. Moreover, half of them were heading towards the place where the sword demon had died. Chen, it's time. I think that the sword demon definitely wasn't trying to scare us. We haven't discovered the 9 heaven celestial fruit until now, so it must have been taken by the Sword Emperor first. If we don't leave now, when the Sword Emperor comes, we won't have any chance anymore, Lingxi said anxiously. Damn it. Long Chen punched the ground, instantly causing a web-like crack to appear on the ground. That Sword Emperor again. Fine, since the 9 heaven celestial fruit is with you, if you haven't used it, I'll kill you and take it from you. I don't believe that after I reach the 9th level of the heavenly river tier, I won't be able to kill you with my dragon's soul transformation. In the end, Long Chen still didn't search for the 9 heaven celestial fruit, and he had more or less searched through the high-grade regions of the Anyang immortal realm. At this moment, he had no choice but to give up, and rushed in the direction of the exit. Chen, don't be angry. Little Shi, don't be anxious. The 9 heaven celestial fruit has a long way to go. Moreover, our harvest this time is very great. There's the heaven-level forbidden blood red lotus and the 8 desolation fire dragon fruit, and there's also that mysterious stone talisman. On the way, Lingxi saw that Long Chen's expression was dark, so she kept on comforting him. I know, little Shi, you don't have to comfort me, Long Chen said calmly. At this moment, he had already rushed to the entrance of the high-grade region. Just now, when he was searching the area, he had already discovered this entrance. At this moment, Long Chen stopped his dragon's soul transformation and changed his attire, turning into the appearance of a mature 25-year-old young man. When I go out later, there will definitely be people intercepting me at the entrance. I'll instantly use blood escape and run to Xiao Lang's position. After thinking up to this point, Long Chen took a deep breath, and then rushed out of the entrance. As expected, in an instant, countless attacks landed on his body. Among them, there was no lack of attacks from cultivators at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier. However, Long Chen already had a plan. He instantly used the blood escape mystical power, and instantly turned into a blood-colored dragon shadow, instantly disappearing before everyone's eyes. Those who remained here all looked at each other. Where is he? Chapter 408. Blood escape was the mystical power inherited from the ancient blood spiritual dragon, and it was the least used by Long Chen. However, this didn't mean that blood escape was not heaven-defying enough. When Long Chen was still at the 4th level of the heavenly river tier, he could escape from the pursuit of a 9th level earth tier demonic beast by using blood escape. Now, in the eyes of the martial artists at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier, Long Chen's figure just appeared and then immediately disappeared. A group of people looked at each other and exclaimed, "Where is he? Didn't someone appear just now? Why is he gone? He couldn't have escaped, right?" One of them said. "It's very possible. An expert that could make Lord Sword Demon rush in personally must be very terrifying. We couldn't have all hallucinated just now, so that guy must be a super expert, and he must have escaped." This sentence stunned Long Chen. "Let's go in and see what happened inside. That guy actually came out. Could it be that Lord Sword Demon is not his match? Impossible, it must be because he escaped from Sword Demon's hands. We have to chase after him, but we can't all chase after him. You three stay here. The rest of you follow me and search nearby. Maybe he's not far away. One of the people who seemed to be the leader said. Leader, should we send someone in to see what's going on inside? One of the martial artists asked. That's right. You, go in and see. If there's any situation, quickly order someone to come out and report. Yes. Two martial artists accepted the order and entered Ni Yang's fairyland. The others left 3 people to guard the entrance, while the others followed the leader and searched around Ni Yang's city. Just after a short period of time, an enormous coercion suddenly acted upon Ni Yang's city, causing everyone within Ni Yang's city to feel a jolt. No matter what they were doing at that moment, they all knelt on the ground one after another, and said in a clear voice, "We pay our respects to the Sword Sovereign." Just as everyone finished talking, at this time, a warrior suddenly rushed out of the Ni Yang Immortal's realm. His face was full of shock and panic. After he came out, he roared in grief and indignation, "Not good, not good, Lord Sword Demon has been killed, and the Heaven Stage spiritual herbs are all gone." At that moment, it was the quietest moment in the city. His roar had practically spread throughout the entire Ni Yang city. Immediately, the entire Ni Yang city was shaken. What? A loud roar shook the informant to death, causing him to bleed from his 7 apertures. Everyone knew that the furious voice came from the highest existence in Sangyang Kingdom, the legendary Sword Emperor. Using the blood escape technique, Long Chen ran for a distance of 10 miles. The last time he had used the blood escape technique, the distance of 10 miles had almost consumed all of Long Chen's real qi. But this time, the speed was even faster. Although Long Chen had more real qi, it still couldn't withstand the crazy consumption of the blood escape technique. At a distance of 10 miles, Long Chen had already discovered Xiao Lang's position by relying on the spirit-devouring demon pupil. He quickly stopped in front of Xiao Lang and shouted, "Xiao Lang, escape in this direction." During the process of using the blood escape technique, Long Chen had already felt a terrifying pressure coming from the direction of the Imperial City. This was the pressure of a heavenly completion realm expert. It was a level that Long Chen couldn't touch at present, and it was enough to make him feel terrified. Although he had already pulled a distance of 10 miles away, he still didn't dare to be negligent. Xiao Lang wasn't stupid either. When Long Chen appeared, he immediately transformed into his battle form. He carried Long Chen on his back and crazily rushed towards the direction that Long Chen had pointed. This place was only 10 miles away from Ni Yang City. Although the Sword Emperor didn't know which direction Long Chen was in, it was still not a safe place. Therefore, Long Chen was in a hurry to leave this place. He was currently heading towards the south. At this time, the real qi in Long Chen's body had already been exhausted due to the use of the blood escape technique. So, he hurriedly sat on the back of Xiao Lang to recover his real qi. Not long after he had moved, an angry roar came from the direction of Ni Yang City. That roar could be described as earth-shattering. Although he was separated by a distance of 10 miles, Long Chen still felt frightened. If he hadn't escaped in time, he might have already died in the hands of the Sword Emperor. Fortunately, I listened to Little Shi's words and escaped in time. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Under the leadership of Xiao Lang, they quickly left Ni Yang City. Time gradually passed. Xiao Lang was running in the desolate and uninhabited wilderness. There wasn't anything that would affect his speed. After half a day had passed, Long Chen finally made Xiao Lang stop. At this time, they were nearly 1,000 miles away from Ni Yang City. So, they basically didn't need to worry that the Sword Emperor would be able to find them here. In the middle of this small forest, Long Chen sat on the ground and gasped for breath. Xiao Lang was also on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. However, when he saw the rejoicing expression in Long Chen's eyes, he anxiously asked Lingxi. Only Lingxi was able to understand what he was saying. Lingxi knew what had happened, so she told Xiao Lang everything that had happened in Ni Yang's Immortal's realm. When Xiao Lang had digested this part of the story, they had finally recovered. Long Chen had also recovered his real qi in this half a day's time. However, it had been really thrilling just now. After he had finally recovered, Long Chen rested for a while and chatted with Lingxi for a while. Only then did Long Chen remember to check his harvest this time. It was a pity that he didn't obtain the 9 heaven celestial fruit. However, with these 3 things, he could finally get some comfort. As the Sword Demon had said, the 9 heaven celestial fruit is most likely in the Sword Emperor's possession. I am currently not his match, so it would be better not to fight him head-on for the time being. It seems that my strength is still not enough. If I want to take revenge, or even avenge Xiao Lang and kill the Sword Emperor, I can't be too ostentatious. Long Chen finally stabilized his state of mind after some careful consideration. After hearing that Long Chen had killed one of his 3 greatest enemies, the Sword Demon, Xiao Lang was very happy. It was a pity that he was not the one who had done it. Otherwise, he would have been even happier. At this time, Long Chen called out to Xiao Lang, then took out a jade box from his cosmos sack and placed it in front of Xiao Lang. He smiled and said, "Xiao Lang, you have worked hard just now. This is your reward. Take it and enjoy it. It is absolutely safe here." As soon as the aura of the 8 barren fire dragon fruit was released, Xiao Lang already felt it. He was very sensitive to things of the fire attribute, let alone a heaven rank 8 barren fire dragon fruit. Immediately, his sun-devouring fiend wolf's face revealed a very happy expression. For Xiao Lang, this 8 barren fire dragon fruit was definitely a super delicious meal. Xiao Lang looked gratefully at Long Chen, then left with the 8 barren fire dragon fruit in his mouth. He needed to find a place nearby to refine it. When he reappeared, he should be a peak Earth rank 9 demonic beast, an existence of the Earth rank. The increase in Xiao Lang's strength will definitely be of great help to me. However, because of his identity, he can't follow me into Biyao Imperial City for now. The Sword Emperor is not in a hurry to kill. He's taking it one bite at a time. His next target is Lin Zichen. Long Chen would never forget that 3 months ago, it was him who used the sword qi to force Lingxi to abandon the body of the profound sky jade lotus. At that time, Lin Zichen was proud and aloof. But now, Long Chen completely possessed the strength to fight against him. Returning to Biyao Imperial City. Believe me, I will give you a great surprise. Long Chen sneered in his heart. Chen, how will you deal with the forbidden crimson lotus and the stone talisman? At this time, Lingxi asked anxiously. What she was actually looking forward to the most was the mysterious talisman. The forbidden crimson lotus. I don't have a heaven rank body refining combat skill. Can I refine it? Long Chen asked. You can naturally refine it. However, you lack a heaven rank body refining combat skill. The forbidden crimson lotus will not be effective at all. It will only be stored in your body. So, it's better to wait for you to have a heaven rank body refining combat skill. Then, you can use it together. It will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Lingxi said. Yes. Long Chen nodded and then said, in that case, let me take a look at the talisman now. If this thing was used well, it would be the greatest harvest for Long Chen. However, last time, Long Chen only injected qi into the body of the talisman. In just a few breaths, 2 days had passed. This time, Long Chen could only be careful. At this time, he took out the stone talisman and put it in his hand. At this time, the originally illusory dragon's shadow on the stone talisman had become clear. What is this thing? Even I can't see through it. Lingxi was a little nervous. She flew around the stone talisman, but she could not see anything. It's strange. There is no restriction at all. However, it is like a fog. I can't see anything. Lingxi tilted her head and said with a distressed expression. Her frowning look was very delicious. Why don't I try to inject qi into it again? Long Chen asked tentatively. Aren't you afraid that a few years will pass? Lingxi asked nervously. A few years? Long Chen suddenly remembered that when the illusory dragon's shadow in the sky had shone with divine light into Long Chen's eyes in the Ni Yang's immortal realm, Long Chen had felt as if a river had flowed rapidly beside him. At that time, he had been aging rapidly. Could it be that the flowing river is the flow of time? The flow of time? Only then did Long Chen recall. Then, he remembered that Lingxi had once said that among the 10 ancient ancestral dragons, there was an ancestral dragon that could control time. Its nature-defying aspects even surpassed the primordial blood spiritual dragon. Just as Long Chen was thinking, the dragon jade in his sea of consciousness suddenly moved. A strong suction force suddenly appeared on the dragon jade and acted on the stone talisman. Before Long Chen could react, the stone talisman in his hand had already been sucked into his chest. Then, it actually fused with it. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.